searching for fate, crushing it all. Shadows watch them crawl. Deep up my brain, learning from my pain. Baby, watch it burn into isolation. Oh, watch it burn, ain't got no hesitation. Oh, watch it burn, we're falling higher. Oh, I guess your dark intentions, convolution, never before. I'll fight with skeletons, adrenaline, conviction, and war. Terror! Terror is near. I will shatter you all. Baby, watch it burn into isolation. Oh, watch it burn, ain't got no hesitation. Oh, watch it burn, we're falling higher. Oh, watch it burn. Watch it burn. Watch it burn. Watch it
The glass that shattered, reaching through the darkness. Voices trailing fires, the echo of desires. A world of silence, sounds of desperation. Phantoms in the shadow, softly waiting.
I'm tearing down, embrace the detonation. Burning alone, craving our damn creation. Oh, breaking a chain, I'm reaching for you. Oh, yeah. Stop to the end, this place is my salvation. Sword in the wind, I'll strike without damnation. Sound in the skies, no fate, no king, no God. Burn to my life, burn to my life, burn to my life, burn to my life, burn to my can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your I've been waiting a long, long time. Wrote a story that I wish wasn't mine. Fell in love with the battle cry. Got the weight of the whole world in my mind. Tell me everything will be fine. It's a long way up and I climb. I can't control my own feelings. Come on now, give me one reason why. Just another sleepless night. I only live for the fight. I can't control my own feelings. Give me one reason, and I'm screaming. You can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna break you. No one's gonna save you. Hear me roar, I want nothing more. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your life.
Now the pressure's on, what did they expect? I'm coming for everybody until there's no one left. As long as my heart stays beating inside my chest, there ain't no time to rest. I'm a little bit obsessed, and that's why I be coming for your neck. I'm coming for another pound of flesh. Got you running for a place to hide, but it'll be a waste of time. I'm patient, I only bite when the danger's high. Smell blood, that's a good enough reason. Your heart's getting stuck between my front teeth, and just when you thought it was done, and I'm leaving. Nope, the fangs deepen, and I'm screaming.
You can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna break you. No one's gonna save you. Hear me roar, I want nothing more. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your life. Bend me till I finally break. This will be your
Hello. Can I hear myself on nothing because I have not logged connected my headset. Wait, give me a sec. There we go. Can I hear myself on Twitch? Yes, I can. Can I hear myself on YouTube as well? I can, with a bit of a delay, but I can indeed. Is everything working? Yes, it is. Then what I need to do next as a very professional streamer is
Not your world has a day-night cycle. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
to activate my webcam, but also hello. Oh wait, yes. I was wondering why my webcam was showing nothing. It's because it's turned upside down and it's like facing nothingness at the moment. Give me a sec. There we go. Now it shows something. Yes, of course, if you turn your webcam towards a wall, that is exactly what the webcam will show. A wall. AKA nothing. Nothingness. And the absolute void. Which is not particularly interesting. One day, you know what? Maybe I shall stream the void of my wall or something. It will be a special stream. Let me see. Webcam goes a bit down. Go. And I believe we should be good to go. There we go. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's see. What do I need to do? I need to do this. One, you can do it. And then there. And this goes there. You want to update now? No, you cannot update now, software. I did not take that into consideration. You can update later. What did I want? Right, my chat. My chat is here. There we go. Okay, we have everything. Perfect. Ah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Let us see. Let's start with, Ktosh. Hello there. Even though you're no longer called Tosh for some reason. But hello to you and welcome to the stream.
Has a day-night cycle. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
And hello to you, Sparta, as well. And hello, I believe it was Accelerator who used that redeem right before that. So hello to Accelerator. Hello, Swevy. Hello, Chip, as well. Hello, Mihai. Holy shit, you guys are all showing up at the same time. Usually you guys show up like slowly but surely, you know. But you all showed up at the same time at the very start of the stream, which is impressive. And thank you very much for being here, guys. But hello to all of you. I hope you guys are doing well. What did you guys write? Because you used a bunch of redeems, but also you wrote some things. Tosh started the stream was... Tosh started the stream with a dad joke. There are two types of people in this world, those who can extrapolate from incomplete data, ... And I suppose the rest is, and those who can't. And I remember this dad joke. I saw it on a t-shirt, on a post online, but someone was wearing it as a t-shirt. And it left some people perplexed. Which, well, is exactly the point, I suppose. Chip is dancing, but that's, I believe, because we are listening to some, what do you call that? Some Arknight song. Although, no, I think Chip was already dancing before. I think Chip was dancing to Lupa's EP, if I'm not mistaken. And then it got changed. So I guess Chip is always happy, right? We got Lupa's EP and then we got some Arknights. Although you did switch a song at some point, but I didn't have time to see what it was. Anyway, not the point. Ktosh, I wonder what's the world record for 100% whole Nod-Krai? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I've never heard of any kind of like speed run to 100% areas in Genshin or stuff like that. I know some people do it really quickly. I used to do it really quickly as well. And to be fair, I have really progressed in my exploration of Nod-Krai before today's stream. So I will show you how much I've progressed, but I definitely did progress quite a lot. I said hello to Swavy, I said hello to Sparta. Did I not say hello to Deidara? Oh shit, I think I didn't. Oh yeah, right. Deidara just redeemed the bonks and the toothless memes thing, so I didn't say hello to you. Hello Deidara, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I will I'm sorry if it took so long to get to you. It's just that I'm reading chats, entries one by one in order, that way I do not miss anyone, hopefully. I guess I kind of missed you still, but because of you didn't write anything up until now. There you go. You said Owl, did you sleep well? Eh? Eh? Okay, kind of. I couldn't sleep until 4 AM and I woke up at like 8. So I slept 4 hours. And right before stream, I managed to take an hour-long nap. So, yeah, kinda. It's just, you know, my brain, it does what it wants. So there is that. Life sucks, but it's the only one I've got. So I do my best. You know? I do my best. Greetings from Mihai. Greetings to you indeed. I saw something concerning Romania recently on Reddit, but it lacked context, context. I think it was someone talking about like an official from either Romania or Moldova, I think, and the official politician said something along the lines that they would like for Moldova and Romania to become one, to unite the two countries, but apparently they know that the people are against it, so they're not moving forward in any way to try to do that. But they were apparently, at the very least, that politician wanted the two countries to become one for some reason. I don't exactly understand the context there, but I thought of you when I saw this this news. Where was I at? I missed a few messages. Was not planning on that at all. What do you mean, like all of you coming at the same time? Hey, you know what? I'm happy you guys are here always. It just surprised me because usually I tend to see you dripping one after the other. You know, you guys come around, what do you call that? Slowly at the start of the stream. But today you guys decided to all come together as one, which is kind of cute and also kind of nice. Could have slept right now, but I got myself asleep right after I got back in the dorms. Ah, shit. Do you mean, Chip, do you mean that you took a nap and because of that now you can't sleep during the night? Ah, shit. I'm sorry. I know it happens to me as well oftentimes. And it is kind of shitty, not gonna lie. I know the feeling. I'm the guy who does that. God damn it. I'm called the fuck out. What do you mean?
Pesto says, hello. I just got here and wanted to say something of the utmost importance. So I was browsing and thought about something mind-blowing. What if caca?
I don't know if that was supposed to be a meme or a joke or a... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Hello to you first, I suppose. Hello, Limil. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, but what the fuck? I guess that's my reply to your message. I'm just not really sure what's going on there. Just wanted to say that. Okay, well, I suppose you said it. Not gonna lie, I don't have much to reply to that. I'm gonna be honest there. And a hello dog, or a hot dog, or corn dog, or I guess horn dog. I don't know if I should call you horn dog though. But hello all the dogs that bend. Hello to all the dogs that bend. Hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Happy time zone, everyone. What does that mean? Is there like a celebration for time zones or something? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But a happy time zone to you if there is some kind of what do you call that? Celebration for time zones? I mean, the reason why I'm hesitant about it is because I have no idea if there is such a thing or not, but I wouldn't be surprised in the sense that, like, there are so many different kinds of celebrations around the world that I probably don't know all of them. Most likely don't know all of them. I am at 58 pity now, for now, and almost my second 100%, so I guess Nod-Krai won't be enough if I go to 80 pity or more. Ah, don't worry, Tosh, you still have one last region, because there are 3 of them in total, and HoYoVerse is going to give us a couple of temples for free, and those rewards should arrive before the end of Columbina's banner, Columbina/Ineffa's banner, so do keep that in mind. If I'm not mistaken, those rewards should arrive before the banner ends. So you should have at least 2 temples on top of the rest of the exploration, the reset of the Abyss. Tomorrow the Abyss resets as well. So, you know, there are still a few things that you can get before the banner runs out. I take that as a no then. If the question was about me sleeping well, yeah, nah, the answer was no indeed. The tells us everything. Yep, I mean, You know me, guys. I've had sleeping issues for the last 14 years. I don't think they're going away anytime soon. I've tried many, many things, and, well, it is what it is. I have learned to live with it, I suppose. Next week, a reverse 1999 update. Then tomorrow, Arc Knights has an update. School Wi-Fi couldn't update the games. Shake my head. God damn it. Well, I guess you will have to use your 4G or 5G connection, your onboard internet connection on your phone. That is probably going to kill your data plan. Although, I think I updated my own plan. That's actually a funny story, but I was on a plan for my data plan for my mobile phone, and basically I was allowed to use, I think it was, at first it was 10 gigs, and then I upgraded to 60 gigabyte per month. I don't use 60 gigabytes per month on my phone, so I don't really need it, but it was one of the cheaper plans I could get, so I got that one. The cheapest one was definitely not enough, but anyway, not the point. I had the 10 one, then I upgraded to 60, and I think I was paying like 11 euros or 12 euros or something like that per month for 60 gigabytes of 4G and 5G connection. I don't know if 5G was included back then, because it was before. I had subscribed to that plan before 5G towers were even up. Who knows? Anyway, the point is, I had 60 gigabytes and I was paying 12 euros for it. And for some reason...
Sparda_4 says, give me access to your internet. I can get rid of that 60 GB in 2 weeks, Kappa.
I mean, I could as well, it's just that I don't try to. If I wanted to, of course I could. I could just download, what do you call that, Genshin Impact, and my plan would be killed in just one download. And I would go over it real easy. But yeah, what I was going to say is that I paid around 12 euros a month for that 60 gigabyte plan, and for some reason I decided to go on my cell phone provider's website, and I saw that they had a plan for 100 gigabytes. Everything else was the same, but instead of 60 gigabytes of data, I could go up to 100 gigabytes of data, and that plan cost 8 euros. And I was like, wait, so I get 40 gigabyte less, but I pay 4 euros more. Huh. Interesting. So I switched, strangely enough. I switched really quick. But, you know, it's just like, it doesn't... Like, when I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? They could have warned me. They could have... I mean, no, I guess they shouldn't. I was paying more for nothing. So, yeah. Well, I suppose there is that. Always check your provider for update deals. They will never tell you. Yeah, they will never tell me. That is true. It's just that, you know, I never pay attention to that because I basically have the same plan for years and years because I don't need an upgrade. Usually I check things when I need upgrades or something like that. But you're right, I should check more often because their prices have gone down, which is good. Don't get me wrong, it is good that their prices have gone down. But I did not know. And I don't spend my time all the time, you know, looking at each provider's prices because I never think about them, to be honest. As long as the service works, I'm happy, you know. But yeah, I should check more often. Okay, wait. I talk way too much and thus I have missed a lot of messages. Now, I just saw a politician from Romania quote the original Lorax movie in his speech. I don't know what Lorax movie is. I'm assuming it's a movie, but I've never heard of that. And I just wanted to say that... Did I not miss a message from Dog? I saw a long message from Dog. Ah, yes, but it came after. But it is I. Hello, yes. You are the one with a very long name, I will say. And to match that long name, you also have the most amount of nicknames to go with it. I will say that. And oh, Rayashki. Yes, I do have the Rayashki song in the OST for the background music. I love that song. It's one of my favorite songs in Reverse 1999. I love that event. I loved Winsong and Vila. And even Avgust. Even though I'm not entirely fond of children, I even love Avgust. And I just love that music. That music, it's so... It puts you in a certain mood. Especially when you've gone through the story of Rayashki, you know? I really, really enjoyed that. Check Discord. Oh god, what did you send me, Ktosh? Yes, you... is there a question, Ktosh, or did you just want to show me your sands of Eon? your attack sands. Was there a question? I am curious / confused. I'm dying, it's fine. It's our subsection of the world. None of our countries are sane anyways. Moving on. Okay? It's particular, but okay. I hope your section of the world will live better lives, maybe, hopefully. 40 gigabytes more, you mean? Yeah, the new plan had 40 gigabytes more, but was €4 less. That is what I meant. Now getting casually scammed. Unfortunately, it is a legal scam, so it's not like I can say anything. I just have to live with it. Or, like Swavey mentioned, I have to check my providers' contracts and deals and stuff like that more often. Which is fair, I suppose. It is fair. There was a plan in my prepaid SIM. For only like $2, you get at least 8 gigabytes of all site data and a free 4 gigabytes of 5G data. The funny thing is that I replaced my phone like around 5 to 6 months ago. I bought the wrong second-hand model, non-5G, I assume, and now I always waste that free 4 gigabyte like every week or so. Oh, damn it. Wait, so that's Chip scamming yourself? Yeah, you're on a different level, brother. You managed to scam yourself. Oh, wait, and now I actually missed Dog's message. Instead of good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because I assume we are all in different time zones of our day, I just say happy time zones to cover them all. Oh, okay. Okay, I thought there was an actual, celebration or something like that. But yes, we are all from different time zones. Some of us are in Europe, some of us are in Asia, some of us are in the US / America. Like we have Swavey from the US, we have Deidara from Colombia. Like we are basically all over the world. Might I ask, hot dog? I will call you hot dog. Might I ask, where are you from? If that is not too personal for you, feel free to ignore the question if you do not wish to share. That's absolutely fine. But I am curious to see, because I'm always happy to see people from all around the world coming onto the stream, because, you know, it's just like very surprising to me how easily we manage to connect with our shared passion for video games and gacha on my channel specifically. And, you know, because without streaming, I would have never met any of you. I don't think I would have met someone from Colombia. I don't think I would have met someone from Chip's country that shall remain nameless. But yeah, I mean, I might have like met some people from these countries that might have emigrated to France, for instance. But otherwise, like, yeah, it probably wouldn't have happened, you know. So it is kind of a funny thing to see how so many different people from various backgrounds just group up like this thanks to streaming. I just want to flex my crazy luck. I mean, I wouldn't call that crazy luck, Ktosh, but yeah, you do you. You do you. Where is the ship the first? Ah, yes, the question that should not never be asked. I see that you still get that question, ship, huh? Mihai will corroborate me when things actually do improve. Until then, no promises. Ah, well. I mean, at the end of the day, it's, you know, your country, your lives, and, well, to be fair, it's not like you can do much, aside from voting, I suppose. And even then, sometimes it doesn't really even matter who you vote for, but I guess it's participation that counts, right? It was also my fault that I was not reading what was the model they're selling at. Yeah, for the phone, yeah, you kind of scammed yourself there. I mean, it happens. It is very unfortunate, but I could understand the mistake. It is very easy to miss something like that. Fuck Mornier, I'm pulling Augusta? I'd rather fuck Augusta and pull Mornier, but you choose whatever you want, Mihai. I know that's not what you meant, but I wish you good luck on pulling for Augusta, though. She's a great character. I really, really love her, so I hope that you do manage to get her. Mais est-ce que c'est réellement une question de chance? Deserves a thought. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, when I was talking about meeting people on stream and all of that. I mean, I guess it's mostly a question of probability. And in real life, I don't touch grass all that often. So the fact is that I wouldn't meet people from all around the world in my real life. So yeah, it's just a question of probability. Is it chance? Chance, probability, same difference. And the Egyptians thought that the best thing you could do is die. What? Who? Why? What are you talking about there? Like, me and Mihai don't live in the same countries, but it's so similar that it is basically the same. Yeah, no, I do know that the two of you don't live in the same countries, but you live in Eastern Europe. I suppose that's how I'll phrase it, more or less. Although that's kind of big, but you know what I mean, right? There was a 2 version, a 5G variant and a non-5G one. I fell on the non-5G one. Yeah. It's very easy to miss, right? Because phones nowadays, they have so many options between the RAM, the ROM, the CPU's processing capabilities, the everything else. And they will bombard you with information about the phone. So it is very easy to miss something that is kind of too obvious for its own good. You know what I mean? So there is that. Augusta? Who is Augusta? Do you get the meme? No. No, I don't. Oh, wait, were you talking about the French sentence that you wrote before? It's, I guess, Hund who said that. I think I've heard the name before, but I don't really recall who that is. As for Augusta, Augusta is a character from Wuthering Waves. She is the F4 of Septimond. She's basically kind of like a queen of sorts. Kind of. She's a warrior queen, I suppose, is the best way to describe her. And I love her voice. I really love her design. And her fighting style and all of that. That women with orange hair, and she said that Egyptian sentence. The woman with orange hair, I'm assuming you're talking about Augusta, because she is indeed a redhead. And she said that Egyptian sentence. I am so confused. I am so confused now. Middle of Europe, Western Europe, start from Germany. But is middle of Europe like actually something that people say? Oh, Central Europe maybe, right? I guess.
Lalt_Mihai says Augusta is basically a better Mavwika, for short.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Basically, I definitely agree with you there. I've said it before, Mihai. In my opinion, Augusta is better, whether it is in terms of designs, story, personality, gameplay. Like, she has it all. The one thing where I won't say that Augusta is better is voice acting. I believe that both voice actresses did really awesome jobs. I do prefer Augusta's accent just because it is different, you know? So I'm just happy to hear a different accent. But that's the one point where I won't go one way or another, because I believe that both voice actresses did amazing jobs with the characters. They truly managed to embody both of them, so that's the one thing where I won't say anything. Everything else, yes, Augusta is basically a better Mawika. I mean, it goes back to what we were saying a few days ago, you know, when we mentioned that Kuro seems to take Genshin's homework, except it improves it so much that you end up preferring what is supposedly a copy. I don't agree with the fact that these things are copies, because in my opinion, number one, parallel ideas are a thing, and number two, these things probably take months to be prepared and to be released and all of that. So they were probably already working on Augusta or something like that before, maybe not for Mawika, because Mawika did come quite early last year, right? She came out like January 1st or something like that, if I recall correctly. But still, for many of the other things, I'm fairly certain there are more coincidences than anything else. But still, you know, it is a funny thing to see. And good night, you all. See you later. See you, Chip. I saw that you rolled 17. See, as I've told you, I don't know if you're still here, but my bot cares about you. My bot is trying to help you. So yes, go sleep. Good night to you. Have sweet dreams, and I hope you rest well, brother. Let's not split hairs on the exact geolocation of our countries. Yeah, to me, you're just basically all in Europe, so, you know, it's... I tried to specify it a tiny bit more, but I guess I was wrong about that. And hello, Shadow Master. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Where was I at? I'll check Discord. Oh wait, no, I saw that as well. I know you sent another one, Deidara. I see. Why? Why do you do this? What do you have against owls? What did I ever do to you, you know? Oh man, what did we ever do to you? You know, sometimes even we owls have bad days, right? You know, that happens to us as well. But, well, I suppose it is what it is. People have also made accusations regarding Kuro copying Blue Archives as well.
Held_Mihai says, with the motorbike now in Wua, Augusta riding the motorbike is literally Mavwika but better in every way. Tears of joy, since you can't make the argument anymore that Mavwika is better because of mobility.
True. I mean, it's kind of different because there you can't really compare the two characters directly, because the motorcycle is not part of Augusta's kit, but it is better. That definitely. So it's kind of unfair to compare the two there, in my opinion, just because, you know, it's not part of Augusta's kit, and it's a full-ass motorcycle system, like a ride system, a vehicle system that was implemented, and that was actually well implemented into the game. It was not just a one character, one-time thing, right? So while I do understand what where you're coming from and why you're saying this, I half disagree, just because it's kind of unfair for poor Mawika. Because she was... the motorcycle thing was never meant to be developed to this degree, right? Because it was just for her and her specifically. The motorcycle in Wuthering Waves is way more than just that. Hence why you have upgrades and you can ride it for longer and all of that. But still, the key point here is just the shitty quality of the mobility in Genshin, and I certainly felt it when I was exploring the place. And you know what, I am going to launch the game a bit early once again, but it's just because the Nod-Krai quests seem to be quite long, so it's not like I want to finish it as soon as possible, because I do enjoy taking my time, but it's mostly because we also have Wuthering Waves to go through, not today, but hopefully I would like to do it on Saturday. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do it. We'll see. And next week I am very excited about Reverse 1999's French patch. So hopefully I won't have to delay it. Although technically speaking I will be delaying it. Just because the patch for some reason drops on Tuesday and I don't stream on Tuesdays. So I'll be streaming it on Wednesday. But I am hoping that on Saturday I might be able to do all of Wuthering Waves' second act in one go, you know, hopefully. But we'll see. Also, Eastern Europe also generally refers to the political connection to the Soviet Union, but I think Poles don't like the connotations of this. You will have to ask Shadow Master for that. You can also ask Ktosh, but I'm not sure Ktosh will be able to reply to that. Shadow Master, being an adult, might be a bit more interested in politics, though. Where was I at? You have to print it, it's for your collection. I do have a printer, so I could print it, but... I hope you won't take offense, Deidara, but it's not like I like it the most, that drawing you sent. If they gave Augusta a griffin as a mount, then she would be better. True, that I would 100% agree, Shadow Master. One of my main pet peeves, I guess, or criticism that I've had about Mawika is, why the fuck is she riding a motorcycle and not a dragon? Dragons exist in this world, they have many shapes and many forms. They could have given her a dragon to ride, or something related to a dragon. But no, they decided to go with a motorcycle. It's... yeah. But anyway, Augusta with a griffin, honestly, I would have been amazed. I would have loved it. I mean, at the very least, she has a griffin built in within her kit. There is one of her attacks is using the griffin. I don't remember what that attack is called. It is, technically speaking, you have to use her skill, but her kit is quite complicated to explain, like, without visuals. Two attacks, actually. Yeah, you go up and then you go down. But yes, that attack indeed Sparta. And she does have a griffin, technically speaking. You can't really use it more than that. It's just those two attacks and that's about it. But still, at the very least, she has that. I wish Mawika had some kind of dragon attack. You know, Kinich has a dragon attack. Why not give one to Mawika, you know? Well, I suppose it is what it is. Reverse is patching at every Thursday, and not Tuesday. That is true, Chip, but not this time. I checked, and Reverse 1999's next update will be on the 20th, and that happens to be next Tuesday, not next Thursday, hence why my surprise to start off. Let me just check again, just in case I'm not fully woken up. Yeah, version 3.2. Version 3.2 available January 20th. Yep. So it will be on Tuesday, not on Thursday. Wait, what about me? We were talking about politics and geography and Poland. And I was saying that maybe you're not exactly the most interested in politics. And you're not the only person from Poland we have on chat, Tosh. We also have Charo Master, and he happens to be an adult, so I'm guessing usually the more you grow, the more you get interested is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. But, you know, he might have more knowledge than you about politics and stuff like that. Especially because I feel like most of the knowledge you have is brain rot, Tosh. No offense, but that is what you share with me, usually. I already kinda answered Sparta. Read my last longer message. Sparta? One thing you never say to a Polish person, Poland is in Eastern Europe. We are Central Europe. Better remember that because most of us hate it so much that we won't be so understanding, and if you do that face to face, it will end badly for you. I see. I mean, I find that reaction a bit extreme, not gonna lie. Not specifically to you, Charo Master, but just in general, if people react that badly, just explain, you know. Not everyone is aware of whatever context led to Polish people not liking that, you know. I'll believe me, that is normal. Yes, I realize that it's probably the norm, but I don't think it's a good norm, in my opinion. If someone is simply unaware, explain it to them. If they're doing it purposely just to try and piss you off, that's another matter entirely. But if someone is just unaware about something, and it doesn't even have to be about politics and that, it's just like, if someone is unaware about something, just explain it to them, teach them, instead of just being angry at them. That, to me, is not a proper way of dealing with someone. I don't mean to judge these people, but I don't like it. That's it. That's all I will say. Nah, I'm way smarter than Charo. For real, for real. Yes, Tosh, I certainly believe that. I hate politics, but I unfortunately have to get involved. I mean, same. I utterly despise politics and politicians. But I have to keep myself informed if I want to vote properly and stuff like that, you know? So, there is that. But yeah, I agree with you there, Sparta. Politics are shit, honestly. They're just shit. No, Ktosh's twisted mind is perfect to ask. Do Poles dislike being considered Eastern European, Ktosh? Ktosh, if you could answer the question, please. Do you dislike being considered Eastern European? We hate being connected to with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, I get that, I understand the idea, that's not my point though. And hate is not even a strong enough word to say it. Understandable, well, why not? But again, like I said, if someone doesn't know, you should teach them. You should explain to them that you hate that and that you would rather not be associated with those countries, which is fine. You are allowed to think however you want, but just being angry at the person is never going to solve the problem. And I realize that is the norm, like Sparta mentioned, that is how some people communicate, but I find that very silly. Because you could end the interaction on a positive note, but basically you're choosing not to. And that is on you. Once again, and I'm not talking about you specifically, Charo Master. Once again, I'm just talking about generally speaking about the other peoples that you've mentioned. Well, the rest of the population, the most of you, from what I understood. But yeah, I think teaching people is better than just yelling at them. You have, you know, no good results comes from yelling at people. There is a lot of cultural background information to explain. It has gotten bloodlines deep. Yeah, but you can give a very general gist of it. You don't have to go into the details. You can just say, you should not... look, I can summarize the thing in one sentence. You should not say that Polish people do not like to be associated with Ukraine and Russia. Boom! There you go. Just say that. If the person wants more information, they can ask for more. But at the very least, you've given them the information that is most important. The fact that you guys don't like that, which is fine. And, you know, that way, well, If the person chooses to ignore it, then that's on them. And, well, I still don't feel like violence should be involved in there, but at that point, I suppose you do you. And, Swavy, Ktosh answered yes. How did I phrase the question? Oh, do Poles dislike being considered Eastern European? And Ktosh said yes. That is the answer to your question, Swavy. And hello, Quillo Sky. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. We are talking about Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and well, let's talk about Russia. And the reason why I want to talk about Russia is because, wait, I can't switch the song yet. We just got to the chorus and all that, so yeah, we'll wait. Because we respect Himeko, we love Himeko, and we cannot interrupt her song. Okay, there we go. Now I can switch. It was more or less the end of the song, but yeah, we love Hibiko. Ah, Charo Master, you tried to skip, but I managed to beat you to it. Ha ha ha! I switched scenes before you skipped the song. It was already ending. I've seen this song being skipped too many times because of Chip. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, Chip. I saw your lurk message earlier and I forgot to mention it. But happy lurking to you, and I hope you sleep well. I'm from Eastern Europe, so... Quillo, might I ask where you're from exactly? I don't need your exact postal address. I was just asking which country you're from, if you do not mind. You do not have to answer the question. But yes, this is indeed the new map of Nod-Krai. And as you can see, I have progressed through it quite a bit. Lack of sleep will do that to you. But yeah, we have... what do you call that? A new map, and honestly, it's a pretty fun map to explore, I will say that. But to get back to the mobility issue that we were talking about, I've been playing this team, Flynn's, Ineffa, Columbina, and Sucrose together, and that team is awesome in terms of overall gameplay and damage, because it's really, like, it's very easy to play, and you get a shit ton of damage out of it, but... the one major problem with that team is exploration. Aside from Columbina running around like this, floating, which is kind of cool, but you have to use your stamina to do it, because otherwise she is rather slow. You have no exploration value from that team, so you have to just run everywhere, which is, honestly, not great. I will say that much. It doesn't feel great. Like, my favorite exploration team is this. This team. Gotta go fast. Risley is just there because he's my favorite character out of the bunch, but yeah, these women. These women are my taxi drivers, basically. Where was I at? It's not even like people being taught this. I am teaching them, but most of us are not so understanding and fists fly really fast. See, that, in my opinion, is a problem. The fact that people are not understanding and fists fly fast, that's a problem. It is what it is, I suppose, but I personally don't like it. Owl, I painted it, now it's even more cute. Dedra. I hope you won't take it. You won't take offense to this, but your drawing reminds me of, you know, those monsters from Honkai Star Rail that I found ugly and you found cute. That's what your drawing is reminding me of. If the mind of the youngest, even if brain rotted, says so, then I can believe it. Ah, so when Shadow Master, who's close to my age, says it, you don't believe it. But when Ktosh, our youngest viewer, says it, then you can believe it, Swivy. I see how it is. Russia is the India of Europe. I have heard that before. Me and Shadow Master can understand each other because we are very similar mindset, like non-verbal comms level. That doesn't leave many options, and we'll leave it at that. Not sure what that was about. Risley next to Mawika goes hard. Yes, they do. They do pair well together too. I really enjoy playing that team. Honestly, it's a very fun team to play. I really enjoy it, and you know, both of them are aura farmers. You see them, right? They're both aura farmers, which is lovely. And we have Yelan, who is her skin is beautiful. Her new skin, well, it's no longer exactly new, but you know, her skin is beautiful. And we love Ogyaru. I love my Linné in Wuthering Waves, and Linné is basically better Shilonen. So there is that too. But I still love Shilonen. I really like her as a character. Why am I here? Oh right, because I was exploring earlier today. Wait, no, I have to go through the quest, right? But ads are going to start in 3 minutes. Well, I'm not going to wait 3 minutes. I'm going to start the ads now, and once we get rid of them, we will start the quest. There you go. Ads have started. My country has access to the Black Sea. I mean, I'm gonna need to look at a map. No, that's Google Translate. I'm a dumbass. Zoom out. Go to the Black Sea. Where is the Black Sea? The Black Sea is there. Yeah, it is as I thought. I just wanted to check, just in case, but there are a shit ton of countries that have access to the Black Sea. Is all I'll say. There are a shit ton of countries that have access to the Black Sea. So that doesn't exactly narrow it down. Well, a shit ton, maybe not. There is Russia, actually, Ukraine. Moldavia does not have access to the Black Sea. Romania does have access. Bulgaria, Turkey, and Georgia. The country that I always forget is a country and not just a state in the United States. I have to admit, Georgia as a country, I heard about Georgia, the state in the US, before I had ever heard of the actual country. So there is that. It was a long time ago, thankfully, so I have learned, but I did not know for a very long time. Where was I at? I am jealous of Yelan's shoes as a dude. Oh wait, I don't need to go through that to check those. Yelan. Yes, understandable. Well, I guess I can't zoom in on her feet, which I suppose is a strange thing to do, but her shoes really look good. For me, the shoes that I really love the best usually are shoes like that of Arlecchino. Like the black shoe with the red sole of the shoe. Is, I don't know, it's something that I really like. Even though blue is my favorite color, like on Arlecchino and on Dani, those two characters have, on Dani's original skin. On her new skin, the sole of her shoe is more like a golden-ish color. But the red color under the sole of the shoe is, I don't know, I really enjoy it. Nilu's shoes clear? I'm guessing you're saying that because Nilu doesn't wear shoes or something like that? Like that? Sorry. Where is the shoes? Yep. I get... I mean, she does wear shoes, my bad. But yeah, she has open shoes, so you see the toes. Oh, by the way, wait. Since I had New Villette up there, I didn't take a proper look at his shoes. Yeah, you know what? I want shoes like his. I don't wear shoes like that, but, well... The style of my shoes look like that without the golden part. My shoes are just plain black. I'm less stylish than this gentleman, but yeah, this skin, this man looks kind of amazing. Let's be honest. I absolutely love that skin. Georgia as a country is, we exist, we want to keep existing, leave us alone. Yeah, but from my understanding, Russia is not leaving them alone, are they? Or something like that, I think. I was replying to Quillo about doesn't have a lot of options. Okay, yes. And I'm assuming it was kind of ironic because there are a few, at the very least, options. By the way, I skipped Honami and went with early access to Lahairoi after finishing Rinasita. That is certainly a choice. Technically speaking, the very ending of Lahairoi teases you into the very ending of Honami City teases you into Lahairoi, so I would say it would have been better to do Honami City first, but you're not missing out on much. You'll just be missing out on Chisa's story mainly, and why she shows up in Lahairoi. Basically, I mean, you will still have an explanation at the start of Lahairoi, I would assume, but yeah, for better continuity reasons, I feel like going through Honami City first would have been better, but you do you at the end of the day. I got Mornier in Wuwa. Congratulations, Quillo. How is she? Do you enjoy her? I've tried her out because, you know, there is the trial thing with her. I didn't pull for her yet because I'm waiting for the stream where I actually play the story to actually pull for her, but I will be pulling for her. Hopefully it will happen next Saturday, but we'll see depending on how long it takes us to finish Genshin first. You're missing out on the most annoying mascot, so you literally are not missing shit. That is a good point. I forgot about the mascot. I think I just have PTSD of, what was his name again? Namipon. I have PTSD of Namipon, so I decided to forget about about him. But you do have a good point there, Spada. Good for you, Shadow Master, that you didn't go to Honami City. You made the right choice. She can fly, which is cool, and she's a very good support. She is very good. She's basically the second coming of the Shorekeeper, and we all know how overworked the Shorekeeper is. So, yeah, Mornier is really, really solid. Perhaps not as universal as the Shorekeeper, but still very close to being that. And she's going to be a good support for Tune Break characters, which are going to come. We are going to get more Tune Break characters, so she's kind of a safe bet for the future. Switching to YouTube because Twitch is failing on my side. Do other people on Twitch have issues with the stream? Just let me know. On my side, I see no problem, but I mean, I could maybe try things or something. Slides coffee with cheese. I almost cursed you out, Spada. I almost cursed you out for saying that. Ah, shit, I missed an Eevee. Did you? Oh yeah, Eevee escaped indeed. Huh. And I forgot, I unfortunately, what'd you call that? I unfortunately, what was I going to say? I missed a Hoot Hoot. That's my, because I don't really play with the Pokemon community game. I basically installed that, well, installed. Yeah, it was kind of an installation, not really, but I implemented the Pokemon community game just for Swivy. Mostly. It's mostly Swivy worrying about that. But I was very disappointed in missing out a, what'd you call that? A Hoot Hoot yesterday. Because I usually don't pay attention to what the Pokemon community game bot says. I dare you, do it. What was it? Oh, right. I was mid-sentence and my mind just went, basically, it went like this. Slides coffee with cheese towards... Go fuck yourself, Spada. There you go. It wasn't exactly a big curse. Just fuck you. That's it. But you deserve it. If you want to drink coffee with cheese, you do you. But leave me the heck out of that. And Mihai said no. I don't really know why you said no. I don't remember what I said or not. No issues here. Have you seen that screen? Have you seen that screen? What screen? Oh, I'm slightly confused about what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I looked at the Discord server. Oh, to see Wuwa. Yes. Congratulations to you on your I suppose. Do you have Augusta, Shadow Master? Because she does pair well with her. Otherwise, you could play Chiakona with they pair well together as well. Or Linné with Linné, Mornier, is a great team actually. But I think you skipped Linné if I'm not mistaken. Nope, and I don't want her. Well, you won't have that many options. Characters in Wuthering Waves tend to be quite niche. I have Linné and her weapon. Oh, my bad. Okay. Then if you can get Mornier, I would suggest that as an option because she's a very decent, not very decent, she's a very good support. And more importantly, you will have a very strong team with Linné, Mornier, and Yuno. And Yuno will be your main DPS in that team because usually with Augusta, Yuno takes more of the role of a sub-DPS support. So if, because I know you really like Yuno, you mentioned that. So you could use that. I've got Shorekeeper. Yeah, okay. In that case, you might not need Mornier. Though, like I said, Mornier is more of an investment for the future, but that's up to you, of course. And these are just merely suggestions and pieces of advice that I'm giving you. At the end of the day, you choose what you want to go for. Yeah, what I just did with you, this kind of behavior is normal for my section of the world. Wait, what? In your section of the world, you give coffee to people with cheese? What are you talking about? Today is Finon time in the Chimera tournament. Will Finon bring me victory? I wish you good luck. I hope it does. I hope he does. At the very least, he brought me victory for what little I did of that event. Like I said, I just got the rewards and then I buzzed off. I completely tuned off the event. It is a fun event, it's just I didn't have time and it wasn't fun to the point where I just wanted to keep going, is what I'm trying to say. Are links allowed on YouTube? I don't think so. They should not be allowed in on either chat, Twitch or YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. If you want to send me a link, you can send it to me on the Discord server or in my DMs. Person does something to mildly piss the other one off. The second person curses the first person out, back to normal. That kind of behavior is normal? Well, that just reinforces the idea that I will not really go visit your section of the world. I don't think that is a good normal. Once again, people are allowed to do whatever they want, culture is different and all of that. It's just what I'm saying is, this is not my kind of culture. That's not for me. I heard that Mornier works really well with Linné and Lupa. Yes. I believe a better team would be Mornier, Lupa, and Galbrenna for a mono fusion team. That, I believe, works really, really well. Linné is meant with Mornier, and Quillo said not exactly. I tend to side with Sparta on that one, in the sense that they are basically the only two tune break characters in the game at the moment, or they are the only two that play around with that, and everyone's guess is basically that Linné Mornier are a core for tune break mechanics, and we will get a main DPS tune break that will work perfectly with the two of them. That is what basically everyone is thinking, because that is what we're getting. Because, like, Mornier is a support tune break, Linné is a sub DPS tune break, so we will get a main DPS tune break to work with them. Well, she does work with monofusion as well a bit. Yeah. They do. They do work well right now, and they will continue to work. It's just that when we have an actual main DPS with the tune break mechanic, they will probably become way better. And yes, you can side-eye the pink-haired chick, Spada. It will probably be her. Gun to my head, she's a main DPS. Yes. I have no doubt in my mind about that. And hello gamer, welcome to the stream, I hope you're doing well. And the doctor, not this doctor, is gonna be a support. Oh, do you mean Luke? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense given the fact that he's supposed to be a doctor. But would he actually replace... what would you call that? Would he actually replace Mornier? Or would he replace Linné? Huh. Not entirely sure. Either way, I won't have enough pulls for him, so I'm sad. Because I won't have enough pulls for, what would you call that? Even for Ameth, I think is her name. Pink-haired girl. I won't even have, what would you call that? I won't even have enough pulls for that. But so for me, Luke is going, yeah, I'm probably going to have to skip next patch, which is kind of, I mean, I will probably try to get pink-haired girl just because she seems fun. Even though I really like Luke as a character. We have decisions to make. We'll make them later on.
Here again.
Yes, we are back here again for the third time. Because we did it twice yesterday as a test. I would like Luke to be the I'm a doctor but loads Glock, but I know he'll be a support of some kind. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, and like I said, given the fact that I won't have enough pulls to do anything, I'm just like, who cares? Or rather, I don't care anymore. Because I probably won't be able to get Luke. Unless I decide to skip a pink-haired girl. But I feel like I would probably go for pink-haired girl first, just because she will probably pair extremely well with Linné and Mornier. But we will have to wait and see what the official news bring us. It's probably a support or a DPS. Well, I mean, if you say this, Quillo, you might as well add sub DPS, and that way we have the whole gang. We have all the options. You know what I mean? Also, it literally might take me until 7.3 at this rate for chipping away at Genshin. Fuck my life. Why would it take you that long? Where are you at? I thought you were in Natlan. Aren't you in Natlan right now? Check out the clip in Discord. Clip in Discord. What clip? Oh, okay, you sent that. Oh, you... Okay, for some reason I didn't get the notification. And you titled that Columbina with memes in her mind. So that's why you use that thing, I see. I see. I will have to remind myself to allow it the what you call that, the clip, because they're not automatically featured on the channel, but I will do it, of course. It sounds like meta thinking. Think with your heart. Yeah, but I also want to use the characters properly. Like, for instance, right now I have Flinz's best team, right? And honestly, you have no idea how much fun it is to play with Flinz's best team right now. It is a shit ton of fun. And that's mainly because I have the best team. And like, for instance, I wouldn't have wanted to pull for Sucrose. I only played Sucrose because she was already on my account and I decided to build her because I knew she would be useful. But otherwise, I probably wouldn't have. But she is, well, she's not really much to consider, but she makes Flinz even stronger. like a lot stronger. And that's one of the reasons why I keep thinking about meta a tiny bit. It's just because you want to get the most out of the characters that you have, right? And it's not just about like for instance, I like Phoebe, but not to the point of actually getting sequences on her in Wuthering Waves. However, I am going to get sequences on Phoebe because it will make my Dani stronger. That's the thing. So I want to make the characters I love the strongest I can make them, hence why I tend to try and pull for the characters that will make those guys stronger. So it is with my heart that I'm thinking, but I do have the meta perspective in mind as well. Natlan to me is literally like breaking fingers for a long list of reasons that I'll probably can condense faster and easier than I can. I am too lazy to do so, and we've talked about Natlan a lot. Natlan has a lot of issues. They tried, you know what? I will give them credit for trying something a bit different, you know? I will give them credit for trying. In my opinion, they failed. And you and I, Sparta, we share the same opinion about Natlan. Although maybe I'm not as extreme as you on the view, because for me, Natlan was not like breaking fingers. I still enjoyed the place, but there were big disappointments for me with that region. That being said, I know that some other people really enjoyed it, so good for them, you know. But yeah, Natlan has a lot of various little issues that accumulated at some point. It becomes too much. And I was so excited for the Nation of War. Same, Sparta, same. When the Nation of War was announced, I never thought it would be as colorful as it is. I've mentioned this before, but for some reason, the first thing I thought of was Iceland. You know, the black rocks, the black volcanic rocks. I mean, there is a volcano in that land. So yeah, I was thinking like very bleak looking region, something like that. And you know, war. The war we were served up in Natlan did not exactly feel like a war. It felt more like small skirmishes, which is kind of not really the same thing. The colorfulness I can take, but like I was expecting a lot more bleak. Yeah, same. I can accept the colorfulness as well, it's just that it's not my thing, and it's not what I wanted out of that nation. Lil Dragon Quest superior to Archon Quest in Natlan? I can't disagree. I don't know if I agree, but I certainly won't disagree with you there, Swivy. The little Saurian quest was amazing, and our buddy was really, really cute, and I really liked, what did I call him again? Oh right, I called him Geodude. But yeah, the little dragon, yeah, the Saurian was really, really cute.
That gravitational force that pulled me back. Is this where it came from? When I saw that memory of Moon Prayer Night, I think I influenced reality. Was it just a coincidence? Or...
It was not. It felt like a pretty big skirmish. Yes, a pretty big skirmish, I agree, but to me didn't feel like war. And Daedra says, the Abyss massacring Natlan was not a war to you? Not really. Honestly, not really. Without Mawika and Capitano, Natlan was doomed for now. Yes, that is true. But to me, the Abyss massacring Natlanese people, it was sad, don't get me wrong, it was really sad, but it didn't really feel like a war, you know? I think in my own playthrough, like about 2,000 to 3,000 people died, or something like that, if I recall correctly. What is a war to you? I'm talking about full-scale war. Because to me, in Natlan, it was more like tiny groups of people having tiny little skirmishes. And honestly, not a whole lot of people died. Have you seen actual real-life wars within entire countries? there are way more than 2,000 to 3,000 people dying in those wars. 2,000 people dying is what happened with 9/11 in New York. Well, with the Twin Towers and all of that, you know? That's 2,000 peoples right there. And that was just the initial people who died from the towers and the planes and all of that. But that was just one terrorist attack. A full-scale war is tens of thousands of people dying. That's the true nature of war. It is way worse than what Natlan has shown. And there is way more destruction. Just look at images of Ukraine right now. Look at how destroyed that country is because of the war. So, yeah, to me, Natlan did not feel like a country at war. Especially a country that was supposedly at war with the Abyss, that was supposed to be everywhere. My Paimonsaurus agrees. You called it Paimonsaurus? Why? Did you wish that your little saurian replaced Paimon? Is that why?
If only I could have sent the others some kind of warning on Moon Prayer Night. Maybe we could have stopped Dottore.
But you didn't know. Oh, do you mean you wish to influence the past so that we now know so that this never happens? But then we enter a time paradox because you can't remove yourself from this position, otherwise you will never be able to actually warn your friends because you won't be in that position anymore. So how does time work in Genshin exactly? There wasn't any parity. It was one side back and forth. Not sure what you mean by that. We're talking about a country in permanent war. I'm sure they had lost a lot of lives before Traveler reached. It didn't feel like that. That's the thing. You say, I'm sure that, but it didn't feel like that, and honestly, they didn't show us much about the loss. That's what I wanted to see. If you're talking to me about a country that is at war, show me loss, show me despair, show me the true nature of war, which is not going on vacation in a spa city. And as much as I love Mualani, she's a breath of fresh air, she's basically blue Yoimiya, and I love Yoimiya. I love Mualani, but goddamn, when you're talking to me about the nation of war, don't take me to a spa. No, just no. That's not the story I'm here for. I'm sorry.
I feel so heavy. Does entering that space consume a lot of energy? Well, even so, I have to keep moving forward.
Yes, you have to keep up with your number of steps per day. If you feel heavy, you need to lose weight. We talked about this yesterday, Columbina.
Back to emptiness and silence again. I should try and find my way back inside that memory.
Even in war times, they found peace and joy. Yeah, but for me, the fact is that we spend too much time finding peace and joy and not enough time at war, basically. Hence why it didn't really feel like war, because we spent more time celebrating shit than, what'd you call that? Than actually being at war against the Abyss. We spend too much time with that. Plus, one of the major issues I have with the writing of what'd you call that? Of Natlan is we spend too much time on people we didn't know. And because we didn't know them, we didn't have a connection to them, and it didn't affect us the same way. Or at least it didn't affect me the same way. The Abyss and Natlan weren't equal in just raw destruction on both sides. It was either one side dominating the other. True, I suppose, yes. But the thing is, I don't feel like we've seen the destruction the Abyss has truly caused in Natlan. Like, everything is just, like, all the villages, the cities, everything seems fine. That's my whole point. We start with Kachina dying. Yeah. I guess technically speaking it is part of war. That is interesting, why not? But again, it's the way it's portrayed that to me does not feel like that. I don't think there is a country in Genshin with people of the same reality as reality city people. There is no country with 31 million people. That definitely, yes. But that's also an issue, in my opinion, for Genshin. And I had also noticed it in Inazuma. You know, when we have that fight between Sangonomiya Kokomi and Kujosara? Like it was supposed to be a big, huge battle, civil war type deal. But to me, it lacked people. There should have been way more people. It would have made it more epic. To me, it wasn't epic enough. And it's kind of the same thing with Natlan there. And that's the way Genshin deals with stuff. They don't really show a whole lot of people on screen, generally speaking. I'm assuming it might be a technical reason, just not to overload some systems, especially mobile systems. But just because I understand something doesn't mean I have to like it. I do not like the fact that they do not show that many models. Same thing, same reason why I don't like, what you call that, how empty some streets, the cities are in Genshin. I want to, okay, I don't know if I still have a screenshot of that. I will send you, Deidara, a screenshot of Where Winds Meet, of the city inside Where Winds Meet. I was thoroughly impressed at the amount of NPCs that were in that city. It's just like, in terms of representation, there were a shit ton of NPCs in Where Winds Meet, to the point where I was bumping into them just running from point A to point B, right? But in Genshin, we don't see that, and it is it is lacking. I blame mobile, same. I also blame mobile, and I understand the reason. It is probably a technical limitation. But yes, Sparta also have a good point. They could have shoved it into cutscenes, because cutscenes in Genshin are pre-rendered, so they could have done that. Inazuma failed a bit, but Natlan did it well. Of course, we can't care less about 3,000 NPCs dying. But we cared about Chaska's sister because we met her. True, I did. I definitely cared about Chaska's sister. I really liked her. But to me, Natlan did it better than Inazuma. I agree with that. But it was still not enough for my personal taste. That's very important. Right now, I'm talking about opinion. I'm talking about my opinion. And if you liked it well enough, that's absolutely fine. You're entitled to your own opinion on the matter. Even Assassin's Creed 2 managed to pull off a shitload of people. And that was 20 years ago. That is true. That is a good point. But Assassin's Creed was not on mobile, so I will get back to Swavy's message on blaming mobile. I tried to call it Paimon, but Paimon got mad. Really? You can... But how would... Charo Master, if you call your Saurian Paimon, and then you also have Paimon alongside you, when you call the both of, when you want to call one of them, what do you call them? You will have to end up finding another nickname for them. It doesn't make sense / work. And I would assume Paimon would get angry, I suppose. Nah, give her some food, you know, that'll calm her down. I wanted to see scale. Same thing, Sparta. I wanted to see huge armies clashing, basically, in Natlan. But Natlan was very tribes related, more than a huge army. It's just the whole art direction of Natlan dictated how they would, you know, go about portraying their story. And because I do not like the whole art direction they went with, it completely changed the story, and it wasn't what I wanted out of the Nation of War. But once again, you know, some people utterly loved Natlan, and you know, we all have different tastes. Like for instance, that reminds me, Mihai, for instance, I remember he mentioned that he didn't like Fontaine's Archon Quest. Fontaine's Archon Quest is still my favorite quest out of the entire Genshin stories, but we all have our difference in opinion there. I agreed with you, they didn't know how to represent the war scars like villages destroyed. Yeah, it was missing. Hence why I say that it didn't feel like a real nation of war, but there was still war. It's not like I'm saying like everything was fine and everything was okay. We did see a lot of NPCs dying. It's just that, number one, we didn't exactly care about the NPCs because we had never met them, for some, or most, I would say. And there was a distinct lack of scaling on that. Like, even the NPCs that we saw die, we only saw tiny groups of them here and there. You know what I mean? We never saw, like, actual huge battles where a lot of people died. That would have been way more epic, number one, and way more shocking, I guess, in a way. First Paimon, emergency rations, and Saurian Paimon. I see, but the game didn't let me, so I called him Paimonsaurus. I wonder how she feels about it. I know she doesn't know, and she can't know because she's just an NPC, right? But I wonder how she would feel about it, Charamaster. All earth burned, Saurians and people strew in the fields, and a big graveyard. Yes, I would have appreciated, you know, a scene with an actual graveyard, and because like that kind of reminds me of Reverse 1999. We were in World War I in Reverse 1999 in the last patch, and we saw the true horrors of death and of war in that game. Even though it's a 2D game, a live 2D, that cannot show the same things as a 3D game, to me, Reverse 1999's last patch felt more like war than Natlan did. Because there is enough juice on modern systems to be able to run that game even with an emulation layer. Are you still talking about... Are you still talking about... Assassin's Creed there? Columbina's artifact domain is so ass. In my experience, I spent a total of 10 condensed resin, and from 8 of them I got the other set. So as that I got really good artifacts for her, but not from the domain, but from the three rooms across the 3 new areas that give us both artifacts free and the feathers. That's not specific to her artifact domain, it's just artifact domains in general are shit. And right now, you kind of really want artifacts for Columbina specifically, and you're only getting shit, but that's just artifacts. You know what? I will show you my my artifact inventory, not in Genshin, but in HSR, and that will tell you how much those that system sucks. But I mean, you already know. We all know how these systems sucks. The amount of RNG is way too much. Our Reverse 1999 managed to give scale. Yep, definitely. Even though it didn't really show like huge armies or whatnot, it managed through its storytelling with what little they could show, they managed to show the true scale of war. To be fair, in Reverse 1999, it was World War I, so it was a bigger scale than just a singular country war. But still, that's just a tiny caveat, but in my opinion, Reverse really portrayed war really well. Well, there is a stone with the names, yes, but Natlan really war country of people losing it. Don't understand that sentence, I'm afraid. That last sentence you wrote, Daedra, I don't quite understand what you meant. Yeah, I can run Assassin's Creed 2 on my phone even with an emulation. I will take your word for it. I never tried doing that.
Last time isn't showing up. What am I missing?
Your friends. You're missing your friends because, as we all know, the power of friendship solves everything. I suppose that was another problem I had with Natlan, is there was too much of the power of friendship in the way that it was portrayed. Because right now, for instance, in Nod-Krai, we also have a lot of the power of friendship, and yet it doesn't feel like it as much. I don't know, it's a very tiny nuance there, and yet I do prefer... Can you... Oh! Okay,
Looks
fine.
like I need to gather these scattered fragments.
Hold your power. Gimme! What am I supposed to do? Oh. Well, the constant zooming in is not
It worked.
the best.
Hopefully I can stay inside for a bit longer this time.
The last sentence she mentioned. I will say nothing about it, and I will leave you all to think about what she said. And happy lurking to you, sweetie. Used the rest of the artifacts at the scam table and got an on-set pyro goblet for Arlecchino with both crits. Finally, I switched off the attack goblet. That is good news indeed. Congratulations. He's saying the Abyss were kicking their ass for years. Yeah, no, I disagree. Thrain himself was basically a one-man army nerfed into the dirt with all the streaming souls in his skull. And he was washing the Abyss invasion himself wherever he was on field. Yeah, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. So I do agree, personally I do agree with Deidara in the sense that, yeah, Natlan probably lost a lot of people over time.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Do you want applesauce?
This doesn't look like Moonprayer Night.
Catherine!
Extra, extra! Latest issue of the Nausea Express!
What are we looking at?
I don't think I've ever been here. Maybe this space isn't comprised of my memories after all. There aren't any festive decorations around. Is this Nausea Town after Moonprayer Night ended? Did Dotori's plan not affect the town? Or is no one aware of what happened because he used the Three Moons' authority? Let me see if I can influence anyone else.
No.
So, what do we do next?
Wait, that voice. Paimon?
The most important thing right now is to find that mage.
Lauma the Traveler and Mr. Varka are here too.
Find that mage? I think this was at the very start of Nod-Krai's quest when we were trying to find Alice, probably. Either when we were trying to find Alice or when we were trying to find Nicole. When Alice pointed us toward Nicole, maybe. Maybe that was when. The power of friends or the fruit of Mawika, Shabalanke Capitano 500-year plan and sacrifice. Yeah, there is that, Deidara, I agree, but once again, the way it was portrayed for me was too much of the power of friendship. Like, it reminded me of Fairy Tail, basically, and I'm not saying that as a compliment. I like the anime well enough, but I dropped it for a reason. Like, yeah, it felt too much like the usual trope of the power of friendship, and less like Avengers Assemble or something like that, if you want to play with comparisons there. Be right back. Very well. Nicole, if I recall correctly. I think you're right about that, Sparta.
I'd better go pay the Fatui a visit.
Traveler!
Oh, and that's when we sensed her. Okay, okay. More time shenanigans as I see it. So maybe there is no time paradox. Maybe she will manage to influence the past to get herself out in her current present and not just erase that entire timeline where she went into the moon's reflection in the first place, because then there would be a time paradox. But as for right now, it seems like maybe she'll be able to influence the past to give hints as to how to free her in the present or something like that. Damn Fairy Tail getting fucking shade off the field out of nowhere. Because to me, Fairy Tail, sorry, is the best example of the power of friendship. It's basically always the power of friendship with that anime. And there are many other anime that are like that. But yeah, for me, Fairy Tail is the #1 example of the power of friendship always being the thing. I guess maybe My Hero Academia is also kind of like the power of friendship, like even Deku and his progression, even though I know he trains and all of that, oftentimes it's just like through the power of friendship that he gains a new power or something, and then he trains with it. But like oftentimes to me with Deku, it felt like he pulled something out of his ass and it saved the day. Like he somehow found the will to fight even harder, even though he was already exhausted, battered and bruised and all of that. So I guess My Hero Academia can be another example. And they are good in their own right. I like those animes well enough. I did drop My Hero Academia, but just because I heard about I got spoiled about the ending of the manga, and I really did not like that ending, so I gave up on the anime altogether. I believe they may have made changes to the anime's ending, but if they truly made changes, I might actually watch it, but if they went with the manga's ending, I am not watching that shit. No idea if they stack, but percent is bad. Oh, you were probably talking to Mihai there. And not the sexy, big-boobed kind of shade. No, not that kind of shade indeed. I would prefer that kind of shade as well. And hello Zenny, welcome to the stream, and I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the hydrate, I will do just that. While they yap.
Columbina?
Well, they didn't yap for long. Fair warning, Owl, it will take you a long while to finish all of this. For me, who do everything in one sitting, took me from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. To 2 a.m. sorry, to finish. So 5 2. That's like, can I count? That's like 12 hours. Not wait, no, I can't count. 9. No, it's 11 hours. My bad. I couldn't count. That's merely a coffee for us. I am drinking coffee after all, so there is that. But I mean, I don't plan on doing this in one sitting. Like, I have my schedule where I'm hoping to finish the story tomorrow, but if we don't, that's fine. It will take us more streams and we'll delay other games. We will take our sweet time to finish the story. But I do realize that it is supposedly quite long, and that is why I'm trying to rush along a bit, although we do yap still quite a lot. But I do thank you for the warning. Just woke up from my slumber. Well, good morning to you, Zenny, then. I hope you slept well. Apparently it's supposed to be 6 hours with no breaks or so, but for Owl it might be longer because you're gonna yap. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be way longer for me. It's always longer for me. I did warn you day one. Yeah, and to be fair, I had a feeling. Every Nod-Krai quest up until now, 6.0, 6.1, and 6.2, has been longer than what we usually have in previous patch. So I knew it was going to happen. To be fair, while I was doing the quest, I was farming the new areas at the same time. Yeah, I'm assuming that's why it took you that long, because Zenny mentioned 6 hours, more or less. I believe Sparta also had mentioned 6 hours, and I had seen other people mention 6 hours, like 2 chunks of 3 hours, basically, for most people from what I've seen. So I'm assuming a good chunk of the time you spent was also on exploring the new areas.
It's me, Columbina.
Huh?
Traveler?
Sorry, I'm just hallucinating.
Let's go! This is no time to be spacing out!
Hey, I have mental health issues, please. Respect my mental health issues, they're serious.
Huh? Wait a moment. This has happened before. This is what happened when I disappeared. I stood right over there, thinking that no one would ever find me again.
Right, so she was also there, but the current Columbina can't see past Columbina, who was already disappearing. Oh god, this quest is going to break my mind. In terms of time traveling and shit like that. I have a feeling my mind is going to break very easily.
It was only when he called my name that I decided to follow them. But did he turn around because he sensed my touch just now?
That is a reasonable conclusion.
Is it really possible that from in here, I can change the past? If I keep following them, maybe... Huh? It's that gravity again.
I almost want to record those strange moon noises. She makes the weirdest noise, Columbina, I mean. Even when I run around with her, or, you know, when I climb up staff mountains or whatnot, she makes the weirdest noises. Well, they're not weird, but they are certainly different, I will say. Wait till black cats start showing up. Black cats? Are you talking about HSR? I'm assuming. Probably, maybe. Don't worry. Rule 34 animations already way ahead of you. Oh, do you mean about the weird noises? Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to see Columbina like that. I am not interested whatsoever. I am assuming that is... I mean, Rule 34 exists for a reason, right? People like various stuff that we shall not name. For what? 7W7. I have no idea what that means, Deidara. Is 7W7 like an emote, or is it something else? I don't know. I mean, she is pretty. She is pretty, yes. But once again, for me, the problem with characters like Columbina is like they look too much like teenagers. Because they have the medium model, they look too much like teenagers. So for me, it's an automatic throw in that category, and I forget about... It's not I forget about them, but I'd never consider them in the same way I would consider, I don't know, Yelan, for instance, right? So yeah, as soon as I see a medium model, they are thrown into the category of teenagers, and I just, yeah, I don't want to see NSFW stuff of them. On the other hand, I do see NSFW stuff of Zani. I think I probably have seen some of Yelan as well, since I mentioned her. It's mostly Zani that's on my feed on Reddit. To be fair, I am on Zani Main's subreddit, so that's probably why. But yeah, point is, Columbina, not for me. She's pretty, she's very cute. I really like her design and all that, don't get me wrong. But yeah, not in that way. I should probably eat something instead of ice cream. Gotta find something to eat, but woke up in the middle of the night. Ah, I don't think eating ice cream is the right way of going about... I mean, but wait, is this supposed to be a midnight snack, or are you going back to bed? Because that is also a question. Like, I mean, I guess it depends on, what do you call that? What you want. It's hard not to wake up someone. Midnight food at this point. Midnight food. In that case, I guess, yeah, ice cream can be it. Why not? I don't really eat ice cream a whole lot, personally. I'm not that much of a sweets kind of a guy. I prefer salty stuff, generally speaking. I do eat ice cream from time to time, but I prefer salty stuff, personally. I love La Hairoi, karate on a bike with version 2.0 music playing amazing, you know, that on the carnival song. I'm terrible at remembering song names and associating the name with the actual song. But yeah, La Hairoi is amazing as a region. I'm not entirely a fan of the landscapes, like the art direction itself, but just the exploration of it and the motorcycle, how well implemented it is and all of that. I really enjoyed my time in La Hairoi thus far. Ice cream is still better than having a smoke at midnight, so Well, yeah, but we were talking about eating, Sparta. We were not talking about smoking. Unless you eat your smokes, which is a whole other can of worms.
Every time I influence reality within that space, this force intervenes and pulls me back.
It reminds me of a very old video of a young British guy who was really posh and, proper and all of that. But he wanted to try smoking for the first time. And I don't remember if he did that on purpose or what, but I'm guessing he had to because no one is that dumb, I hope. But yeah, he lit up a cigarette. He didn't really pull on it, he just lit it up. And then he shoved it in his mouth. And yeah, sometimes I question the brain of some people, That's... Anyway. No, I win the base tournament with Finon and forgot TOS. TOS, terms of service? Oh, forgot to save the formation. There is a save function? Oh right, there is a save function. Lost half an hour. Also 7W7 is like a perverted emoji. Oh, is that the case? I have no idea what it is supposed to portray exactly. I mean, you said it's some kind of a perverted emoji, but I can't picture it. All I see is just 7W7, so I'm just like, ah. But thank you for teaching me. Thank you for teaching me the ways of the emojis. Can't really cook anything if there is nothing in the fridge. That is indeed a problem. That is indeed a problem. You might want to do some grocery shopping as soon as you can. You can't really do that at midnight, but tomorrow maybe, hopefully. You don't do that. Well, you're not supposed to eat your cigarettes. That's true, unless they are chocolate cigarettes. Because I remember when I was a kid, there were cigarettes, or rather, it looked like a cigarette, but in truth, it was just a bar of chocolate. So those you can eat. Actual real-life cigarettes? Well, not real-life, but actual cigarettes? Yeah, no, don't eat those. They probably taste like shit, I would assume. I just saw a video, and apparently if you have Columbina, she appears as the Welkin. I know that is true, and Sparta confirmed it as well, but I have to admit, I don't pay attention to the Welkin moon. I've seen the Welkin moon, like, hundreds of times. At this point, I just don't look at it anymore. Oftentimes, I just go do something else while the game is loading, then I just click, and like I've mentioned before, when I'm in farming mode, I'm locked into farming, and that's it. I don't pay attention to anything else. I just want to farm, get my rewards, and get out of the game. Because I don't like the system of having to do daily activities in the game. I don't like it, because to me that makes basically the game is forcing me to play it if I want to get those rewards, and I'm not a fan of that. I'd rather be able to play whenever I want, kind of like what I'm doing with Baldur's Gate 3, for instance. I've mentioned this before. So yeah, point is, she probably showed up on my account as well, but I did not see it.
It's as if it's trying to stop me from leaving. I'm getting weaker and weaker. I'll just have to try another approach next time. Come on, Columbina. Keep going. You have to tell everyone what happened.
Aha, more 2D animation. I wonder why this is here as a loading screen. I mean, it is pretty, yeah, don't get me wrong, I like it, but... Oh, right, we were with Dottori. I was wondering where the fuck we were, and, well, we were on a date with Dottori. And as you can see, it's not going well. Is a face like a flirty face, dirty thought face. I see. I think I know which emoji you're talking about, but to me, it does not look like 7W7. You know what I mean? Like, it looks kind of different, but, well, people use whatever they want, I suppose.
Alert_Mihai says crazy. that I managed to get Columbina, Durin, Neffa, Lauma, basically all Nod-Krai characters except Ineffa and Flins, but I couldn't get one fucking Jehoda skull.
The plight of pulling for 4-star characters. Yeah, that is sad indeed. One day you will get her. Although I suppose, since you're playing Neffa, Lauma, and Columbina together, you don't really need Yehoda. So at least there is that. You don't really need her in terms of gameplay. Yehoda, in my opinion, is more useful if you play Ineffa and Flins, for instance. I mean, you don't exactly need her there either, but she's more so specific for Flins, in my opinion. So there is that. So at least you're not losing on too much. Love Genshin commissions is a lot of fighting. It wasn't always a lot of fighting. It was also a lot of yapping in Genshin commissions. When I started the game, there was a lot of yapping, especially in Azuma, for instance. There were commissions that were a lot of yapping and took way too long. And the thing is, once you do a commission once, you get the gist. You read through the stories, and I read through most of the commissions I've done in the past in Genshin. So, like, I'm fine with reading those commissions and doing that once or twice. But when it's the 30th or 300th time that you do the same goddamn commission, you don't want to read that again. It's just not interesting whatsoever. So I'm really glad they implemented this new system to bypass the commission system, because it's not interesting to do the same thing over and over. We already have that when farming for artifact domains and stuff like that. It's even worse in the case of just reading the same shit, because it's the same goddamn story for these commissions. Why are we with the madman? Oh, accelerator. The madman abducted us. He put us in a cube. He cubed us, just like Asmodee did at the start of the game, except they probably are using different kinds of powers. But they were cube-shaped, both types of powers, so I'm rolling with that. Also, it's time for me to lock in this year and try to learn Japanese properly. Oh, you want to learn Japanese? Holy shit. Well, good luck to you on that, because it's probably going to be tough. But I hope you have fun learning Japanese. Yehoda didn't need to have thighs that thick. That is true. But I assume that some people would say it was integral for the plot. You know that meme? Like when you have a very weird camera angle and the director of the movie or the director for the video game says, I assure you, dear viewer, it was integral to the plot. I know, yeah, that one. I always hated the commission in Mondstadt. I barely remember the ones in Mondstadt. Slowly but surely they have faded away from my memory. I will say that much. But I do remember the gist of it. And some commissions in Mondstadt were quite lengthy and kind of annoying. I don't need her, but I want her. More so for her thighs and her funny expressions. Interesting that you said thighs first and funny expressions second, is all I'll say, Mihai.
Suddenly I've been plunged into darkness.
Asmodee is at least cute, hot/cute. Zending, not so much. I mean, we don't really know what hides behind the mask, but he is a somewhat good-looking dude. That being said, I do find Asmodee way hotter/cuter than Zending. That is true. I would rather go on a date with Asmodee than with Zending. Although I don't really know about her personality. Oh, never mind. If Asmodee is Paimon and you go on a date, she's probably going to eat the entire restaurant, right? Oh god, she's going to be expensive. Yeah, never mind. Don't date Asmodee. Bad plan. Bad plan. Do not eat the emergency food. No, we're not eating Paimon. I mean, you know what? In an emergency, she might be useful.
It feels strange. As if something has grabbed hold of me. Is Toray now powerful enough to interfere with space itself?
Look at you, standing so still in total silence. I almost didn't recognize you.
Interesting thought. Where was it? Is Dottore now powerful enough to interfere with space itself? Where is Asmodee when you need her? God damn it. She went on a long-ass vacation. Fanes is sleeping, he's napping. Asmodee is on a vacation. The other shades, well, one of them was kidnapped. I don't know if we can call it kidnapping, but in a way, you could say that Rhine-Daughter has kidnapped the Shade of Life's body. I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but you know what I mean. Isterath is nowhere to be found because I read the name in chat. And who else do we have? I guess there is Renova. At the very least, Renova appeared. At least she was there. But that's a whole lot of very high and mighty people who are not doing a whole lot. There is that. Let me correct. The emergency buffet. I mean, there isn't that much to eat on Paimon. She doesn't seem to have that much meat, if we were to talk objectively. Isterath should have alarm bells running. About Dottore? Yeah, probably. We talked about it yesterday, but yeah, I'm wondering what the fuck are the shades doing, you know? Have you heard of the thing about Columbina's weapon, that it looks like Nouvelette's hair? Yes, I have seen the memes about it, and they're kind of right. They're kind of right. Not really, she was defeated by Mawika and Veresa in eating. She eats a lot, but not that much. True, but I was talking about characters who were there specifically. I wasn't thinking of other characters who eat. I was merely thinking of the fact that I was talking about dating Asmodee, who may turn out to be Paimon, and Mawika and Veresa had nothing to do with it. Hence why I said what I said. Naberius, yeah, Renova, Isterath, Naberius, and Asmodee. Lady Renova is overworking. I don't know if you can call it overworking. We saw her work once. Is all I'll say. We saw her work once, for now. But Paimon equal Asmodee. That is the prevalent theory amongst the community, but we don't have confirmation about that yet. At least not officially, and not like solid proof. But a lot of pointers go towards Paimon being Asmodee indeed. There is a hell of a lot more meat on Asmodee. That is true. That is true, and I will say that is meat I would eat. God damn it, why did I say that? And Accelerator said ew. I don't know why you said ew. What were you replying to exactly there? I'm both curious and scared to ask.
Hello there, traveler.
Don't try to pull off an Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're not Ewan McGregor, and you're not as nice as Obi-Wan Kenobi.
He seems to be in a good mood. Wait, what's that behind him?
Moonside. Wait! Dottore stole Yuno's weapon! Dottore stole Yuno's weapon, what the fuck, man? She's gonna be mad at you. I mean, I guess he does steal from moon-related people, and Yuno happens to be a moon-related person. So, I guess it makes sense. Probably you about eating Paimon? Yeah, I don't really want to eat Paimon either. I was just talking like, if we actually use her as emergency food, there's probably not much to eat there. Dottore just adapted it. Well, I'm sorry to say, but Yuno's weapon looks way cooler. It looks way better in my opinion. Dottore, you might want to do something about your fashion style. I mean, the rest of his outfit looks really good, but the weapon itself, I'm sorry, but Yuno's weapon looks way too good.
Ah, so you noticed. This is the completed Trilune. 2 primordial moon marrows and 1 artificial specimen. You are wary of it. Good. Maintain that reverence.
Is it me, or reverence and being wary of something is not the same thing?
You performed well in that recent battle. Brave and reckless as always. Courage is the sign of a true hero, and impulsiveness is the hallmark of those who strive to advance. I say this not to belittle you. Most creatures are far more timid by comparison.
Why is bro giving us compliments? Is he actually trying to date us? Like, are we actually on a date with Dottore? What's going on? Why is he giving us compliments? I don't like this.
3 moon marrows? Does that mean the artificial one is now complete too?
Well, I think that's what he just said.
Well spotted. What do you think? For a replica I built myself, I dare say it looks the part.
It doesn't look the part, no. It doesn't look like the other balls. Unless you're just saying that it looks like a ball, and the other two look like balls as well, but it doesn't really look the part. It might function the same way, that's different. Where was I at? Dottore, that ornament is so cool, can I try it? Do you mean the, what do you call that, this moon-looking weapon? Like I said, I prefer Yuno's version. It looks cooler, but it is still cool, but Yuno did it first and she did it better. I will say that much. He didn't steal anything per se. See why I like the bastard? No. And what do you mean he didn't steal? He definitely stole the moon thingies. Or are you talking about Yuno's weapon?
Accelerator
now I'm just
_1_
confused.
above _ all says push him off the cliff.
I wish I could, Accelerator, and more importantly, I wish he would die from being pushed off a cliff, but I think he's too strong for that. I don't think he takes fall damage, unfortunately. Yandere Dottore confirmed. I guess so. Hey, wait, Mihai, aren't you into yanderes? So is he your type? The Trilon, but is a plan to steal it. Is a plan to steal it. I didn't understand the last part of that. Al, do you have any food? I'm craving... I'm broke. I have some pasta that is already cooked. I have some chicken. It's not cooked, but I can cook it. I have some lards that are not cooked either. And they are in the freezer. To be fair, the chicken is also in the freezer, so we would have to defrost them first. I have some bread. Does that help? What else do I have? I have some rice. I have eggs, I guess. Bread, I love bread. Well, I can share bread, sure. Although, how long does it take, do you think? How long does it take to send a package from France to Australia? Because I know sending a package from France to Sri Lanka or from Sri Lanka to France, it takes a few days, if not a few weeks. So, if I send you bread, I don't know how edible it will be when it actually arrives. It is a funny thought, I suppose. Yeah, but even I have my limits, and the limit is Dottore. Fair enough, Mihai, fair enough. Is like, keep it quiet. The trial load. It's a plan to steal it. I'm still confused, I'm sorry. Wait, the trial load. What did you write before? Dottore, that ornament is called. The trial load. It's a plan to steal it. What does he want to steal? He's already stolen the moons, if I'm not mistaken. And see artwork in Genshin. Oh no, do you mean in general? I think. Yeah, I'm assuming or no, that too as well, I suppose. Not gonna lie, Deidara, while I like the art style, it's really well drawn, I will say it looks a bit assaulty. It doesn't seem like Lumine is really into it, I will say that much. If he left you to wear the Trilune with an excuse, you can steal the Trilune. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, okay, now I understand what you meant earlier as well. Okay. I don't think he will. That's the thing. I don't think he will. That's the problem. Wait until you get to the point of having to eat a spoonful of lard. No, I do not recommend that. I mean, I think it's called lard, but maybe I'm wrong because I'm using the French word in my mind. Lardon. How do you translate? Oh no, it's called bacon in English. So you call that bacon as well? But the bacon I have in my mind looks different. Huh, but I suppose it is the same idea. So I was mostly... Okay, so the actual translation of what I was talking about was bacon. But isn't lard just the variation? Sandu? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's not exactly the same. Yeah, fine. Oh, yeah, no, never mind. Okay, so no, it is not the same. It is just fat indeed. Okay, so now I understand. I used the wrong word. That's my bad. I was talking about bacon and not lards, because lard is apparently just fat. It's just that the French word for the bacon I was talking about is lardon, which sounds really similar to lards. You just remove the part at the end. Basically, but I was wrong. It was a mistranslation on my end. Just put an ice on top of bed and it will be fine. Put ice on top of the bed? Why would I want to put ice on top of my bed? Oh, bread. Yes, okay. And you corrected yourself afterwards. And at first I was like, why would I want to do that? We're in winter season. I'm already cold. I don't want to do that. But yeah, ice on top of the bed. The bread, sorry. Hopefully whatever contains the ice will be waterproof, because at some point the ice is going to melt. But maybe it can work. Maybe. I never tried something like that. Dottore is trying to match Gru's freak, stealing the moon, I mean. Yeah, I thought of that as well. Dottore truly is Gru. And he also have a pointy nose because of his mask, right? But I will say, Dottore is more handsome than Gru, in my opinion.
Dottore, are you planting illusions in my mind?
I have no interest in fooling your eyes. On the contrary, I hope to show you the true essence of all that you see before you. Is this not a beautiful city? People live in peace and find joy in their work. The streets are safe. People can even leave their doors unlocked at night. You might say it is the Elysium everyone dreams of.
Elysium as in like a kind of paradise, I'm assuming?
All available data indicates your values and worldview conform with the mainstream. This kind of society should be quite to your taste.
Yes. What's the catch, though? And I'm not talking about the weapon you have to, what do you call that? You have to fish for. Just put it in an envelope. You want me to put ice in an envelope next to bread, Zenny? I want you to think long and hard about that. I know you're just joking, but... I will say it might not be the smartest idea you've ever had. I need to see a female streamer react to the quest. Oh, because they like Dottore a lot, I would assume. Do a lot of... Like, how do other people feel about Dottore, I wonder? Generally speaking. You know what my question is? Cool, he has the 3 moons power. He knows that it's not enough to put down the shades, right? I would assume he does, but the question is, what does he want to do with it, right? That's the thing. What does he actually want to do with the power of the 3 moons? I doubt it's to go against the shades, but like, what's his plan? We have no idea about his motives.
False beauty is deceitful. Lies are to no one's taste.
I wonder, Is it your moral standards that are too high? Or your expectations of reality?
Well, if we are not happy with a reality, we can endeavor to change it, I suppose.
Answer me this. If someone existed in a sweet dream from the moment they were born, a dream in which they never once felt pain, which do you think they would consider superior? The dream or the reality?
Accelerator _1_above_ all says he sucks.
He does. But he does ask good questions, I will say. It is a good question what he asked there, especially the way he formulated the question. The catch is Yuno appears in Genshin. That's not a catch, that's nice. I would be very happy if Yuno appeared in Genshin. She might be able to kick Dotore's ass. Never mind, in terms of power scaling, I don't think it would work that way, probably. I think Dottore might be stronger than her, probably. It's kind of hard to determine it, but yeah. Never mind. But it's okay, we always like a Yuno in our game, I suppose. Kind of, maybe. No, to see female streamers fighting versus his charm as a man and his villainous. He is a very good villain, and I love the work the voice actor is doing with him. He's doing an excellent job. I can't remember the name of the voice actor off the top of my head, but he is wonderful as Dottore. Lord Lygus managed to create some conflict, but he's not good-looking dude. Lygus was not really good-looking. Unless we're talking about Lyrene, of course. Lyrene was good. Well, good-looking is a bit of a stretch, but Lyrene was something. Don't you start going Sunday on our ass, Zandik. It seems like, Zandik seems to stray away from Xandar and more towards Sunday for some reason. I mean, they're both wearing white, I suppose.
That's pure sophistry. It has nothing to do with your actions.
As I suspected. You have yet to understand all of this for what it really is.
What do you want from me?
You sound impatient. Do you think the only reason I'm keeping you is because I want something from you?
Does that mean you're just stalling? I guess.
If it's not, then why haven't you killed me yet? No one can stop you if you're as powerful as a god.
I'm delighted you recognize that fact. I believe we last squared off in Sumeru. Ah, the memories. How time flies. You and I have both grown.
Not great memories. Wasn't it when Catherine died? Right? That was right after, we left Nahida to fight off against, what would you call that? Against Dottore, and when we saw her again, she was within a Catherine, and that Catherine died, right? A Catherine died, yeah. Dottore killed by Sino's power? What? What do you mean Dottore killed by Sino's power? I'm not sure what that was about. Xandar Prime was good looking. Have we ever seen Xandar Prime? Hey, Dottore, enough of that. I know that you know... Oh, that's why you said Dottore killed by Sino's power. As if... Yeah. And you're slowly killing me as well. And even though... I guess I'm just collateral damage.
I'm not surprised that Arlecchino and Sandrone worked with you. You've always a way of slowly but surely ingratiating yourself with all levels of society.
He keeps complimenting us, you know? And I feel like, he might be into us.
People laud you as a hero, but I suspect there's more to it than that. Oh, but to be clear, I don't say that to flatter you.
Are you trying to get in my pants? Because it's not working. Yet.
Do you always give your opponent an appraisal before you deal the final blow?
Call it a long-time habit. I'm a researcher, and one of my duties is to give an objective assessment of my subjects.
No. Okay. Or why not?
But you misunderstand. We are not opponents. Not at this moment.
Are we friends? Are we dating partners? What are we exactly? This is really turning out to be a relationship issue. You know that point in your relationship where you ask, what are we exactly? But you're not entirely sure whether you're dating the person or not. What the fuck is going on with Dottore right now?
I just want to talk.
Oh my god.
Think back to Tartaglia, Arlecchino, Capitano, Columbina, and now even Sandrone.
Capitano, the man, the myth, the legend. Look how tall he is compared to everyone else. Oh man, I miss you, dear Capitano.
You've worked with each of them in the past. I believe you can work with me as well.
That's gonna be a hard sell, man, but you know what? I am willing to listen. I'm not saying I will agree, but I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. Just because I'm curious, but what do you want?
What makes you so sure?
Well, why not? Should the good associate only with the good and the bad befriend only the bad? I like to think we could have a more mature relationship than that.
Depends what you bring to the table exactly. How do you intend to help me achieve my goals? Because right now my goal is to marry Nicole. If you can help me marry Nicole, sure, we can do that. By the way, I found Nicole in the new map. You know, there are meeting points, and there are 3 of them in this new map, and one of them is related to Nicole, the other one to E. Oh, by the way, do you guys know how to pronounce the name of the new 4-star character? His name is written ILLUGA, but the way I hear the characters pronouncing it, like the way I pronounce it in my head was just Iluga, because that's how I read it. But the way I hear the characters say it sounds more like Iglua, as if they move the G. So I'm kind of confused about that. Okay, so it is Iluga, according to Charomaster and Sparta. So what the fuck are they saying in the game? Because it doesn't sound to me like that's what they're saying in-game when they're talking to him. So I'm very confused. So I wanted to ask you guys your opinion on how to pronounce his name, because I don't know. I'm so confused. Can he please stop saying nice things? It's weird. It is weird, Accelerator. I agree with you. It is weird. Not in your pants, but in your ass. He's a doctor after all. Colonoscopy incoming. You do have a point, Shadow Master, because the Traveler is old, right? And usually the older you get, at some point you have to start having colonoscopies, especially for a dude, right? So, well, Ether, you're gonna have to drop those pants, man. Let's go attack Celestia now. I know you still have your hate bonus, Sparta, but I think it's kind of a bad idea. Even if I agree with you and say that Feints is bad and all of that, I don't think we have the power, because you yourself said that even the Moon Myro power is not going to be enough against the Shades. So I don't think it's a good idea to attack now. I think it's too reckless. We need a proper plan. I mean, maybe the Doctor has a proper plan. That we'll see. Nicole or Dodo Nicole? I shall marry all the Nicoles. I think Nicole has become my favorite female character in the game, even though she's not playable yet. And, never mind, I can't say what I was going to say, never mind. But the point is, I really like Nicole, and, yeah, I shall marry all the Nicoles. I will love Nicole even if she was a pink cube, even if she was a Dodo Nicole. If you let me try that Triloon. I don't think Dottore would fall for that, Deidara. He's smarter than that. Mature relationship. Yes! He wants to have a mature relationship with us. So, you know, I'm kind of scared right now. I mean, Celestia gets weakened, Dottore dies, win-win. You can't say it's a bad idea. Yeah, but the risk is awakening Fanes. If Fanes truly is the bad guy, the longer he sleeps, the more time we have to prepare. And right now, we are not ready to face him. Or them, I guess, or it. But I mean, I say him because for me, Fanes is Finon/Kevin. But the point is, we are nowhere near ready to face him. We're barely standing against Dottore at this moment. The longer he sleeps, the stronger he gets. That is true as well, but the fact is that at this time, we can't even face Dottore. So we have no shot at facing Fanes. But when he wakes up, he is probably going to take control of the Shades. I mean, at the end of the day, the Shades are his power, right? They are his tools. So I feel like we should come up with a proper plan of action before recklessly jumping into the war. Will you love me as a Dodoko? Yes, I will love Nicole as a Dodoko. Dodokos are really cute. Honestly, I would love a plushie of a Dodoko. Whether it is Nicole or Alice, I'll take either one as a Dodoko. I just like Dodokos. They are very, very cute. Especially with their tail and the way they move it around with little animations. It's really adorable. Finon is closing to beat Hysolence. Oh, good luck to you on that tournament. So we are fucked on all accounts. True, but I still prefer to have a plan, somewhat of a plan, rather than just go blind. I think going in blind and not even knowing what to expect is probably the worst solution there. I need Dottore to build a toxic relationship with the Traveler. It is what it seems to go with. Like, it does seem like we're having a toxic relationship with him, which is not great.
Surely you don't think all your relationships are grounded in friendship or shared ideals? People come together because it benefits them to do so. If you think of the people you admire, you must surely admit that they have provided some benefit to you.
Does the Traveler admire anyone? Someone? I wonder. Genuine question, I don't know. Who would the Traveler admire exactly? Huh. I've always seen him as so detached from the rest of the world. It's kind of a... kind of confused there. But what he just said about relationships, this is exactly what Arlecchino e Sandrone said about him, the way he views relationships as only being about benefits and stuff like that. They were right about him. I mean, I suppose they know him best. Question is, how toxic are we talking? With a guy like him, probably really fucking toxic. Probably to the point where you don't want to actually start the relationship whatsoever in the first place. Okay, what he just said is technically not incorrect. Yes, it is technically not incorrect, but there is a whole context to his sentence, and because of the context, I will disagree with him. But at the same time, I see what your point there, Sparta. Like Enjo ex-Traveler, but Enjo is very wholesome. Enjo is a dumbass. We love dumbasses like him. So, Enjo is kind of different in my opinion. I bet he admires a lot of characters. It depends. If you're talking about admiring the beauty of female characters, well, I guess maybe Ether is into men as well. I don't know. But if it is admiring the beauty of characters, sure. He is building his harem over time. But other than that, I was genuinely asking myself, like, who would he actually... what do you call that? Who would he actually admire of all the people he's met? Because he has met a lot, you know. Found a 3D print of Mornier in Wuwa? Do you mean like as merch, Shadowmaster? I would assume they would probably exist. Although I don't know if there is there any official merch for Wuthering Waves? I don't think there is much, is there? Finon versus Finon. Ah! That's going to be a tough match, I guess. Like, I've talked about what Dottore just said in some shape or form. It is on a raw technicality not incorrect. No, I agree. On a technicality that is not incorrect, but at the same time, it is omitting a lot of context. And that context matters, in my opinion. Zhongli might be one of them. Ah, good point. Yeah, I could see that. I think Zhongli is worthy of being admired. He's kind of just a regular old dude, right? I mean, I suppose if we're not talking about his past in the Archon War and all of that. Let's see. Oh, that's what you were talking about, Shadow Master. Ah, I thought you were talking about, what you call that? You were talking about actual merch, like physical, like real life merch. There are a few of them, not just of Mornier, there are other characters. But the reason why you didn't know about that is because you haven't been to Honami City. That's the first time I think they showed something like that, a 3D print of a character.
Morality, ambition, dreams. People have plenty of words to embellish the nature of their relationships.
Why are you
upside
upside down?
Once you break free from those ethical frameworks, you will see that the only thing connecting the two of you is mutual benefit.
Yeah, but see, the ethical framework is kind of important. And guys, I think this relationship is moving way too fast. Look now, he's upside down, and that reminds me of the kissing scene in Spider-Man 1? 2? And I'm talking about the trilogy with Tobey Maguire. You know, there was an upside down kiss between Spider-Man and Mary Jane at some point. I think he's trying to reenact this. Or was it Spider-Man 3? Oh, well, that was certainly not the best one, but okay. But the point is, I think Dottore is trying to reenact this, and I'm very scared.
And that is what I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh, never mind. He didn't. Back in my day, Chuck's mountain-sized spears. Yeah, that's for Zhongli, yeah. He has done a lot of things, as I will say. He has done a lot. Well, I mean, back in my day, Chuck's mountain-sized spear, I created forests. The forest of the Guyun Forest. The forest of giant stone spears, but, you know, there is that. Well, been there for a start of the quest and left it. Yeah, no, if I recall correctly, the 3D print that I'm thinking of showed up either towards the middle or the end of Honami City. But it's not like you missed out on a whole lot with not seeing that print. You will see it eventually when you actually get to doing, what do you call that, Honami City. Sireni wins. Finon versus Tribi. Good luck once again, Deidara. End of Honami? Yeah. Okay, it was at the end, yeah. It was near the cafe, if I recall correctly.
We're finally getting into it. He's probably been planning to kidnap me for a long time now. But for what exactly?
Do you guys know the etymology of kidnapping? Because it's kid and nap. I feel like I can't separate the two words. Because kidnapping is not always about kids, and it's definitely not about napping. So I'm kind of confused about that word. That is probably not the etymology of the word. You probably can't break it up in kid and nap. It's probably coming from something else. Because otherwise it makes no sense whatsoever. Because this is adult napping, right? To nap something is to steal something. Ah, okay. So the nap is good. But then it doesn't make sense. Why is it always kidnapping? Why is it not adult napping? Like, because you nap adults as well, right? So why do we use kids for everything? I don't like kids. Remove them from my vocabulary. I'm just kidding.
He has
I don't
the
know why I
authority
said
of all
that.
3 moons. I won't be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. Best if I pretend that I'm willing to negotiate for now.
But wait, isn't the word... Wait, let me check something. Ah, to nab is to... okay. I guess maybe it's in Old English or something like that. Never mind. How do you pronounce kidnap in French? We do use the English word as well, kidnapper. We do use that word as well. We conjugate it in our own with our own rules, but we do use the English word. Otherwise, the proper translation, the real French word, would be enlèvement, which is written I think it should be written like that. Yeah, enlèvement. And enlèvement, if you really want to get to the root of the word, it basically means to remove. That's the closest translation. Because it comes from the word enlever, and enlever also means to kidnap. That's the enlèvement is more like a kidnapping. It's a what do you call that? A noun, whereas to kidnap would be enlever. That would be the non-conjugated form of the word. But enlever also means to remove. So I guess it kind of makes sense. Kind of. To leave something is how my brain understands it. To leave something? It's kind of the opposite. Without knowing any French. Yeah, it's actually the opposite of leaving something. It's to remove something. You don't leave it, you remove it. Saridra, me, Finon, Chimera just ran away. Yeah, Saridra has that power. She can make your some of your chimeras run away indeed. It was kind of annoying to deal with her. Because Lev looks similar to leave. Yeah, but it's actually not at all. It is a false... we call them false friends in French. Faux amis. Faux means false and ami means friend. In the sense that, like, you would think that that's the translation, but it's actually absolutely not that. Because Lev, or just lever, it means to rise, more or less. Technically, it can also mean to wake up. Je me suis levé. Je me suis réveillé. So it would be a proper translation, but well. I'm close enough. Well, not really, because your translation means the exact opposite of what the French translation meant. I know it is incorrect, but I'm getting in the right direction. I guess you're on the right axis, but on the wrong direction, is how I'll put it. That's how I'll phrase it. You're on the right axis, but you're on the wrong direction.
You say you're a god, but you also speak of mutual benefit. What could a god want that the three moons cannot provide?
Finally, that is what I've been asking for this entire time. What the fuck do you want with these moons?
Excellent question. But before I answer, I would ask you the same thing.
What a tease! Brother keeps teasing us. God damn it. Right, that is what I wanted to say. Okay, I understand now. Usually they resist more the Saridra Chimera supremacy. I don't remember. I do remember beating her, not in the hardest mode or whatnot, but what do you call that? I do remember managing to beat her with my own Finon, but they might change the way it works in the hard mode that you might be doing. What is an example you would use? As I was going to say, I would like to enlèvement d'autore. Oh, it wouldn't work that way, because the way you phrased it there would be kind of like... it would kind of... it would be kind of like saying, I would like to kidnapping d'autore. And you see, grammatically speaking, it doesn't quite make sense. I would like to... enlever d'autore? Yeah, it would have to be non-conjugated form, so it would be written like this. Enlever. My bad. And Yeah, you could say I would like to enlever dottore, and you would say it as je voudrais enlever dottore. Je voudrais enlever dottore. Yeah, that's a good enough translation, I think. That would be a proper translation, I think. Yeah, that would be it. Look at me, I'm learning French. Weren't you supposed to learn Japanese? As much as I want to help you with your studies there, I don't think learning French will help you learn Japanese. Just saying. Multicultural. Yeah, you know what? All the power to you. And honestly, French is interesting. I really like the language we have. It is complicated, it has too many rules and too many exceptions and too much shit like that. But honestly, it is a beautiful language. If you don't like to kidnap, use to abduct. That is better. Although it makes me think of aliens, alien abductions and all of that. But at the end of the day, it is the same idea, and I prefer that word. Thank you, Charo Master. Ah, wait, I'm in the wrong window because I was writing to chat. There we go.
Gaining Columbina's allegiance was a rare and extraordinary feat. But the Moon Marrows are now in my hands, and I have the edge over her. For this artificial moon is not being rejected by Teyvat.
Yes, you have the edge over her, and can you please stop edging us and give us answers now?
Her identity and lineage may have been a thing of glory in the old world, but they were also shackles that prevented her from ever integrating into Teyvat. I, on the other hand, you may view me as a thief, but I have overcome that limitation.
I mean, both statements are not mutually exclusive. You can still be a thief and overcome limitations. That's just... There is no but. That's just and, in my opinion. One does not oppose the other. Where was I at? You can hear the French accent on some words. I find that funny. What do you mean? I'm confused there. Learn Hungarian for a very similar sentence structure. I do not recommend. Japanese and Hungarian are very similar sentence-wise. That is kind of strange because they definitely don't have the same roots, right? It is interesting, though, the fact that you would find similarities between two languages that are so different from one another, right?
So what is it that the Three Moons cannot grant you? What stops you from negotiating with me to get what you want?
Not completely different? No, but I mean in origin. I'm not talking about like the actual languages nowadays. I'm talking about the origin of each language is very different. Okay, so he wants to negotiate, but what does he want in exchange for the moons?
I don't make deals with lying psychopaths.
Never mind, we're not negotiating.
That's quite an accusation. Are you expecting me to get angry with you?
Not really.
Well, this is one aspect in which my personal growth has served me well.
Good for you, man. So I guess he grew up. Good for you, dude. They said the P word. The P word? Personal growth? Oh no, you meant psychopath. They said psychopath, okay. Because I was reading this sentence, and I was like, the only word with a P, that starts with a P here, is personal. I'm like, what is he talking about? Psychopath, yeah. I suppose they did mention that. That reminds me of an anime called Psycho Pass, with a double S instead of the TH at the end. It's a good anime. I've only watched the first season so far. I hope one day I will go on to watch more seasons, because there are quite a few of them. And I really enjoyed the first season. It is quite dark. It is a bit of a... not exactly sci-fi, but a bit futuristic. And I really enjoyed it. I give it to you guys as a recommendation, I suppose. Genshin has been very kid-friendly verbiage-wise. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, the dialogue is getting darker. I wouldn't say the word psychopath is that dark, but sure. I mean, in real life, kids have heard way worse, let's be honest about that, but that's one thing I never understood about adults. I mean, technically speaking, I am an adult too, but I disagree with that idea. Not the idea that I'm an adult, but the idea that I'm about to talk about. And it's the fact that, like, we want to try and protect kids from bad language, like, hence why, you know, we have to censor words like fuck, shit, and stuff like that when we make videos or whatnot. And I'm just like, brother, these kids, they already use those words. You just don't know it. It is to preserve innocence. Innocence has been shattered a long time ago. Ever since the internet started existing, innocence was damned. It was doomed. There is no more innocence in this world. I mean, I guess for a 6-year-old, maybe, but come on, it doesn't last that long anymore. Come on, psychopath, really? Call him a god? No, not again. You're not allowed to reuse the same joke, Shadow Master. You're telling me. Yeah, I know. But the point is, I don't understand why we're trying to preserve an innocence that is already dead and gone, you know? I mean, maybe statistically speaking, I'm wrong. I don't know. I have not conducted a study on the subject, so I could be wrong. But in my humble opinion, I would say that most kids, given the fact of how much time they're spending on social media and stuff like that, their innocence is dead and gone. It's been like that for a while. And even before social media, it was just the internet in general, but like, same problem, same deal. Anyway, never mind.
In the past, my less mature self might have been disappointed, perhaps even angry, over a small setback like this. Like when you and Lesser Lord Kusanali joined forces to oppose me, for example.
Innocence is indeed dead in a 20-foot grave, yeah. Innocence does not last. You can try and protect your kid for as long as you can, but it will shatter at some point. You will not like it, but that's life. But, see, in my opinion, it's better to prepare someone rather than just protect them so that they remain oblivious to the danger, if you want to call it a danger. It's better to prepare the kid so they realize, they know, they understand, and thus they can better react to it once their innocence is actually shattered, rather than, you know, just say, just make sure the kid does not know, and then all of a sudden the kid learns all the things, you know. But well, who am I to speak? I am not a parent after all, so, well, I don't really have a word to say on that. Him saying Lesser Lord Kusanali, it's such a degrading way. What a fucking dick. Why is it degrading? That is her name, isn't it? Or how did he say it? Because I couldn't exactly hear it because of the TTS.
In the past, my less mature self might have been disappointed, perhaps even angry, over a small setback like this. Like when you and Lesser Lord Kusanali joined forces to oppose me, for example.
To me, it doesn't sound degrading. It sounds more like he's not frustrated, but a tad bit, what's the English word? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Wait, no. Translation, rancunier. Resentful. To me, it sounds more like he's somewhat resentful of the fact that we allied ourselves with Kusanali, or, well, Nahida. Like he goes down on the tone. Yeah, but for me it doesn't sound degrading. It sounds more like just being a bit resentful because he didn't like it, basically. It is dead in today's world. I know these are extreme situations and not the norm, but 12-year-old girls tend not to be virgins anymore. Probably, I guess, maybe. I don't talk to a lot of 12-year-old girls, to be fair, so I genuinely have no idea, and I've never asked myself the question. But I would assume that that is probably, maybe true. I don't know about 12-year-old as an age specifically, but yeah, I do know that people tend to lose their virginity younger and younger as the years go by. So hence why I'm saying it's probably true indeed.
But things are different now. Just as the rich do not quibble with the poor, I no longer find myself perturbed by these trivial affairs.
Is Dottore just trying to flex on us because he matured, basically? Is that what he's saying? Because that's how it feels to me. Can confirm what Shadow Master says, but in my defense, I am aware of really dark as fuck shit. I will take your word for it. Honestly, I don't really care one way or another. As long as it is... well, I mean, 12 is quite young, but I do know of some people who were not 12, but not that far off, and lost their virginity then. Though they are the same age as me now. Well, they've always been the same age as me. But I didn't know them when they were that age. I met them way later. But yeah, I am aware that it can happen, indeed.
Human relationships end with conflicts of emotions and interests. But relations between humans and gods are different. And ours is even more unique.
See, this is what I'm saying. He's trying to build a unique relationship with us. Bro is not broing anymore. He's bromancing us now. He's starting a full-blown romance. Doctor, I know you're huge. Aventurine said so. But it'll take a lot more to convince me to side with you.
I have ascended to the highest heights and laid claim to unprecedented horizons. And you were no ordinary person to begin with. Allow me to show you the world, Descender.
Okay. What is she going to?
Doctor, you're huge.
Yes. The Doctor is huge indeed. He is taller than us.
Stand, walk, jump, sit, and lie down. These are the most common of behaviors.
Well, some people can't jump. The people in ZZZ, the people in HSR, they can't jump. And I think, I believe that in Silver Palace you can't jump for some reason. Which I hope they change. This is their first beta, but from the livestream I saw, it seemed like in Silver Palace you couldn't jump for some reason. At least I Win to Lose Gaming wasn't able to. Maybe it was a bug or something, but yeah, I hope they give us the ability to jump. Do not build an open world game without the ability to jump. That is crazy. Jumping is part of gamer culture. We jump for no reason all the time. We need to keep jumping. And I guess sitting as well. Sitting you can do in all games. Can we sit in ZZZ and HSR? I don't actually know. Huh. Now, Rappa technically jumps during her skill, or at least a little hop. Yeah, but no, I don't count in combat. I'm talking about, like, you know, when you're just running around in the game. In combat, it doesn't matter because some characters fly. Some characters, like, if that's the case, then we can say that we can fly in HSR because, for instance, Firefly, well, it's in her name, she flies, and all of that, so that doesn't really count. My friend rented a flat to some guy. The guy seemed nice and always paid on time, so my friend didn't check anything. After some time, police came to my friend asking him if he knows what's going on there, and truthfully he said he doesn't. What turned out there was a pregnant 14-year-old girl there. I mean, to be fair, I feel like it's not your friend's fault. Like, my own landlord does not check on me or whatnot. I feel like that's not up to him to know anything about that. Although, if he knew something and never said anything, then that's on him, indeed. Or them, I don't know. Oh no, him, you said, okay. But like, yeah, as a landlord, you're Your role is mainly to check that the apartment is okay, basically, and that's about it. Unless you become friends with your tenant, I guess that can happen, but otherwise, and in my experience, most landlords are not friends with their tenants, so yeah, I don't see how your friend could have known anything. But these kinds of things do happen a lot, unfortunately, way too much. We've seen in recent years, especially concerning some celebrities that were accused of things like that before, and that is the world we live in. As sad as it is, that is the world we live in. Technically, Firefly does a really huge jump for a smash attack. She flies during her ult. Okay, if you want to get technical like that, then she flies during her technique. There you go. And it's actually technical. But her technique allows her to fly. She literally flies and then she smashes. But you can't tell me she's not actually flying. You can call it hovering if you really want to split hair. But she is basically flying during her technique. Yeah, it's not because he didn't know, but still police had to check, because if he knew, he would have also been responsible. Yeah, fair point. Age of consent is, in Poland is 15. I think it's the same in France. I never really paid too much attention to that because my partners have always more or less been the same age as me. But I think it's the same in France. When will we get to walk on water again? Well, there is only Furina with her skill and Kokomi with her burst. I wish Columbina could walk on water. In my opinion, it would have made sense that she would have some kind of a passive to walk on water. I'm kind of disappointed that she doesn't, but oh well. It is what it is, I suppose. See, he's a toxic guy. As soon as we get close to him, what do you call that? He leaves. See, this is toxic behavior. Do not...
Have you ever wondered why we were born following such laws? Who stipulated that we could not fly instead of walk?
Because we don't have wings? I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Some things can fly because they have wings and we do not. Then we didn't evolve with wings because we didn't need them. Claim to be a researcher, you should understand. I guess maybe Teyvat's human did not evolve the same way we did on Earth, I suppose. Technically, Ether can fly. True, technically speaking, he can. It's just that we never see him do it. Which is kind of disappointing. But he is an alien. There is that too. Red flag, yep, Zenny. Dottore is a massive red flag. Maybe that's why Aventurin says he's huge. The Doctor, you're huge. Maybe Aventurin was trying to warn us that, what would you call that? That the Doctor was a huge red flag, you know? You know what, I'm not going to question it. It's probably something from back in the day. What do you mean? What is something from back in the day? I'm confused about that. His wings are sealed? Do you actually need wings to fly in Genshin, to be fair? To be fair to Dottore's point and in regards to what you were saying, now that I'm thinking about it a bit closer, I feel like you don't really need wings to fly in Genshin. We've seen other characters flying, haven't we? I think. The 15-year-old age of consent thing. I have no idea why it is 15 in Poland. I can fairly confidently say that it is also 15 in France, I believe. I have no idea why they chose that specific age, honestly. But about Ether specifically, it is a unique trait to him and Lumine. Asmodee stands on space. Yeah, but Asmodee is cheating, so there is that. And hello, D2 Ultima. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, and goddammit. Your second sentence was, Asmodee could stand on me, woof. Hello to you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. And I mean, they just outright have wings. Ether and Lumine, yeah, but we don't really see them use them anymore. And maybe Ether's wings have been clipped, but what about Lumine? Hasn't she regained her power through the abyssal power she's amassed? Ah shit, and now we have ads. As soon as I welcome in someone new. I'm sorry about that, Ultima. I don't know if you have ads or not, but I just saw that the ads have started. I mean, have you seen her? She and Renova could. I mean, honestly, if we look at all the shades, they would probably... a lot of people, I would assume, would want them to step on them or something. They're still in them, just sealed. But is it still the case for Lumine, is my question. Because for Ether, I know that, yeah, his powers are sealed. But is it also the case for Lumine? Because we don't really know what she's been through over the past 500 years. We know a little bit, but she might have been able to regain her powers. Somewhat, in some way. It's okay, I have the third world country armor, so I don't get hands. That's one way of saying it. Okay. Do you mean, is it the case if I want Lumine to step on me? Also, yes. I was not asking about Lumine, but you do you. I was talking about the shades in general, because you only mentioned Renova and... who else did you mention? Asmodee, right? And I was thinking that Niberius and Istaroth... Have we seen Istaroth? Yes, we have. Well, yeah, we've seen all the shades, technically speaking. And they're all hot women, right? They're all hot women. Yeah, Lumine is golden bits. Her gems glow gold. She's regained her original abilities. So she should be able to fly. Why do we not see her fly then? That is the question. Lumine, assuming you mean other twin, still have the light element. Yeah, when I'm talking about Lumine, I'm talking about the Abyss sibling, basically. I default to Lumine just because I play Ether. But yeah, Abyss sibling if you want to be a bit more general, depending on who you play personally. Hold on. Hold on to what? Technically, I'm holding to my mouse right now. If you can look at us at game start, our color gems on the outfit have light elements, and when we meet Paimon at the start, our glowing gems are grey, indicating no power. Yeah, and it's the same thing when you look at the, what do you call that? The character screen. I've seen images because I had not done that myself, but when you open the character screen, when you only have Ether, but you do it before you resonate with the very first statue of the Seven, the background is also grayed out, but once you actually resonate with the statue, it becomes whatever the fuck the color is for Anemo, right? Is it teal? Green? Anemo, the color. What is the name of the color for Anemo? And wait, see Genshin? Genshin. Oh, yeah. It is white indeed. It is teal green, okay. You can see this a couple of times during the story. Emo color. Wouldn't emo color just be black then? Oh, but no, you were just talking about the emo characters as Anemo characters. What is happening with the music, by the way? I just noticed that. In the sense that the music is really good, but at the same time, I feel like it doesn't exactly fit the scene. Can you stop running away from me? God damn it.
Someone of your talent and experience must surely know of the 4 great rulers who serve the heavenly principles. They govern life, death, time, and space.
I've already met 2 of them, and my friend's mother is the 3rd, I suppose. Right. So who are we missing? Istaroth. I guess my friend's friend is the 4th? My friend's mother, I was talking about Rhine-daughter, slash Niberius, and my friend's friend would be Venti to Istaroth, I guess. So we kind of have a connection to all 4 of them, but we've actually only met 2. You return to Grey as you decide not to use elements. and it is possible to raise your talents, but you only have one talent, and it's past memories for auto attack. I wish you good luck playing the game with that. I mean, if you just play other characters, that would make sense. But at the same time, if you never resonate with your with the statue of the Seven, you're missing out on a lot of rewards, right? Huh. He doesn't have the balls to say shade. Interesting. Why would he need balls to say shade? Not entirely sure why you would need balls to just say that. The most notable time is during the combat event before going to Inazuma. I probably did not play whatever combat event you're talking about, because when I started playing, Inazuma was already out. It's just that it took me a while to get there because, you know, I have to go through, what do you call that? You have to play it, it's part of the main story. Oh, you're talking about the combat. Okay, at first I thought you were mentioning an actual event, you know, like a temporary event. But you're talking about the tournament with Kazuha and Beidou being present there when we were taking the boat with them or something like that? Let me try here. My internet is shit. You switch back to Twitch data, I see. Welcome back. I was saying you can return to no element mode a couple of times in the story. I'll take your word for it because I didn't pay attention to that, honestly. When I was playing, I mean. There is a guy with an account like that, and he can access events, and when they start by clicking on the special icon. Oh, do you mean a dude who has not resonated with statues of the Seven? I mean, I suppose, yeah, you probably can, but at the same time, I'm just asking myself, like, why? Why would you do that? Because when you start doing story-related stuff, wouldn't that break the immersion of cutscenes? Because in cutscenes, we see the traveler using elements, so it doesn't really make sense to not have elements on your actual character. Yeah, why the fuck would you do that? Yeah, that's my question. Like, I guess maybe as a challenge, but otherwise I don't really see the point. When Kazu gives you a vision at the end to see if you can enable it. Right, yeah, the vision of his friend, yeah, I remember that. He never picked up Paimon and did a bug to get out of Mondstadt, and his account is rather strong. It is a challenge account. Yeah, but I'm assuming he's using other characters, right? He's not using the Traveler, is he?
One wounded by a blade will die from blood loss or infection, and one who falls into a lake will drown in agony. The elderly wallow in solitude, and the solitary age faster. Eventually new life is born, only to embark on the same path of suffering.
That's called life, brother. And there is more to life than suffering. Thankfully. Otherwise, goddamn. I think we would have all killed ourselves a long time ago if suffering was the only thing we had. Thank God we have other things. We have video games, for one.
These four divisions anchor the world and shackle those who live in it. But they themselves transcend its boundaries, squandering the power bestowed by the heavens.
Yeah, but see, when you say squandering, that's a judgment you pass on them, and who are you to judge shades?
All who live yearn for equality, but unless the gods prostrate themselves and profess that they are mere servants of the living, equality can never exist.
Well, when you take into account the fact that gods created the humans in this world, well, one god specifically, why would he prostrate himself? Like, and how would gods prostrating themselves and professing that they are mere servants of the living would do anything for equality? I'm so confused by what he's saying. What's the connection there? Why would one lead to the other? I genuinely don't understand the guy right now. You can't do the main story if you don't resonate to Animo. Oh, is that so? Okay, so Well, I guess what's the point of playing the game if you're not doing the story? It's kind of a strange thing, I suppose. He is using Traveler a lot, and he was even able to clear the Abyss. Huh. But he's using other characters, getting Xiangling and Colei. Yeah, okay. Let's be honest, Xiangling is doing the heavy lifting, I would assume. The other characters are doing the heavy lifting. Because if he doesn't have elements and only has his normal attack, you can't tell me that the Traveler is actually the true main DPS of his team. Because Traveler's normal attacks don't scale well at all. So, unless he has maybe God tier... No, not even with God tier artifacts. I don't think he would equal the damage of regular characters with their normal kits. Damn bro is spitting bars, but he's still a psychopath. The Tore is basically saying that humanity aren't servants of gods, but gods of humans. And why exactly does he think that? I mean, I'm not against the idea, I don't really care one way or another. Honestly, it would be nice if gods served humanity. It would be helpful, but, like, that's not how the world has been, so I guess he wants to change that? Wait, since he wants to become a god, does that mean he is going to serve humanity? Because I have a very hard time believing that. Because basically serve the shades by the order of HP. I feel like there is a word missing there. Because basically serve the shades? Yeah, I feel like there is a word missing there. Isn't there? But back to my point, until you might add some detail there. I highly doubt he's going to be a god that will serve humanity, let's be honest. I mean, he'll serve them in his own very twisted way, let's be honest with that. Shades serve humans by order of HP, basically. Can we really say that the shades serve humans? For me, they are more like enforcing the rules that the heavenly principles have given them, basically. I don't really see them as serving humans, as far as I understand them.
Who makes the rules we must live by? Who has the right to restrict us?
Well, I suppose someone who has more power than us and can do whatever the fuck they want. So someone like you, I guess. That is what gives you the right, after all. Sure, it's a shitty way of seeing the world, but I suppose it's not entirely wrong. Ah, he nodded.
Limits of the body.
Wait, I was going to drink my coffee.
Rejected.
What is this? Oh, he died. Okay. Can I do this again? Oh yeah. Huh. I don't know what this power is, T, but it's kind of nice. I guess maybe it has something to do with the doctor? Because of the icon or something? Oh, not this shit. Go away, die.
How does it feel to be among those with absolute power?
It's kind of nice, but also kind of boring. One-shotting everything, not gonna lie, that's not why I play video games. I like having very powerful characters, but at some point it becomes stale. Serve in very fucking loose terms. If you want to call it that, you can, but I kind of disagree. For me, the Shades are just enforcers of rules. Basically, the Shade are the police. Right? They have laws, and they enforce the laws. Period. One-shotting everything is only good if a Supreme Waifu is doing it. Only if a Supreme Waifu is doing it while stepping on you, Ultima. Isn't that right? Because super strong waifu is hot. Or why not? So, we all have different tastes in life, I suppose.
You cannot conceive the extent to which your flesh hinders your mind and spirit.
So what, do you want me to become a ghost? Do you want me to become a Seelie? Because I don't really want to do that. Oh god.
Only by discarding our useless, primitive eyes can we perceive a new world.
That's actually very pretty, I like it.
How narrow-minded we all were in the past. Why should the final answer of the world not be the power that predates those of life, death, time, and space? The power of the Trilune.
I don't like my blurry diaper. I know they added it in Fontaine,
I
but...
have glimpsed new experimental possibilities. Nature suppressed, authority exiled, souls controlled.
Yeah, not a fan of the blurry diaper.
You know, I heard recently that a group of critics reviewed countless stories and drew an interesting conclusion. They found that it is more often than not the villains who strive tirelessly to push the boundaries of progress.
No. There are normal people doing just that as well. I'm not saying villains don't do it, they do, but I would argue that there are more normal good people than there are villains. So, no? What study did you read, brother? Where was I at? Wanted to try out on YouTube side for once. Ah, welcome to YouTube side, Zenny. I feel like Deidara and you just switched. Deidara went back to Twitch and now you're on YouTube side. Why not? Wait, they'll do it while stepping on me? Hell yeah. I mean, why not? If that is what you want. You can ask them nicely and politely. Maybe they will do it. I want the other Zila. Do you mean like the Zila in Honkai Impact 3rd? Oh, and Velione-sama better than Best Girl. I was never really a fan of hers. She's alright, but not really my cup of tea. Villains just do it faster because of no ethics. That is a good point. That is a good point indeed. He means Veliona. Yeah. I kind of connected the both of your messages between Sparta and you when you were talking about that. Shake my head, Veliona slandering here. I'm not slandering her. I never said she was bad or anything. I just say that I personally do not like her that much. She exists. That's about it. Man does not understand the perfection. Not my perfection. Not my definition, definitely. Yours, perhaps. Not mine. I'll chill here on this side. They have to add more flying mechanics in this game, to be honest. It would be nice. It would be nice if they added more flight mechanics. Ideally speaking, I've said this before, but I would love if they added the same flight mechanic as Wuthering Waves, because exploration is Wuthering Waves is, in my opinion, way better than in Genshin nowadays. Because the degree of freedom that Kuro gives its players is amazing. Whereas with Genshin, and we talked about it a couple of days ago, but with Genshin, the freedom always comes with a caveat. It always comes at the cost of some kind of restriction whatsoever. And I don't like it. I don't see the point. There is no reason. If one game can do it, I don't see why the other can't. If it is a technical reason, well, I kind of doubt it, because we talked about it at length on the Discord server. And there are things that Genshin has implemented, but voluntarily chose to limit, instead of just giving us the freedom to explore however we wish. And that's a decision they made. She'll love you, care for you, and brutalize all your foes. What more could you want? Someone that does not look like a teenager. That's about it. Because, wait, let me check if I remember her correctly. Veliona, H53. Yeah. Yeah, she looks like a teenager to me. Yeah, so that's what more I want. Someone that does not look like a teenager. That's my limit. You know my limit. Medium models are not my cup of tea. They look cute, don't get me wrong. They look good, they look cute, but they don't register as potential wife material for me. Well, she was 16 at the time, but now she's not anymore. Yeah, but the version I met, because I should remind you that I have not finished playing Honkai Impact 3. I stopped playing the game before the end of the story. So the only Veliona I know is the one who looks like a teenager, and that doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry, but you know what I mean. So the skins are so cute. They are, except for the one animation you have when you pick them up. It's way too long. Thank God we can skip it. Because the first time it's cute. The second time it's cute. The third time, come on, I've seen it. And you have to do it a bunch of times. Timeskip Zila is a thing, just need her to be playable, and then need Timeskip Veliona to be playable. Rules. We need AFO 3 Zila. I haven't played AFO 3. I think I played only the first part of it, and I didn't even finish it. And I can't find AFO 3 Zila. She still kind of looks like a teenager to me. Is she the one dressed in white with... oh wait, no, it is still Zila, but yeah. From the Google images I found, she still looks like a teenager. FO3 is not out and won't be out for a while. Okay, I see. Well, I mean, it's not like... I don't think I will ever go back to Honkai Impact 3. As much as I enjoyed the game, number one, I simply don't have the time, and number two, I am not invested enough to want to go back. Pressure of Rebirth is 17. That is still too young for me. That is still too young for me. My rule of thumb for people I would date is either 5 years younger than me or 5 years older. No more, no less. It's not a hard rule, but it is basically how I gauge things, I will say. And I am way too old for 17-year-olds. So no thank you. That's a big no for me. If you look up images of Timeskip Zila, you'll find her wagging her fingers at people. The fuck is she doing with her fingers? Now I'm confused. Timeskip Zila. I just typed Timeskip Zila Honkai Impact 3, and I still see a teenager. I'm sorry, but I still see someone that to me looks like a teenager. Sent on Discord. Thank you. That would help. Yeah, nah, she still looks like a kid. No fucking way. No, thank you. That's not my... She looks cute. Once again, don't get me wrong. She looks cute, but to me, she does not register in the what do you call that? In the category of potentially romanceable characters or whatnot. She's an adult at that point, yes, but she still looks like a kid. To me, it's the same problem with Jufufu. Technically speaking, Jufufu is an adult in ZZZ, but she looks like a child. That's just not my... That just doesn't suit my taste. That's it, period. And it is what it is. Check general for the actual future appearance. I think I've seen it. Yes, I have seen. And yeah, Deidara, the what would you call that? I was actually seeing Deidara's screenshots and not the ones that you sent, Spada, but I have seen them as well. And like I said, to me she still looks like a child. Al doesn't have an age limit, he has a tall limit. I have both, please. I don't wish to go to prison. I do have an age limit as well. But I also have a tall limit, yes. I mean, technically speaking, I have had exes who were relatively short, but they didn't look like teenagers, and I knew for a fact they were not teenagers at all. I mean, we were both adults when we were dating. But yeah, I have had, like, the tall rule is not a hard rule in real life. In game, yes. In game, I do genuinely, by far, prefer taller female models or taller male models. In real life, it's not a hard rule because people don't control their height, and if their personality is nice, that's good enough for me. If I'm physically attracted to the person and their personality is nice, and we get along, that's fine. But with games, it's kind of different, and for games, yeah, there is both an age limit and a height limit for me, specifically. It's just style, kawaii style? Yeah, no, I know, and there are a lot of anime characters that look really young and really cute and all of that. It's just not my cup of tea. I like them in the sense that they're cute, they're well drawn and well designed, but I don't see them as romanceable characters. And once again, this is just me. That's my own personal preferences. You guys do whatever you want. Why do they cover Dottore's face? No idea, Zenny. No, genuinely no idea. There must be a reason, I would assume.
In fact, long before this, someone voiced a similar idea in an academia editorial. I felt a great affinity with this perspective. I have never been afraid to step up and play the role of the villain.
Wait, someone voiced a similar idea in an academia editorial? Who was that? Huh. Tall limit, not a tall limit, tall limit, if you prefer. Zila is 149 centimeters. Well, she's shorter than my shortest ex. I think my shortest ex was like 152, I think. 152 centimeters, which is already quite short. She basically, when she was standing and I was standing next to her, she got to around my chin area, so somewhere along those lines. And she was my shortest ex. How tall are you? I'm 174. I actually measured myself a while back, well, a few months back, and I'm actually 174. For the last 10 years, I've been saying that I was 172, but in truth, I am actually 174. So my passport is lying. I didn't know. Although, well, it doesn't matter because I will have to switch my passport in a few years. So when I change my passport again, I will tell them my actual height again. But never mind. So no Cartathea, but Fleur de Lis, yes. Yes, Shadow Master. I've always said, I like Cartathea, she's cute, but I prefer Fleur de Lis, and I wish we had Fleur de Lis's form as the playable character and not as the, what would you call that? As the... as just a bonus, basically. Pity for you, they are one and the same, so if you wanted Fleur de Lis, you had to accept Cartathea as well. Yeah, I know, and I pulled for Cartathea. And like I said, it's not like I despise her or anything like that. I do like the character, but physically speaking, I prefer Fleur de Lis's physique over that of Cartathea. Yes, Zila is tiny, leave the poor girl alone. I mean, it's not her fault, I'm not judging her for being tiny, it's just that it doesn't suit my particular taste, once again. Check Pardafellis and tell me how tall you believe she is. Well, girl is not standing up straight, so I don't know. She's not very dressed, I will say that much. But I do remember this character from Honkai Impact 3. I do remember playing with her in events, if I recall correctly. I don't know, I'd say I want to say 160, but I feel like it's too much, so maybe 155. Probably, somewhere along those lines. Probably not taller than that. Usually that's how it goes for female characters in anime games. I'm like 180 apparently, but I think I stopped growing. Well, at some point you do stop growing, but I don't know how old you are, Zenny. But I suppose, yeah, at some point you do stop growing. Pardo is like 150-ish, 150, 155 for Pardo. Oh, okay, so I was in the right range then. Okay. I wasn't expecting her to be less, But I wasn't expecting her to be more. 160 was kind of the hard limit I would give her. And I would have been surprised if she was that tall. But she looks cute, once again. Smash or pass in Parodophilis? I'd say smash. She looks like an adult. Like, especially because with the screenshot you sent on the Discord server, I can compare directly the Zila you sent and Parodophilis. And to me, Parodophilis looks way more like an adult than Zila. Well, way more might be a bit of an exaggeration, but she looks a bit more adult-like. And yeah, so there is that. And taller than you, mate? Yes, I know. We've talked about this before. Pardo is kinda sexualized. She is indeed. Yeah, I mean, that is the first comment I said when I saw the picture of her. The girl is not dressed. She's not wearing much.
Fanatics are trampled down for their transgressions, and those who transcend are rebuked for their audacity. And so, the majority of creatures are too timid to follow my lead.
I don't think it's about timidity, brother. I think you're missing the point, but oh well.
But all sacrifices made during my experiments have been worthwhile, as you can now see. I can offer you something new, something unique, precisely because I am a villain.
But what are you offering exactly? That's my question. Because right now you're just offering an illusion. And I think we've talked about the fact that the Traveler is not interested in illusions. So what is it exactly that you're offering?
Think about it. We are eternally bound through mutual interest. Can you truly say you would never turn to malice if it could give you the life you dream of?
I don't think the Traveler would. He may be cold, but I don't think he would, like, he may have neutral positions, but I don't think he would turn into a bad guy. I mean, I guess given the right circumstances, anyone can become a bad guy, maybe. But this one specifically, I'm not sure. The Abyss Twin did. Yeah, but that's a different person. And we don't know the personality of the Abyss sibling before the events of the game. Maybe it's a matter of time. Yeah, hence why I said it is possible, but in his case, I don't think it would be. So I acknowledge the possibility is there, but I still don't think it would be the case for him specifically, given what we've seen so far of Ether. If it threatens Lumine, dude would torch Teyvat. I don't think it would be that clear-cut of a decision. To torch an entire world? I don't think it would be that clear-cut. I do agree that he would want to protect his sister, that definitely. But I do feel, while he is somewhat detached, I do feel like like before the separation between the two. Yeah, but that I don't really consider. Now, not so much. Yeah, no, I'm talking about current Traveler, because that is the proposition we are having right now, right? The thought experiment is with current Traveler, not Traveler from 500 years ago, especially because, or plus, especially because we actually don't know what the Traveler was like 500 years ago. Maybe he has changed, because he has traveled through Teyvat before meeting Paimon, which is basically where the game starts. Well, technically, the game starts a few months after he's met Paimon, if I'm not mistaken, right? We do see a tiny bit of Paimon being fished out of the sea, and then they have traveled a bit, and then they go to Mondstadt, if I recall correctly. But the fact is, we have no idea what the Traveler was like. He was probably somewhat similar, but there might be some minor differences that might have a major impact on how he decides to act on specific information. Current Traveler is being gaslit by his sister and the alien planet he's on. Can you help, poor bastard? Why are you talking about gaslighting? I don't see the gaslighting from either the sister or the planet. Kind of confused with that.
After all, what value do perfection and purity really have? They are fragile and feeble things, utterly tedious. I say, better to be governed by a flawed humanity than a gnosis. The true seeker of knowledge is the villain who undergoes countless tribulations in pursuit of their goal.
I understand the logic at the very least. I can't say I fully agree, but I understand the logic. Although, you know, when he said a flawed humanity, he'd rather be governed by a flawed humanity than a gnosis. There is one thing that is like, even though some gods, some archons specifically, because they are the only ones that we really have seen as gods, I mean, but some gods do feel a bit detached from humanity, but they also feel flawed, as just like humans are. It's just that they are humans, but with a shit ton more power, and technically speaking, they are from a different race, right? But the fact is that they are, you know, essentially powerhouses with human personalities, more or less. And the closest Archon we have is Mawika. She is the closest to humans because she was a human herself. But yeah, at the end of the day, it, to me, doesn't really change much, unless he's talking about the Shades and Fanes. But Fanes, we know nothing about his personality. Like, we've never actually talked to the guy or heard the guy speak. Whatever. We only have not even second-hand account. We have third, fourth-hand accounts of his actions. So I hardly can surmise his actual personality off of that, in my opinion. And the Shades, the very little we've seen, for starters, one, we haven't seen much of them. And for now, all I can see is them enforcing rules, and that's basically it. We haven't seen their actual personalities. It's always been about business with the Shades so far. It would be too long of a message, but basically everybody is trying to pull him to one side or the other. I don't agree with that statement. Because Lumina has never really tried to grab him to her side. Hence why we are journeying through Teyvat. She always said she wants us to see the world for what it really is and come to our own conclusion. Of course, I'm assuming she probably wants her to, to join her, but she is giving us the freedom to learn for ourselves and make our own decision, which I hardly call gaslighting. And the same thing is for the other people of Teyvat. Some might be a bit manipulative, maybe, and even then I don't feel like there are a lot of manipulative characters aside from a few villains like Dottore. But most of the people we've met are just, they seem to be like good people who just are nice to the traveler, not expecting something in return. She's expecting us to come to the same conclusion that this world is fucked. She's using the fact that she's family, but keep going. I mean, thus far, to me, that does not mean gaslighting. She might expect something, but she's at least giving him the freedom. She's not actually forcing him or manipulating him into doing what she wants. And I think she's clearly seen that so far he's not agreeing with her. So yeah, I don't call that gaslighting. 3 accounts because Nibelung and the sisters are dead. Lord of the Night was basically scared shitless of even speaking of Celestia. Nicole kept her mouth shut so far. 3 accounts of what? I mean, what's the connection with the rest there? And does he know that the Gnosis is Sarah Leinenen's corpse? I would assume he does, honestly. Dottore being the researcher he is, in my opinion, he would, you know, what would you call that? He would research the shit out of the Gnosis, since his primary mission given by the Tsaritsa is to get the Gnosis, right? So I would assume he did some research on them before handing them over. If he ever did hand them over, which is another question entirely. Third account. Oh, third-hand account. Yeah, because second-hand account. Yeah, but it is still not a first-hand account. We haven't met the guy. We haven't talked to the guy, and the people who haven't told us shit about the guy. Yes, Nibelung and the sisters are dead, but once again, a few events here and there, while they may be, what would you call that, pointing to the same direction. I mean, we've already had the, what would you call that, the conversation yesterday. To me, that is not enough to judge the entire personality of a character without even knowing the context of his actions or his motives. Like, for instance, the fact that we're learning and having this conversation with Dottore, to me, is very interesting, and I need that kind of interaction with the villain to, you know, understand them and then pass my judgment on them or not. But with Fanes, we don't have that yet. Dottore is digging his grave still with me. Oh yeah, no. Just because I have more information doesn't mean I will change my mind. Like, maybe, and for Fanes is the same thing. Maybe I will get more information, but it still won't change my mind, and I will judge him as a bad guy. Or maybe I will judge him as a good guy. Or maybe I will judge him as a morally grey guy. We'll see. But I want more information before I decide whether someone is bad or not. In Dottore's case, it is a bit more clear-cut because of the way he's been portrayed so far for me. But it makes him that much more fascinating. Yes, Dottore is a great character. He's really interesting. He's a piece of shit, but if you look at him, if you analyze him objectively, he is interesting. That doesn't mean he's good. That doesn't mean he's bad, technically. It just means there is something to analyze. There is something to dig into and to talk about, right? He would be a wonderful research specimen. Yes, he would. And I think that Xandar would have a field day with him. Especially because, let's be honest, Xandar could absolutely demolish Zandik if he wanted to, because the power scaling difference is so different between HSR and Genshin. So let's be honest, Zandik would be Xandar's bitch, basically. He's a white guy, so how can he be black or grey? Well, could be grey if he felt ill. Yeah. Never mind. I will not say anything about that. And, yeah, you know what, Shadow Master? I send you against Dottore. Maybe you can fight him with your Sino jokes. And maybe he will be so mad he will kill himself. And then we win. These two in one room pray to God they don't work together. Xandar and Zandig would sooner work together than betray each other. I don't know about that. In my opinion, they would betray each other if it serves their purpose. If it serves their purpose to work together, they would do that too. But they would absolutely betray the shit out of them. Because to them, there is no betrayal. As soon as one of them thinks the other is of no value, they will discard the other. That's how they work. To them, there is no human connection, there is no emotion. It's all about benefits. As soon as Zandik is of no value to Xandar, he will shit on him. That directly. Out of sheer curiosity, they would work together, and then, after their cooperation is done, they would betray. Yeah. Sure, why not? Once again, it depends whether or not they butt heads at the beginning. Like, if they feel like each other is going into... is, what do you call that? Is standing... If they are standing in each other's ways, they will fight immediately. if they're not standing on each other's ways, then they might work together for a while. But as soon as one loses its value to the other, they're gone. He's not only a dick, he's a Zen dick. I'm trying to picture a Zen dick. What does that mean? I know you made it as a pun with the name, but I'm genuinely considering the idea of a dick that is Zen. You know, kind of like we have Zenless Zone Zero with the Zen part, the actual word. Like what does... Is it just a dick that is, yeah, calm, I guess? Not excited? A flaccid one? Are you saying that Zen dick is, so literally, a flaccid dick? So Shadow Master is calling the doctor a flaccid dick. Are you saying he has he's impotent, like he has performance issues? Not calm, but Zen can mean all. Zen can mean all? I had never heard that before. All dick. So that's why he's huge. Basically, that means that all of Zendik is a dick. He's a giant dick. He's not a human being. He's just a dick. This conversation makes no sense whatsoever.
I'm sure many people have told you that you're different.
Yes, that's because I'm black, isn't it?
Because I'm a descender?
Same difference.
Exactly. Very clever.
But what has that got to do with you?
I do not conceal my wicked deeds, my selfish desires, or my greed. A true researcher must act as I do if they are to understand and speak of the truth.
We can give him that. The fact that he's not exactly like hiding his deeds, right? He's not really hiding the fact that he's a villain. He has fully embraced it, which I appreciate.
And yet, a knowledge seeker like myself will inevitably grow tired of studying Teyvat beyond a point.
Okay, so you want to study what's outside of Teyvat? Oh, do you want to break the firmament so you can go and study outside of Teyvat? Is that what you're trying to do? Why don't you ask Sertology? He's apparently managed to do it a couple of times at the very least, so go ask him for help.
You have traveled to all corners of the world and met many people. Along the way, there have been moments when you were misunderstood or even became a wanted criminal. And all the while, you have spent your days doing some of the most mundane jobs in the world.
Is he referring to all of the daily commissions we've done? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's at least honest. Yeah, I suppose so. Why not just build a fucking spaceship? That is a good point. I mean, the question is, could a spaceship break through the barrier? I guess Aether's spaceship has. And wait, we don't know where Aether's spaceship is, right? It is still lost. What if Zendar has... not Zendar, sorry. Zendik has found the spaceship and is learning from it or something? If anybody could pull it off, it's Zendik. Yeah, definitely. But maybe he's actually found the spaceship and he's trying to reverse engineer it or something? I don't know. But maybe he needs the power of the Three Moon to break the sky first, and then use his spaceship to go into space, and then have make sweet love with Sertology or something. What if it's all a yaoi story from the start, and Dottore actually wants to go find his the love of his life, Sertology? That would be one hell of a twist.
You fight and toil, claim minuscule rewards from my friend Pantalone, then you fight some more, winning some battles and losing others as your search goes on. And this cycle continues, with no end in sight.
You fight and toil, claim minuscule rewards from my friend Pantalone. What? Is he talking about the primogems that Catherine's giving us? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Sandrone built them and Pantalone is money But he's the money guy, so I guess. So that means we like Pantalone, right? Bro is making us rich. Without him, there is no game. We need to keep this man alive. If you want to pull for your waifus and husbandos, we need Pantalone alive. That would be so funny that he just wants to fuck off from Teyvat. Honestly, it could be a thing, and... well, I don't think it is the yaoi story that I just mentioned. He might just want to fuck off Teyvat and go explore the universe or something. Catherine is funded by Pantalone. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. So, like I said, we need to keep that dude alive. We need our 60 primos a day. It's 60, right? I think? Maybe? I think it's 60. Yes, it is 60. 90 is from the Welkin Moon, right?
Surely you must sometimes grow weary of being stuck in this same loop day after day.
I am. Yes, I've talked about this before. I'm tired of doing daily commissions. But thankfully Genshin has implemented a way to do them really quickly, or bypass them, I suppose.
We're completely different. I embrace everything that life throws at me. I am engaged in every step of my journey.
How does that make us different? I too embrace what life brings, researching everything that interests me.
So far, the Doctor is not entirely wrong. There were a couple of times where I was like, the logic doesn't seem to logic there, but yeah, there are some truths to what he's saying. I'm sure there are a lot of women who would love to put Pantalone in chains/dungeon. Understandable. Bro is a good-looking dude, and I've said it many times and I shall say it again. I absolutely love the voice actor of Pantalone. The English VA for Pantalone is amazing. And I had heard him before in some anime, and in the animes I have heard him, he was... talent does not begin to cover his, well, talent. But he was great, and I feel like he will be great as well as Pantalone. I certainly hope we get to hear him again. Well, Genshin is like early in history of the universe compared to HSR, so maybe he is Xandar. Maybe he did break out and changed into Xandar. I don't think that's the case. Genshin is like early in history of the universe compared to HSR. I mean, I get your point, like, Genshin is more medieval fantasy, whereas HSR is more sci-fi futuristic. But as far as we know, Genshin might not be in the same universe. Maybe it's a different leaf of the imaginary tree. And in my opinion, it probably is. Like, apparently HSR and Honkai Impact VII are indeed in the same universe, or in the same leaf of the tree, but I think that Genshin is probably in a different one. Especially because, as far as we know, given what Alice has told us, right now, as far as we know, the rest of the universe is more or less fucked. And it is more or less just abyssal energy that has corrupted everything. There is not much going on out there, as far as Alice has told us. Once again, that is just one account of the event, so there might be some things that even she doesn't know. But that would contradict the idea that Xandar managed to... what do you call that? Zendik becomes Xandar later on, because there is no universe, and right now, for now, in HSR, there is a universe, right? So the two kind of contradict each other for now. That would be terrifying if Zandik is Xandar, but that wouldn't fit with a self-enshrouded recluse set, which is Xandar's history. I mean, if it is Xandar becoming Zandik, then maybe we're missing part of his history? Maybe? Honkai Impact VII and HSR are adjacent, very fucking damn close. I think they are the closest to each other, and then the rest of the HoYo games are somewhat differing from these two. Abyssal Energy IX? No, I wouldn't equate the two, honestly, given what we know of IX and given what we know of Abyssal Energy. The way I would phrase it is that the Abyssal Energy seems to be very aggressive and very active, whereas IX is the opposite. To me, IX is very passive. Alice might be very fucking wrong. Yeah, she might be completely wrong, but so far she's been right about the things she's mentioned, as far as I can tell. So right now I can only work with that information she's given us, but I do agree that there is a possibility that she could be wrong. Then Teyvat would already be gone. Do you mean if there is nothing more than abyssal energy outside? But maybe not. Maybe the firmament that is placed on Teyvat is the only protection Teyvat has against an entire universe filled with abyssal energy. Because we don't exactly know what's the point of the firmament. I'm guessing it is to protect the planet from what is outside. IX is far worse than the Abyss. Abyss is like acid, IX is a fucking black hole. Yeah, but it doesn't change what I said about the fact that one is aggressive and active, whereas the other is just passive. Black holes themselves, they don't really do much. It's just mostly other stuff falling into them, not them sucking up things themselves. It's kind of like, yeah. No, I mean, I don't think even Fanes could tank the hit IX does. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, yeah, no, probably not. Like I said before, HSR scaling is probably way higher than Genshin's, so Eons are probably some of the most powerful beings in all of HoYo games, I think. Yeah, because Hershas are not to the level of Eons from what you guys have told me. So Eons are probably the most powerful beings in all of the HoYoVerse, I guess, if you want to call it that. Whereas Hershas, I think even Hershas from Honkai Impact 3 are probably more powerful than characters in Genshin. Definitely more powerful than the Archons, and I would assume more powerful even than the Shades and maybe even Fanes. Probably. IX is conceptually beyond whatever the fuck the Abyss is. IX is nothing. Kiana steps on IX. From what I've been told, I don't think that's the case. I've had multiple accounts from viewers saying that Hershas are not as strong as Eons, but they are still not as... but that means that it would be the other way around, so it would be most likely that IX would step on Kiana. I don't know if she would like it though. Sure are Shades tier on the low end towards a specific thing. A specific thing? I'm assuming you're not saying what it is because of spoilers, maybe? Kiana specifically is above Emanators. Right, if you're talking about last Kiana, sorry, yeah, I was thinking of Kiana Hersher of the Void because that's the one I met. And I think she... Yeah, no, my Kiana did not change all that. I mean, she did change somewhat. And just below Eons. But like, I don't see how anything or anyone can step on IX specifically. Out of all the Eons, IX is probably one of the more difficult ones to murder. From what I can understand of what IX is.
Think of all the novel things I've managed to create. Like the artificial moon marrow. Don't you see? As unique a specimen as she was, even Columbina is not irreplaceable.
Well, technically speaking, nothing and no one is irreplaceable. So there is that.
Take that back! She's gone because of your actions!
Hey, Traveler is really angry on behalf of Columbina.
I didn't say that to anger you. Though admittedly, I don't see what there is to be angry about. Anything Columbina could do for you, I can do better.
I have so many thoughts I have so many thoughts about that. Anything Columbina could do for you, I can do better. I think... I think Zandik saw that HoYoVerse was selling Columbina as our new girlfriend for the 6.x patch, and he's jealous, and basically he's trying to steal us away from Columbina. Dottore is basically the jealous girl who wants to break up a couple to get with the guy. Oh my god.
Excuse me.
You can't tell me you don't see it, guys. This is what he does, right? I'm assuming, Accelerator, you're laughing because you're right. I mean, you agree with me, right? This is basically what he's doing. Kiana, while in a deep slumber from behind the barrier blocking Eon and all paths... Ah, wait, too many messages. And all paths to the Honkai Impact Third World and Sea of Quanta managed to give off emanator level waves that reached HSR universes passively. Huh, interesting. And it was strong enough that the Garden of Recollection gave up extreme amounts of sacrifices just to try and contact her. Ah, see, I don't exactly know about these things because I have not played the game that far. And I read that, and even then they still needed her permission to see any of her memories at all. I mean, the Garden of Recollection to me does not feel that powerful. They might all be emanators, but they are on the lower end of emanation, right? So I would assume, given what you guys have told me about Kiana Hersher of Finality, I think is her last name, the last Hersher she becomes. The Garden of Recollections probably doesn't pose a threat to her, I would assume. Anything you can do, I can do better, like in the song? I don't know which song you're talking about, Shadow Master. Give me back my wife, Traveler? Wait, that is so funny. That is funny indeed. Break up with your girlfriend because I'm bored. That is kind of... it's not just because he's bored. He wants us specifically. I think Dottore is really into us. That's basically the gist of it. Yeah, Kiana at the end of Honkai Impact 3 could probably fuck up Nanook royally. Could possibly even kill him. We're literally getting into the narrative manipulation tiers of power and yeah, finality. Okay. But to me, Nanook does not feel as daunting of a task as IX would be. So I don't doubt that she might be able to kill Nanook. I will take your word for it because I don't know enough about her directly. But yeah, for some reason, for me, IX feels like it's on a different level. I mean, the Garden can erase memories of Welt and the rest of the crew so that they don't see mock mirrors. And their emanators got banished and couldn't affect Kiana at all. So that's very clearly a massive power difference. Yeah, no, Kiana is definitely more powerful than we, the Trailblazer, or Welt, or Himiko are. That I have no issues seeing. The Garden is scary. You didn't learn anything from Amphorius? The Garden can be scary, but it depends on what you put the Garden up against. And if you're talking about Amphorius specifically, Deidara, have you learned nothing of Evernight? Evernight massacred the Garden of Recollections people. She absolutely demolished them. So yes, they can be scary, but it depends who they're up against. So there is that. Kiana can literally create Hershers that could dominate Teyvat alone. Yeah, but to me, Teyvat is at the bottom of HoYo games. Well, no, I guess ZZZ is at the bottom in terms of power scaling. The gap is inconceivably vast. Yeah. The only thing I learned about Evernight is that she's super extremely hot and I want her to seduce me. I don't know if she would, but you can certainly ask. But if you want to know about Evernight, basically she was faced with multiple people from the Garden of Recollection, and we saw their corpses in the game in Emphorius. We saw their corpses. They did not stand a chance against her. And there were many of them. And what about Dahlia? I think Evernight would still be able to take Dahlia. Dahlia being a cremator and all of that is one thing, but given the fact that Evernight / March 7th is probably, most likely, the daughter of either a combination of Folly and Mythos or just one or the other, yeah, just like Sparta mentioned, Evernight would ruffle stomp Dahlia, if that's a word you want to use. But yeah, there isn't much that can... I mean, aside from other Eons, I suppose, or Emanators themselves, there isn't much that Evernight can't deal with, honestly. Evernight is crazy powerful in lore. I guess in gameplay as well. Dotori, continue your girlfriend act. Yeah, Dotori is full on, I want to be your girlfriend. I'm better than your girlfriend. Come on. Break up with that bitch and come be with me. That's what Dotori feels like to me.
I know what your ultimate goal is. You wish to walk the path your sister walked and seek answers from her at the end of that journey, don't you?
Yes.
Someone like you could never understand what it feels like to care about another person the way I care about her.
Perhaps not, but that doesn't mean I can't help. I could find your sister right now, bring her before you, and make her give you the answers you seek.
Yeah, but I don't think Ether would want someone to force his sister to give him answer. He would want his sister to give him the answers he wants of her own volition, not being coerced into doing it. Dahlia only as a Lord Ravager can deal with Evernight. Otherwise she is screwed. Constance is not a child of Anasrava. Yeah, that is basically what I was saying indeed.
Don't be so presumptuous. You'll never begin to understand the situation between us.
I hope that doesn't mean that you guys are step-siblings and there is more going on there. Wait, please don't tell me. I'm guessing, is there a ship between Lumine and Ether? Please tell me it doesn't exist. It exists, right? I'm guessing there is also a ship between Wise and Belle and Kaelis and Stell, right? The incest ship must exist. I assume. I don't want it to exist, but I'm assuming it does, right? I don't want to check. I will leave you guys to tell me about that. Pressure of Domination's abilities. Domination control over a large sum of people. Connected consciousness to form an army. Construction of unique dimensions. Hijack Herrscher Core Authority. Hijack Herrscher Core Authority means the Domination Herrscher can control the other 9 Herrscher cores below her. Who is the Domination Herrscher? Because I've never heard of that before. Dotori is a yandere. And Accelerator said yes, sadly. And Deidara confirms, I think, yes. Oh, the Wincest always exists and reigns in supreme. No, it does not reign supreme, thankfully. I don't think it's the most popular ship of all, but I would assume it does exist indeed. Yeah, what is it with people and incest? I don't get it. Like, even as I was watching Game of Thrones, I was like, why is this even there? I mean, why not? I guess in Game of Thrones, at the very least, it makes sense. The characters are what they are. They're extremely flawed. But I suppose it is somewhat interesting. But here and there, never mind. She was the puppet one, and let me remind you of the first Herrscher's power. What puppet one? I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, no. This is no presumption. I'm only offering what I know is possible with the power of the Trilune. But it seems like you would sooner continue with your journey through this world. Why?
Because the whole point is the fucking journey, brother. That's what you fail to understand, I think. So that he can... Okay, you know what? Let me put this in the way a scientist, a researcher would understand. The scientific method as we know it is ask a question, formulate hypothesis, develop an experiment, follow through with the experiment, compare the results of the experiment with your hypothesis, draw conclusion. The experiment here is the journey. If you don't go through the journey, then you cannot go through, what do you call that? You can't get to your own conclusion. So it serves no purpose to just have someone else give us the conclusion directly, because the idea is for you to perform your own research, to perform your own study. I mean, I suppose it doesn't hurt to have the conclusion, but the journey is still needed to have your own paper, research paper, if you will, right? Hence why we often have multiple studies on singular subjects, is to confirm that the previous study made sense, to confirm the results that were found before, or to find something different. So as a scientist, you should understand that the journey is very much important. Anyway, the fake scientist I call you. Reason, object creation, reconstruction of that which is understood by the user. At this point, Sparta, for me, you're just saying words and I have no idea what you're talking about. The Hersher of Reason alone can beat all of Teyvat up to shades. Hersher of Reason, that was Bronya at some point, but she got that power from Welt, if I recall correctly, right? 8th Hersher sentence could just mindfuck the shades. I will take your word for it once again. It reigns in supremacy but is prohibited, and that makes it even more catching. Yeah, I guess, yeah, the more something is taboo, the more people find an interest in it. Some people, I will say. Some.
Do you truly desire this journey? Or is it simply a necessary process from which you cannot escape?
It's not that we can't escape it, is that it is truly the desire of the traveler, I would assume.
Think of all the time and energy you have spent, everything you've had to endure just to make it this far. Is this really what you want? Or has your hand been forced by the promise of that final answer?
You know what, let me put it this way. What if someone came to you to interrupt your experiment and give you the answer? Wouldn't you be disappointed too?
Yes, you have made many friends. But do they ever spare a thought for the void in your heart and what it yearns for?
Well, not that much, but some of them have tried to help us deal with our sister situation, I suppose. And yes, Bronya was the 3rd Hersher of Reason because Welt gave it to her. But in the hierarchy of Hersher, Reason is the 1st. Do you mean the 1st in terms of power, or the 1st in terms of the Hersher of Reason came first, like it was the 1st that existed? Oh, in order of how... Okay, I missed one of your messages. I have the answer already. Okay. Sorry. And hello, Archon May. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Man, I love Dottore in this new patch. He's a cool villain. Yeah. And honestly, for me, Nod-Krai is, in general, is really bringing up the villains of the story. Like, even before, Rerir, to me, was really interesting. Because they really developed those characters as actual characters. And not just as, oh no, look at this bad guy, he needs to be defeated, right? They give us substance to both Dottore and Rerir. And I'm also really enjoying this quest. But hello to you, welcome in. The first that shows up, yeah. 13th is the strongest, and 13th would be finality, I would assume, right? Rerir, my goat. Yeah, we still long for Thelindis. I mean, we know that right now Rerir and Thelindis are having sex in the moon reflection plane, right? The game tells us they died or something, but I don't believe it. To me, they're just celebrating their reunion in the moon's reflection thingy. And Columbina is third wheeling, unfortunately for her.
What you want is not friends. It is family. But do they know this?
I mean, friends can be family, you know that, right? I mean, yeah, you probably don't, but let me tell you, great news, friends can be considered family.
I, on the other hand, am far more considerate. Join my experiment, and in return, I will bring your meaningless journey and all its struggles to an end.
This is a malicious attempt to manipulate me. But at the same time, he's stating some very human truths. Of course he's right about my predicament. How can I deny it? I have faced ungrateful strangers, never-ending troubles, an endless quest for answers.
Hey, I really like that we're seeing this side of Ether. I mean, overall, I'm really enjoying the fact that we hear the guy. That we hear the Traveler at all is amazing. But could the Traveler finally have some character development that is, like, outright in your face? Honestly, I would be very, very happy if that were the case.
I want to see her. After everything I've been through, words can't describe how much I miss her. How much I want to be reunited with her.
Don't worry, there was an event before I started playing the game that was called We Will Be Reunited or something like that. So you will be reunited because the game said so. Probably.
Wherever you are right now, do you miss me too?
I think she does. From when we saw her, you know, and I grabbed a screenshot, but from when we saw her in the last Caribert quest, when we were in, well, literally in Caribert's mind place thingy, it felt to me like Lumine really missed him indeed. And when there are not, Columbina is talking with Thelindis, and after that, Thelindis talks Raria's head off. Probably, hey, you know what, maybe the three of them can become friends. Although it's kind of an awkward friendship, you know. I've never stumbled upon my friends having sex, and I do not care to. I don't particularly want to, you know. Sounds like a good offer. I disagree with that. I don't think it's a good offer. Like I said, the journey matters. It's not all about the conclusion. Like, you hear that sentence, the trope of saying it's the friends we made along the way, it's the journey, not the destination. There is a reason why it's a trope, and I agree with that sentiment. The journey, because if you think the destination is the most important thing, then in human life, the destination is death. We're all destined to die. The destination is not important, it's what you go through in your life that really matters, and that brings you some joy or sometimes sadness or stuff like that. Once you're dead, you're just dead, and that's it. There is nothing interesting about that. Oh wait, nah, we still have 3 years of Genshin to go, so sorry Zendig, we won't take your offer. That is true. He doesn't remember that. Yeah, he doesn't remember the meeting in Caribert's head. Yeah, no, I know that the Traveler doesn't remember, and I think even Lumine does not remember either, right? Neither of them remember what happened in Caribert's mind place, which is sad, actually. It is quite sad, but I remember as the player. Yeah, but I'm the type of guy who wants results already. Want some results. Yeah, no, I too want some results because the game has been going on for 6 years, and as much as I like the game and its story and storytelling and all of that, it has been dragging on in terms of like the main plot.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
And welcome back, Chip. Good morning to you. I hope you already woke up. What time is it for you, man? Is it like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. maybe? But welcome in, welcome back. I hope you slept well, even though you didn't sleep much. Did you have sweet dreams of Dotori? If the destination, I will not care about the boring travels. I'm not sure what you meant by that, Deidara. I think I won't skip any Soliskin. Too cute to skip. To each their own. I mean, I guess you don't play as many gachas as I do, so maybe you have more time, perhaps, to do that. But yeah, for me, seeing something once or twice is nice. At the 30th time, I don't want to see it anymore, but I don't really care. Is my house. Oh, okay, there were some missing words in your sentence there. Okay, I see. If the destination is my house, I will not care about the boring travel. fair enough. That I can understand. I think we were talking about something a bit, different, but I suppose I can understand. Like, just something. Literally, give me literally something already. Yeah, no, I agree with that sentiment, Sparta. Give us something more than you've been giving us, game. I do wish that the game gave us more. But I don't think now is the time or place to give all the answers and the conclusion to the story. Because the game has been building up over time, right? And it is nowhere near, like, in the way they told the story, it doesn't make sense for us to get all the answers right now. That's just the way it is, because of the very slow build-up. As much as I want answers, I want them to be given properly. I don't want a hasty conclusion just because we as players are impatient. Ooh. Another screenshot, thank you.
All right, everyone. Our next mission is clear. We need to contact all the major organizations, explain the situation to the public, and then begin the evacuation.
Oh right, I forgot about the energy thing that is eating up in Nod-Krai. Wow, it's been a while since we talked about that. So I had completely forgotten about that.
The residents of Nod-Krai are quite dispersed. The two most populated areas are the Southern Isles and Pyramida. Miss Lauma, I will leave Hisi Island and Nasha Town in your hands. I will liaise with the Fatui and Pyramida.
Agreed. We will reach out to Natlan and Snezhnaya. Anyone found north of the Experimental Design Bureau should follow the Fatui to Snezhnaya.
Okay.
As for
Makes
those
sense.
dwelling south of that line, I will ask the Voynich Guild to help persuade them to leave. Then I, Mr. Varka, and the Frostmoon Scions will escort them to Natlan.
Do you guys have friends in Natlan? I do. But do you? We've never seen any of these people talk to the Natlanese, right? So I guess they probably have friends there, maybe? Like this isn't cock teasing already. This is straight up CBT. I don't know what CBT is. At this point, will the Tsaritsa come herself? Please, please, please. I don't know about that. I kind of want to just because I'm curious and I want to see her. But it would make more sense for her to show up once we are actually what do you call that? Once we're actually in Snezhnaya. Maybe Varka can rock up to Mawika herself. What does rock up mean? CBT is cock and ball torture. Ah, we have very different definitions. For me, CBT means closed beta test. But okay. I see we have very different things in mind. Because at first when I read the CBT, I was trying to find something. The only thing that came to mind was closed beta test, that's it. There is an alpaca wool trader in Nasha Town. Aha, so they do trade with Natlan then. I see. Yeah, it means both. Yes, yeah, but I suppose, yeah, the acronyms can have multiple meanings depending on the context.
The Voynich Guild has dealings with the Curatorium of Secrets. I will send them a letter vouching for your credibility. Yehoda, you should help Lauma. This is too big of a task for one person.
My wish has come true. You're willingly lending me your most capable employee for the day.
Lauma, now is not the time to tease your girlfriend. We are kind of in emergency right now.
Well, good for you if all this only takes a day. Of course, if it takes any longer, I'll be charging a fee.
Yeah, and you want her to pay with her body, is that it, Nefer? I see your tricks, woman.
Boss, wait. Don't I get a say in this?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Something to add, Yehoda?
Well, no one's more important to me than you, boss. And remember how Lauma healed your eyes after that big battle? I think that's worth at least 2 or 3 days' work for the Frostmoon Scions.
Aw, she's cute.
Are you completely incapable of acting in your own self-interest? Or do you simply devalue your own labor?
Are you sure you don't want to come with us?
Who will see to our other work if we're all busy evacuating residents? Sandrone insists that Columbina is still alive, and we have a traveler to rescue. There's much to be done.
There is a lot of rescuing to be done, that is true. Also, by rocking up to somewhere means going straight to some location directly, no matter who gets in your way. I mean, I suppose it's true. I mean, to be fair, it does make sense that Varka could just go and talk to Mawika herself. He is the leader of his nation, kind of, even though, you know, Mondstadt is weird in the way it functions, because it's supposed to be the city of freedom, blah, blah, blah. But he is essentially the leader of Mondstadt, even though he leaves all the work to Jean, but, you know, he has the title, is what I mean. And Mawika is the leader of Natlan. Varka has the power to brawl with her if necessary. I mean, sure, why not? But I don't think they would they? I don't see why they would. Varka can be a bit of a dumbass sometimes, but he is smart. And I actually talked to him a tiny bit when I was doing some exploration. And I was building up the Mondstadt camp in Nod-Krai, and he seemed like a reasonable dude. And Mawika is definitely a reasonable dudette, so between reasonable people, things should be fine. Nation of war fighting kinda is a way to communicate respect. I could see that, but when you're evacuating an entire population because of an emergency that threatens an entire nation, I don't think Mawika would think of fighting as the first way to respond to that. That just doesn't make sense to me. Given the fact that she's always trying to save everyone and all of that, if her first thought is, hey, why not spar with me, brawl? It just... why? But you get the point. Yes, but it's also kind of a useless point because the situation does not call for it. Back, it's 5:30 in the morning right now. Don't worry, I got plenty of rest and cooking my breakfast right now. Ah, bon appétit to you. Might I ask what you're eating today? Are you eating hot dogs? We talked about hot dogs yesterday. Varka could fight for that if absolutely necessary, because of internal politics of Natlan. I don't think it will ever come to that at all. I highly doubt it would come to that. How did Augusta welcome us in Wuwa? What do you mean, how did she welcome us? Do you mean the first time we meet her? Yeah, but there was no emergency when that happened, if that's what you're alluding to. As far as I can remember, there was no emergency. Why were we meeting her again? I don't remember exactly. I nailed... Oh, hot dogs, indeed, and the damn sunny side-ups. I nailed it this time, but I may have fried the whites a little too hard. Ah! But there is progress, right, Chip? There is progress in your egg cooking skills.
But boss, I'm just worried that...
Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks are complete.
What makes you think I'd need you to do that?
Because you know you want her to do that. You want to link. There was some kind of an emergency. Stronger high tides than ever. Is that why we went to see her? Because I don't remember the reason why we went to see her. I know there was a stronger high tide at that point. Not at that point, sorry. There was stronger high tide at some point, is what I meant to say. Afterwards. But was it not just afterwards, but also during that specific meeting? Because I genuinely do not remember the exact detail there.
I'll need it. And considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present.
That's quite enough. Just focus on your work first.
I bet we're in for an uphill battle here. But we can help out too. Ineffa and I are gonna help Nasha Town's residents carry their stuff.
Loading schedule. Store essential local research data and technology samples, then escort the people to Natlan. Understood. I will execute this to the best of my abilities.
Thank you, Ineffa.
Great stuff. Thank you, ladies.
I've contacted the Lightkeepers. A colleague of mine will join us shortly. I will persuade them to conduct a thorough search of the region to ensure that no civilians get left behind.
As for me, I guess I'll be
Holy
making
shit.
an early return to Sumeru.
You're here. I forgot. I forgot you were here. Okay, I suppose, hello.
I think it's important that someone informs the Dendro Archon of what's going on in Nod-Krai.
Oh, Nahida mentioned. Could we see Nahida at some point in the quest? It would, not gonna lie, I know it might be weird for Archons to intervene in other nations, because there is already an Archon there. Like, having Nahida intervene in Natlan, for instance, might be a bit weird because we already have Mawika there. But technically, Nod-Krai does not have an Archon, right? I mean, I guess it has Columbina, which is the equivalent, but she's not actually an Archon per se, right? So, could we actually see other Archons finally intervening in there? Kof Kanria? What do you mean Kof Kanria? Kanria is gone. What do you mean? Oh, do you mean like the last time Archons intervened, Shint went bad? Yeah, but the last time Archons intervened, it was under the orders of the Heavenly Principles, right? So it's not the same thing as them intervening on behalf of like the Traveler because of their friendship or just because they want to help people or something like that. So it's kind of a different situation, I would assume, probably, maybe. Because I'm guessing they had specific orders from the Heavenly Principles. It wasn't just, hey, you, show up there, please. Well, not even with a please, I suppose. But I would assume that there is more to it than that. We were invited to the hunt. The hunt was a fight against the Dark Tide. Yeah, but that was a planned fight as well, right? As far as I know. It wasn't like done, like everything was already planned out. And I think we even had some time before the fight started. For ourselves, I mean. Might make Renova at least raise an eyebrow. That might not be a good thing. Would she really raise an eyebrow? I mean, Dottore just stole the 3 powers of the 3 moons' powers, and she didn't do shit. So if Nahida just travels to Nod-Krai or something, then she would be concerned. Really? That's the concern? Nahida traveling? I know she's a radish and all that, but the radish can travel. It's irrelevant to Fanes? How is it irrelevant to Fanes if Dottore's wish is to challenge the current established rules, knowing that the rules were established by Fanes, I don't think that would be irrelevant to him. But an Archon going out of her jurisdiction. Yeah, but if the Archon going out of the jurisdiction protects the rules that Fane has established, is it not worth it? I feel like the shades should be somewhat logical, or are they just dumb laws in a way, if you catch my meaning?
Roger that. Someone should inform Mondstadt too. Mr. Duran, can I trust you to handle that? I think you fly faster than any of us can run.
I wonder, do you guys know the true scale of Teyvat's map? Like, I'm not talking about in terms of gameplay, because in gameplay, I'm sure in a couple of hours you can run from Mondstadt to Natlan or something like that, probably. I don't actually know how long it takes, but you know what I mean. Like, and we know for a fact that what we see in game is not an accurate representation of what Teyvat is supposed to be. Hence why, you know, we had the discussion about scales of war and people that we see in game and all of that. But like, I wonder like how fast does Duran need to travel, and how far exactly does he need to travel to get from Nod-Krai to Mondstadt? The moon's power is irrelevant to Fane / the Shade. I mean, I don't know if that is truly the case, because I remember in the trailer we saw something that Dottore did that, for me at least, kind of goes against what Fanes seems to want. Trying to do the mental math. Give me a minute. But do we actually have reference for it? Like, do we actually know, like, how big Mondstadt is supposed to be when in fact it is this big? Like, can we translate this into... Yes, we do? Okay. Where do we have that from?
As an added incentive, get there fast enough and I'll see about getting your gliding exam waived.
Why would his gliding exam be a problem? He has wings. He doesn't even need a glider. It's the only time where when Venti says, wouldn't gliding be faster, you can say, no, shut the fuck up, Venti. I have wings. I know that in gameplay, unfortunately, Durin does not use his wings. I think that is a huge missed opportunity there, but it is what it is, I suppose. Too lazy to calculate, plus I hate math. It's okay, Chip. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to. Take care of your hot dogs and your eggs. Eat. Bon appetit once again. Enjoy the food. But don't fry your brain with math. I don't like math either, so I'm with you there. We have a reference point. End of this patch. I can't tell you why. Okay.
Really?
I'll leave it at that for now.
Mission accepted, sir.
I intend to stay behind and help Miss Androne with her research. She has some alchemy-related questions that she'd like me to explore.
She recognizes your expertise, then. I wish you a fruitful collaboration.
Thank you. In truth, I was surprised to hear her express an interest in subject matter outside of machines.
I believe she has been investigating some Fontanian technology recently.
Oh no.
She made a point of bringing the relevant materials with her when she left the Experimental Design Bureau. She's sorting through everything in her room as we speak.
The reason why I said oh no is because I was wondering what if Neuvillette would be happy with Sandrone investigating Fontanian technology, but I wonder why the game is telling us this now. So right now I'm trying to think, how would Fontaine's technology be relevant to this quest? I would assume they're not just dropping that here for no reason. Roughly France's farthest tip to Romania's farthest tip. So like 4 or so hours. That is just a very rough estimate. That would be 4 or 5 hours in a plane, right? And planes, commercial airliners tend to go around 900 kilometers per hour. Do you think Durin can go up to 900 kilometers per hour? Because goddamn, if he can, that is fast as fuck. Alain Guillotin, that is how? I still don't see your point. I mean, he has messed with primordial sea and abyssal energy, I suppose. Why not? But what Nod-Krai is experiencing right now is not abyssal energy, something different from my understanding, I think. Think Durin can't? I have no idea. I've never seen him fly. I have no idea what he can or cannot do. Kid is literally on fire. Is he? Do we actually see him on fire ever? Do you know how fast you gotta go for an object to ignite from friction? Nope, I never really looked that up. I didn't really have an incentive to look that up. But like I said, I have no idea how fast Durin is supposed to be or not. That's the whole point of my question in the first place.
I should mention that we have one other friend who isn't present. He hasn't made his position in all of this clear. But if we know anything about him, he's likely investigating on his own.
Why the mystery about this friend? Who is this friend? The only one that comes to mind would be Venti, but in the sense that The only one that comes to mind because he's connected to Albedo would be Venti. But... So could Archons truly intervene here?
Paimon's been very quiet today. But I know how close she and the Traveler are with the Natlanese. She should come with us to the border.
Okay. Paimon will do her best.
Make sure to heed Sandrone's warning. Many of us have been cursed by Dottore. As such, under no circumstances should anyone cross national borders. Remain within Nod-Krai.
Wait, what? Oh, I guess they're just talking to the Natlanese who are already in Nod-Krai then? Because at first I thought that they would, what do you call that? They would go to Natlan to talk to the Natlanese, but they can't go to Natlan because they can't leave Nod-Krai because of the curse. So that got me confused for a second there. Meteors begin to glow, ignite in the sense of incandescent at speeds typically ranging from 11 kilometers per second. 24,600 miles. Yeah, I don't do miles. To 72 kilometers per second upon entering Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, okay. And how is that in kilometers per hour? Because that would be easier for my mind. I guess I just multiply that by 60. Yeah, nope, times 60 again. That would be 39,000 kilometers per hour. Yeah, 39,600. Okay. Are you saying that Durin is on fire because he's igniting because of friction and because of how fast he's going? Because to me, his flames don't look like that. They just look like his pyro shit that he's doing with his pyro powers. Not because of friction or something. It just looks like his pyro things. The only flames I've ever seen him produce were that kind of flames. Both? How do you know that? Because have we ever seen him fly? Ever? Like long distance flight or whatnot? Because I don't see how you can tell how fast he is, basically. As far as... that's the one big interrogation I have.
That aside, personally I have faith in Columbina. Things look grim, sure, but who knows how it'll play out. Same goes for rescuing the Traveler. Both of them are important allies and friends. We'll be counting on you to gather intel on them, Miss Neffer.
Oh, wonderful. You're all here.
Wife. Wife is here, finally. Oh, do I have to click? Yes.
Nicole?
Hello there. I actually talked to her today, because I explored 99% of her region. I wanted her region to be the first at 100%. I don't know why I'm stuck at 99. I've used the compass too, but for some reason I'm still stuck at 99%. But I will 100% her region first. It is a must. Durin uses the power of his farts to propel him to sussy speeds. You haven't explored her... Swavey, you come out of your lurking to say what? As for Durin, maybe. You could be onto something. But that means he must fart a lot, I would assume. As for Nicole's cracks, well, you know, I am an adventurer, so I have to go on adventures and explore every nook and cranny of this map. Him being on fire basically means he would have to be going at ridiculous speeds because he's literally on fire. He's using the pyro powers to go that quickly. Yeah, but when have we ever seen him be on fire, is my question. That's what I don't know, because I don't think I've seen fire next to him when he was using his skill and stuff like that, but I don't remember a cutscene or something where we see him go fast. We saw him fly in a trailer, if I recall correctly. I will take your word for it, because that I generally do not remember. Maybe she hides some primos. I don't think so, no, it's Pontalone's crack that you want to explore for primos. Because he's the one paying us. Wait, does that mean we are a Fatui agent? Because technically speaking, we are being paid by a Fatui Harbinger for our daily commissions. And we are reporting to Catherine, who is a construct of another Fatui Harbinger. Does that mean that the Traveler has been a Fatui all along?
Whoa, that was loud! And it came out of nowhere. So mysterious.
Oh, I guess Aino is not used to Nicole speaking in her head.
Sorry, this is the only way I can speak to you all right now. Please accept my apology. Anyway, time is short. I'll cut to the chase. We're still facing quite a catastrophe here at the world's borders. Alice has roped in every Hexenzirkel member she can get a hold of.
Oh.
Except for me. She told me I had to come and help you all out as a matter of urgency.
What Hexenzirkel members are left? Because Durin's mom is dead, right? I have a feeling Rhindaughter is probably not available, given the fact that she's part Shade of Life now, so she might not be able to do things the way she used to, or something. Who else is left? Nicole, Alice? I guess there is Barbeloth, Mona's master, right? The seer witch, I suppose. Am I missing someone? I genuinely do not remember. The 10th Harbinger slot is open. That is true. Maybe we've been the 10th Harbinger all along. That could be a thing. Happy lurking. Back to lurking to you, sweetie. We start sweating if Alice could just literally call up a shade. I would find it funny and interesting. Barbie. Yeah, Barbie. That one and the same, Barbeloth. I prefer calling her Barbeloth because Barbie makes me think too much of the doll. And she does not sound like the doll. Or I guess it makes me think of Margot Robbie, the actress who played Barbie in the Barbie movie that I have not seen. And, I mean, at least Margot Robbie is hot. But Barbeloth does not give me hot vibe with her voice. She sounds old. No offense to the voice actress. I don't know who she is. But the way she portrays the character makes her sound old.
I quote, "You love talking, don't you? Well, now it's finally your time to shine. Take these. Make sure the whole party gets one each. You'll be in charge of making sure everyone stays connected."
This kind of looks like a mix of Alice's magic and Nicole's, because you have the Dodoko from Alice and the wings from Nicole, I would assume, probably. I would legitimately start digging my own fucking grave if Alice can just call up Naberius/Rhindaughter. Why? We aren't ready to fight the Shades? But we're not talking about fighting the Shades, we're talking about enlisting the helps of the Shade to fight Dottore. That's not the same. And what? But wait, earlier you said yourself that you wanted to go up to Celestia. You do realize that if you want to go fight Celestia, you will have to go through the Shades first. And I was the one telling you that we are not ready to do that. What?
Huh? Is this a Dodo communication device?
Scanning. Unknown device. Analyzing. Unknown device. Conclusion. Cute.
Thank you for that analysis, Ineffa. That was very helpful. Yes, with actual firepower, which is Dottore at the moment. Yeah, but then again, if that is the case, why are you saying that Dottore does not matter to the Shades? The things that you're telling me seems to contradict themselves, because you're telling me that Dottore is actual firepower, and yet he's still irrelevant to the Shades. If he is actual firepower to fight the Shades, then he should not be irrelevant to them. I am so confused. And hello gamer, welcome to the stream, I hope you're doing well. And I suppose the Dodo communication devices are just as cute as Toothless. Shadow Master, are you again trying to clip it so that Ineffa has Kuru Kuru on her mind? Is that what you're trying to do? I see you coming. I see what you're trying to do. Irrelevant according to Fanes because the motherfucker chucked the moons out. Yeah. But if you think that Fanes has the power to actually fight the Shades, then the Shades would be aware of that. I don't think there is a lot the Shades don't know about what's going on in the world that wouldn't make sense. But it would still fuck up the Shades. Yeah, but it still doesn't make sense. Like, the Shades would be aware of that kind of a power. I won't do it again, but she does. Yeah, sure, Shadow Master, start blaming the Clanker, because that's easy. It's easy to always blame the poor Clanker. She's trying her best, okay?
Affirmative. It is cute and good. I believe that I quite like it.
Osmanthus wine
Thank you for
tastes
that,
the same as I remember,
Ineffa.
but where
That is
are
very
those
unhelpful
who
indeed.
share the memory?
Well, given how complacent they seem to be. Yeah, but once again, that's the thing about the Shades, is it feels like we don't know. Why are they complacent like that? And what is the trigger to make them intervene, right? And if Dottore is not one, then what could it be? Like, is Dottore more of a threat than the entire Hexen Circle? Well, Circle, I guess. Well, the Circle of Witches. I don't know about that. I wonder about, though. I don't think so. Like, Renova didn't even raise an eyebrow at a Descender. Yeah, but I've said it before. It's not like that specific Descender has shown any intention of defying the Shades or Fanes or whatever. On the other side, on the other hand, Dottore very much seems like he's willing to fuck up everything above Archons and basically the Shades and, well, potentially Celestia. Clanker is crazy? Accelerator, why? Why would you say that? Poor Ineffa. Look at how adorable she is. She's trying her best. She's trying to be useful, you know? Don't be mean to the poor Clanker.
This is no ordinary Dodo communication device. It's my very own special modified version, specifically... Oh, sorry. I almost went off on another tangent there. Anyway, help yourselves.
No worries, you can always go on tangents. I'm always willing to listen to them, and I will grab a screenshot of you. I think I grabbed it as you closed your eyes, so... Oh, fuck me! There we go. She did it again.
It will allow us to communicate over long distances within Nod-Krai. No more worrying about shuttling messages back and forth.
But don't worry, Nicole. I noticed your little wings on the Dodo communication device. I saw them.
Astounding technology. Am I right in assuming that it relies on your personal abilities to function, Miss Nicole?
Hey, don't try to steal my thunder, Albedo. I saw it first. Clanker is just a cutie patootie? Yes, exactly. She's a cute potato.
Yes, exactly. Right on cue, Albedo. Ah, I'd love to brag to you all about how it all works. But no, next time. Anyway, I'll be right with you all, serving as a communication hub.
I love how bubbly she sounds.
That's all from me. Head off as soon as you're ready. I'll be staying here to keep watch, and I'll be sending you my blessings.
And by the way, let's remind ourselves that, you know, we are in an emergency, people are evacuating, the Traveler is gone, Columbina's gone, all of that, but she's out there. Oh, by the way, I made this device. I love Nicole. Albedo is a researcher. True. It makes sense. But I will not allow the chalk boy to steal my wife. I refuse. Before Nicole, who was your favorite wife? I want to know who was dethroned. Good question. Let me look at the list of characters. Because in terms of my favorite characters in Genshin, it's been mostly male characters. Zhongli has been my favorite. Diluc, Zhongli, and Wriothesley have been my favorite characters in the game for a long time. Neuvillette too, I suppose. So it's mostly been males. So more like husbands than wives, I suppose. But in terms of wives specifically, Yelan and Arlecchino are the ones that come to mind off the top of my head. But I will look through the character screen just to make sure I'm not forgetting someone that once was important. But I'd say, I guess, yeah, probably Arlecchino and Yelan, so something along those lines. Do I have to click? Ah, yes, I do have to click. Very well. Can I? Well, I can't look at the character screen to see all the characters, so there is that. Well, too bad, I guess. That's just life. So yeah, I guess probably Arlecchino. I mean, Mawika is nice, but a bit too flawless, I suppose. She feels a bit unrealistic. As much as she feels human, she also feels not human at the same time. It's kind of strange in a way. In the sense that, like, she feels closer to humans than most Archons do, but at the same time, she feels too perfect to be human. Which I guess is the way her character is, and that's fine, but well, she wasn't exactly what I was expecting her to be honest, but that's another matter entirely. I'm trying to think of other women. Well, she is Archon level. In terms of power, yes, but it's not about that. It's mostly the way she was written by the devs that bothers me. It is kind of like what Sparta wrote, Mary Sue, too perfect, yes. I wish she had a few flaws here and there, just to make her seem a bit more human. I'm guessing that maybe she puts on more of a facade to appear perfect because she is an Archon, which makes sense. But I just wish we could have seen more of her human and emotional side. What we've mostly seen of her in Natlan, in my opinion, was the perfect leader she was supposed to be, which is well and good, but to be fair, that's my whole problem with the writing in Natlan, is that while we did spend some time with the characters, to me, we didn't develop our bond and our knowledge of said characters enough. We spent more time about the population, except the population was faceless, so we didn't really care about the population, but we didn't really care about the characters either, because we didn't really get to know them as much as other characters. So it's kind of like, 500 years of enduring a battle. But that's not a character trait, that's just, once again, her being the perfect Archon she's supposed to be, right? That's not what I'm talking about. And thank you for the hydrate, Zenny. Why did you highlight it instead of using the redemption? But why not? It's your feathers, you use them however you want. Well, I guess. Does that mean I have to double hydrate? I shall double hydrate, very well. In the meantime, we can meet Iluga. And I will listen to how they say his name. Yes, I have already met him by accident because the game triggered a quest without my consent, I will say that much. She became too emotionally strong. Yeah, but that's the thing, I don't like that. I want to see more emotions from her. Okay, there we go. I needed to plug in my laptop. But if that's the case, Augusta is the same? Nah, there was more emotion and more details for her, in my opinion. And thank you for the stretch as well. I will stretch and double hydrate. Or as Sparta put it, he's yelling at you to hydrate. Okay, Zenny, I heard you, I will hydrate.
Ah, Sir Flint. Perfect timing. I just arrived myself.
That was one hydration.
You are most considerate, Master Ilua. But in fact, I know you have been sitting here for quite some time. If you saw me, why didn't you say something? I was curious to see how long you could sit still for. Also, shouldn't you have managed to sense me approaching?
Is it really time to play games, guys?
That would be a first. You always seem to appear out of thin air without making a peep.
Yeah, that's because he transforms himself into a lantern, which is kind of weird.
Also, how many times do I have to tell you not to address me as master? I don't qualify. I beg to differ. Why should a young man so well versed in social graces as yourself not be worthy of that title?
Augusta is super passionate. That is true. That is one way of putting it, and I like the description that you put there. Yeah, that's the thing. For me, Mawika always felt like a leader that just leads people, whereas Augusta is a leader indeed, but there is a passion that, as much as it may sound weird, for me there is more of a fire burning inside of Augusta than there is in Mawika, in a way. Oh snap, did I just spoil you a bit? The one I sent in Genshin. Wait, Chip, is it a joke and I can click it? Or are you actually talking about a spoiler, so I should not look at the Discord server? Because I do have it open, but it's not like full screen, so I don't know what you sent. And how would a double stretch look like? Getting taller? I don't think I can at my age. I can try, but... Augusta didn't flinch emotionally in her arc. We see her past, but her present was always as strong and independent. Yeah, but we did see her actual struggles, in my opinion. When we saw Mawika's past, she was always perfect, even in the past. Whereas Augusta, we saw the past where she was just a child, where she was just struggling to do anything, where no one believed in her and everything like that. Whoa, that is his voice. He sounds hella good. Yes, I agree with you. Iluga does sound really good. He does not sound like a child, which is nice. No offense to Durin's voice actor, I prefer Iluga's voice to Durin's, even though I will say that I have heard the actual voice actor's voice for Durin, and I prefer his original voice. I wish Durin sounded like the original voice of the voice actor who plays him. In terms of passion, Mawika wins. I disagree. Mawika's passion is burning bright as flame. I disagree. For me, it's not passion. It's a different thing. There is something burning bright in Mawika as well. That is true. I agree with that. But I don't call it passion. It's something else. And... yeah, to me there is a difference there. Augusta is the standard bearer, and a standard is a war banner. So she is literally a flag bearer, the flag carrier, if you will, to rally the people. Augusta literally rallies around the flag. Yeah, I feel like you've said the same thing 3 times. So I'm kind of confused at what point you're trying to make. It was just a joke, but I didn't know this is the first time meeting Iluga. Technically, like I said, I have met Iluga before. Wait, and what did you send where? Oh, you sent something earlier today. I did not see it. My bad, I did not even see it. But yes, today, well, technically speaking, I've already met him yesterday through a different quest that just started because I was walking. I was just walking there. Remember when she makes that bike engine roar and she gets free from her Archon side? No. Off the top of my head right now, no offense. It's just like, I genuinely don't know what you're talking about specifically. I can't think of a specific moment that you're describing here. In different ways, Augusta is a walking morale boost. Mawika is just strong. Yeah. I mean, Mawika does bring up the morale of Natlanese people. I would still argue it's different. There is a difference for me between the two. You forgot? Yeah, but still, that is just one instance that you're describing, and I'm guessing it was probably a very short instance that didn't really last all that long. 99% of the time, Mawika has remained the same. When she takes a traveler on her bike with Shabalanke and they roam Natlan. Oh, you mean the during that quest with Shabalanke, the kid? Ah, please don't talk to me about the kid.
Please, Lord Flint's...
That's
Sir
why I don't
Flint's,
remember.
I'm begging you, don't flatter me into complacency like you do with everyone else.
That's why I don't remember, because, what you call that? Shabalanke being a kid is such a disappointment to me that I'd rather forget about that quest. And when they beat the dragon and she celebrates coming out of the fire. I mean, yeah, sure, she's happy, I guess. To me, it's still not the same. I don't see them as similar. And no, Charo Master, we... Wait, why were we talking about long? Did we even talk about something that is long? I talked about something that is short, Shabalanke being a kid. To put it in another way, Augusta's effect is that you are so hyped up by her presence that you're willing to overclock to win. Mawika does in the stead of others. I don't know if I can fully agree with that either. Because to me, the people definitely were hyped up. At the end of the day, it was Mawika who punched a hole in the sky and all of that, but that's because she's the Archon and she's that much more powerful than the others. Augusta, on the other hand, she's just a regular person, right? Compared to all other Resonators. She's really strong, don't get me wrong, but she is a regular human being at the end of the day. There is no distinction between Augusta and other Resonators, whereas there is a very clear distinction between Mawika and other humans. Augusta goes from top to bottom, Mawika goes from bottom to top. I don't know what you mean by that. It's not only with Shabalanke, it's about almost the whole quest with Mawika. Her worries about seeing as an Archon and not as a friend in parties. Ah, that is a good point. I did not remember that until you reminded me of that. That was nice. That was nice. To my whole point is I wish we had more of that Mawika in the main quest as well. Because oh, I guess that was at the end of the main quest, I think, right? I think. Correct me if I'm wrong there. In terms of the characterization in how they relate to their subject, Mawika does shit in the people's stead because they can't. True. I guess so, yes. Augusta makes you want to do your own potential by her lead. Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean. It's because, like, Augusta rose from nothingness, right? As we saw, she was literally nothing. She was discarded. She was all alone and all of that. Whereas Mawika, she seemed like she had the perfect family and the perfect life altogether. She had the perfect family with her sister, with her parents, and then, of course, there was the whole bit about becoming an Archon, going 500 years in the future, and basically leaving people behind, and all of that. But she always had, like, a nice enough life, if you want to call it that. Whereas Augusta, she rose from literally being nothing to becoming the most revered person in Septimont, I think, is what you're getting at. So, through her story and the way they portray themselves, that's the difference, I think. She isn't doing it for you, she's pushing you to do it yourself. Yeah, because she did it herself, so she is kind of like a... what do you call that? Not a beacon, but... Yeah, kind of a beacon, but also like an example Yeah, okay, that's the how I would put the difference. Augusta is an example to follow. Mawika is a leader to follow. If you catch the difference between the nuance I'm trying to bring here. I think you forgot the whole quest with Mawika. Yeah, probably. No, I won't lie. I won't pretend. Even though I really like her as a character and all of that, I probably forgot most of it because of the disappointment that is Xbalanque. I cannot understate how big of a disappointment is for me to have the first Pyro Archon be a fucking child. No, like seriously, a child. Why did they have to go that way? He could have gone in the he could have, what do you call that? Inhabited an adult, but no, they had to go with a fucking child, and that pisses me off. What is up with children being at the center of everything in these games? It makes no sense. There is no reason to push children everywhere. To save an ill kid. Yeah, but it could have been an ill adult as well. What? Do ill adults don't deserve saving? Do they not deserve saving as well? Mawika is the CEO who inherited the company. Augusta built it brick by brick with her own two hands. Both are great CEOs. Yes, that is a good way to put it, Deidara. If you will bring story to the tablet, Mawika endured 500 years of constant fight against the Abyss. Yes. But that... the fight to me is not a character trait. It's not what built her. She was already built, is what I should say. Sorry. Let me rephrase with what I just said, I guess. But the 500 years of fighting against the Abyss is not what built her into what she is now. She was already that way before. Kid is more inspiring, and also if they use an old man for the recipient, people will be mad. I'm not talking about an old man, I'm talking about just an adult, you know, but... and I don't care if other people are mad, I'm talking about my own personal preferences. If other people don't like it, that's their problem, just the same way it's my problem for not liking the fact that Xbalanque was a kid. That's my own problem because of my own preferences. That's just it. If they use a young, good-looking person, people will be mad because not playable. Yeah, but like I said, I don't... and I wouldn't personally be mad. But here I am sharing with you my own personal preferences. So whether or not other people would be mad doesn't really matter to me. What matters is that I don't like having children shoved down my throat all the time. And if they use a kid, well, you will be mad about the great Xbalanque being a child, and that child fought an Archon. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, it doesn't make sense to me that a child can fight an Archon. I know that the child could only fight an Archon because Xbalanque himself was an Archon and was inside of the child, which sounds weird, and probably he should go to prison for that, but the fact is that for me, children have no place in the battlefield. Basically, that's just it. And having children in position of power makes no sense to me. I just don't like it. Klee. What about Klee? Klee is different because she's not serious. She's not a serious character. She's not being taken seriously as in, oh my god, she's the next Archon. She's just a terrorist with bombs and with a very bad mother. That didn't teach her that blowing up entire craters in a nation is dangerous. To me, Klee is more like a comic relief. She's not a seriously taken character. And, they want their fucking Shotas, they can have it. Yeah, I mean, I know that there are plenty of anime with Shota at their centers, and I... generally speaking, don't like it. Klee shouldn't have a place on the battlefield. Children. Oh yeah, no. No, she's reckless. She would wreck both the friends and the enemies. I would not want Klee on the battlefield whatsoever. She's not controllable. we've seen it because of how she blows up everything as if it was all a big joke. I would definitely not want Klee on the battlefield. As much as she's powerful, I do not want a reckless child on a battlefield where life and death occurs every second. She's the Archon of friendly fire. Yes, exactly. No Klee for me on the battlefield. And beyond just being it being Klee, just because she's a child, I don't want to see a child at war. It's just sad. And honestly, in real life, children at war would probably die really quick. I mean, I'm assuming not all of them die in 1 second into stepping into the battlefield, but they probably don't last long for the most part. And say again, there might be some exceptions, but most of them will probably die. Well, I already exposed all the Mawika contacts I had in my mind. I like Augusta, and I like she's not a Mawika 2.0, and also I don't think Mawika became an Archon because of pure luck. Well, no, but that's the thing. Mawika became an Archon because she was already strong enough to become an Archon. We didn't really see the build-up to her becoming strong and overcoming obstacles until she became strong enough to become the Archon. Everything just happened too neatly in her story, is what I'm saying. And you're perfectly fine not liking, or not saying that Augusta is better than Mawika. That's just personal opinion. It's kind of like Shadow Master, who said that he prefers Yuno over Augusta. I personally disagree. Maybe you, Daedra, might agree with Shadow Master there. I don't know. It depends on taste. But this is all that we're saying is personal preferences. There is no right or wrong answer. We're all right because we are all entitled to our own opinion on the matter. I would love her on the front lines without any support, so there would be no friendly fire. I guess it would be funny, yes, and I see the XD emote at the end. It would be funny, but that's the thing. It would be funny. It wouldn't be a serious thing, and I prefer some serious stories. Comic reliefs have their place, but comic relief having a place that is super important like that, it just feels like, to me, I can't take the story seriously anymore, and it lowers the stakes, basically. Cough C. Janissaries, or Mustache Man's Youth. I don't know what you're alluding to there. I don't know what Mustache Man has to do with Mawika and Augusta, but what? Mawika's pre-built strong, that is the problem with Mawika. Yeah, I agree with that. Archon was like a title to the most powerful warrior of that era. I bet she had to beat a good... Yeah, but see what you just said there? I bet she had to beat. You're betting because you haven't seen it. You haven't actually seen her struggles to become the best fighter. We just started straight up with her being the best fighter and then becoming the Archon, etc. We haven't seen the... what do you call that? The evolution. That's the part that I'm missing personally. And what do you call that? Because earlier I talked about My Hero Academia, but it's kind of like as if instead of seeing Deku slowly evolve and change and learn about his new powers and all of that, instead of seeing this whole evolution for 6 seasons, you just have Deku being as strong as All Might or even stronger than All Might right episode 1. And you're just like, okay, I guess. Then it kind of loses something for me. Although I do like overpowered MCs, but they are portrayed in a very different way. Usually they're written very differently because of the fact that they are overpowered. You know, it's too much sandpaper. Also, I do not understand what your problem... What is your problem with Augusta, but you do you. Wait, who are you talking about? You said about kids in war. Janissaries were kids taken by the Ottoman Empire to war. Hold on, let me DM you quick. Don't want Twitch to be trigger happy. Okay. But they said she was just a normal human of Kinich tribe. Yeah, but I want to see that normal human first. That's what I'm saying. I want to see the human side of her first, instead of just giving me the super strong woman that she is now. You know what I mean? Like seeing that evolution, because for Augusta, for me, we've seen the, what do you call that? We've seen the super strong woman, and even then, she's still relatable in terms of power scaling compared to other human beings, whereas Augusta is definitely not. She is the strongest character in Natlan, period. She is the Archon, and that is the way she is. It's not her fault, it's just that is what she is. But we also saw Augusta struggle slowly, building herself brick by bricks, like Sparta said. Also, I was saying it to Shadowmaster. I don't know what he's got up. I don't think Shadowmaster has a problem with Augusta, as far as I know. He just prefers Yuno, I think, but maybe he does. Ah, yeah, okay, I see. But I still don't see why you bring that up specifically. I mean, we did talk about children being at war, and my point is they die. I'm assuming the people you're mentioning, Sparta, died too, right? I mean, not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them.
You understand me better than most. My newest acquaintances tell me I love complimenting others. What do you think?
I think they don't understand why you do it. You just love puffing people up till they're a big, happy ball of hot air that floats away into the sky.
In all sincerity, I can only hope that they bring good tidings when they come back down to Earth.
Is the situation that bad?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anyway, get an Iluga. Oh, look at those eyes. Reminds me of Vilvi. Could Iluga be Vilvi's son? Could he be Vilvi's son? I wish I could get an Iluga, but I can't. Iluga is in the second half of the patch, and you've seen my polls. You've seen my polls on Ineffa and Columbina. I have nothing left. I mean, I have like a 10 poll left because I've done some exploration and all of that. But right now, I am in full saving mode. Technically speaking, I would love to get a C1 Nouvellette, because it would be really helpful to me. Well, really helpful. It would be somewhat helpful, I suppose. But I would enjoy having C1 Nouvellette. But right now I'm in full saving mode because, like I said, they teased Varka and Nicole. I don't know when exactly they will be coming, but they will be coming. And I need them. They are non-negotiable for me. Varka and Nicole, I have to have them. Iluga, on the other hand, he seems nice. From what little I've seen of him in that other quest and even now, he seems like a good kid, not gonna lie. But Varka and Nicole are my priorities, by far. Both? If I can get both, I would love to. If I can't get both, then Nicole would be number one. Varka is husband, but Nicole is wife, and, well, I'm more into women. No, it's not even a question of being more into women. I just like Nicole more than I like Varka. As much as I like Varka. And I really, really, really like him. You seriously going for both the Angel and the Giga Chad? Yes! If I can, I will. It will depend, because I don't think... I have to look at my own finances to see how much... yeah, I might have to reach into your wallet. Yeah, that's the thing. I have to see... how much I'm willing to spend or not. That remains to be seen. So if I can go for both, I will go for both. If I can't, then I will probably choose Nicole over Varka. And his hair tips are red like Captain's hair. Is Captain still Vilvi? Are you still talking about her? Because I don't remember the details of Vilvi. I have seen her, obviously. You showed her to me plenty of times. But I don't remember all the details like you do. Al is doomed as always. Yeah. I am doomed indeed. Wait, take a screenshot of that man that I bet is a grown-up, but... I don't know if he's a grown-up. I think he's... young teens, maybe? And there we go. I have grabbed the screenshot. I'll send it to you later on the Discord server.
We just held a strategy meeting. Let me fill you in.
Captain is usually portrayed
In short,
as a guy.
we need everyone gone
red
from
hair, okay.
Pyramida. We also need a team of lightkeepers to scour the more remote regions of Nod-Krai for civilians to evacuate.
Yes, thank you for reminding us of what we discussed. Well, technically speaking, 30 minutes ago, because we have been yapping, but, you know, in-game, this happened 5 minutes ago, not even. Yeah, and, Deidara, okay, I have never seen the captain, from Honkai Impact 3 as far as I can remember. That's why I said all to themselves. I have no idea what you're talking about, Shadow Master. Nah, Illiga, straight up, is straight up Vilvi's son, design-wise. I will take your guys' word for it. Why not? Well, Deidara, time for you to start playing Genshin to pull for Illuga then. You have to pull for your wife's child, right?
I only hope we have enough personnel.
Read the 2 previous... Oh my god, I have to read more messages? Later. Oh. Love her on the front lines. No, I read that. Wait, no, I missed only one message then. Yeah, no, okay, there is only one. Wouldn't call her it a problem per se, but in my opinion, I guess it's too much of a try hard. Oh yeah, no, but you've mentioned that before to me, so yeah, real, you know, her real self. So really rather cute. Okay, you know, I already know that because you've already said that to me, and maybe thought I wasn't there at that point. And that's why. And for the comment about that's why I said all to themselves, I'm still confused about that. I kind of want to do a post on Honkai Impact 3rd sub. He is a 4-star, you know. Yeah, I know he's a 4-star. Why do you bring up the fact that he's a 4-star though? I'm confused. Or do you mean like pulling for him is not good because you might not get him? Referring to the Augusta thing. Yeah, no, I read the message that Shadow Master wrote about how he... Oh, you know... Oh, okay, there was also the Sparta message to read as well. Ah, that's why you mentioned... Okay, 2 previous messages. I thought you were talking about your message alone. Okay. Now isn't her real self for long enough for it to erase the sandpaper she did? And that's why... It's all to themselves. What did I say? Because I don't remember what I said in context to that. I am now very confused. It's still confused. I read all of it, but I'm still confused. You know how doomed a player is when he wants a 4-star. That is true. I will choose him as a free 4-star. I'm afraid you can't. Deidara. Lantern Rite free 4-star is... would you call that? Is only from Liyue. You can only select a free 4-star from Liyue. Illuga is not from Liyue, so you can't select him. That is why you say everybody to themselves in what we like. Oh, that! Wow, okay. Finally. It took long, but I finally caught up. I finally understood. Yes, we each have our own preferences. Yes, indeed.
We do. Old Man Nikita will definitely help. And we can recall anyone out on patrol to focus on this instead.
Just like I wish I could cut Flinz's hair right there. I don't mind having men with long hair, but this was useless. He did not need to have long hair, is all I'll say.
Good. I'm sure you and the others will make short work of this. Now, don't forget, once you've completed this task, make sure you and the rest of the team evacuate to either Snezhnaya or Natlan as well.
Flint's?
If you've got something to say, Master Ilua, why not guess what I'm thinking right now?
Okay. No, not you. No, not you. Fuck. Keep misclicking. how do we... Wait.
If you've got something to say, Master Ilua, why not guess what I'm thinking right now?
It sounds like he's saying Ilua. Like, as if the G here is no longer there, kind of. Like, it's there, but maybe it's only a tiny bit. Whereas you guys said it was supposed... Yeah, it kind of sounds like what Deidara wrote. He ate the G. Yeah, but it feels like everybody seems to be eating the G. Because, like I said, I've heard other characters talk about Iluga, and it feels like everybody is eating the G, and that's what confuses me. So, is it Ilua or Iluga? Is there a G or not? That there is no wrong opinions. For example, we don't agree on Augusta, but you don't try to change my mind like Sparta is trying, if only a bit. Yeah, I know. I mean, we can have debates over why we prefer one thing over another. Or just like, you know, Deidara was talking about Mawika and the fact that I personally think that Augusta is a better Mawika for me. But that is my own personal preference and that is my own personal opinion. And, you know, it's just... We all like different things, I suppose. Might be... Ugh to be W. Oh, do you mean UG makes the W sound instead of a G sound, I guess? Ilya, how old are you? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. But where does Iluga come from? Is he from Snezhnaya? If he is from Snezhnaya, I would assume his name is of Russian origin of some kind, right? Though that is a lot of assumptions, I suppose.
You mentioned that you have something else to deal with later. How difficult is it going to be?
I'm attempting to change people's minds. I'm consistently, without failing. But I mean, worth a shot. It depends on what is worth a shot, on what you're trying to change people's mind on. But like, when it comes to personal preference for characters, like the fact that Shadow Master prefers, Yuno, I feel like that is not particularly worth a shot because it's a losing battle. Because it's gonna be a very hard time trying to change a person's personal preferences. Because Shadow Master preferring Yuno, for instance, comes from Shadow Master's taste. So it's not just about changing his perception of Yuno specifically. It's about changing his taste in general. And his own preferences about, like, for instance, like you guys mentioned that Shadow Master said he likes Yuno's real self that she shows later on in her story, and you said that it wasn't enough because it didn't happen for long enough, Sparta. But the fact is that we all have our own limits, and those limits are going to be really difficult to budge, to change, and to me there is no point in changing it. That being said, it is worth... in my opinion, it is still worth it to talk about them, because it's interesting to see different people's opinions, just like I went back and forth with Deidara and about Mawika and Augusta. It's interesting to see what he has to say. I still won't change my opinion, and Deidara, I don't think will change his opinion, and that's fine. We just exchange, we have a debate, a conversation, basically. It sounds Slavic, but I'm unsure. It's certainly not Finnish. I will take your word for it. My statement was that Augusta was not a better Mawika. I was defending the passionately woman that Mawika is. And that's absolutely fine. I will keep saying that for me, and I insist on the for me portion, for me, Mawika is what I wish... Augusta is what I wish Mawika had been. In terms of design, personality, and all of that, I prefer Augusta. I wish Mawika had been that. It's not the case. I still love Mawika the way she is. That's fine. It's just that, overall, I will prefer Augusta. And, you know, like I said, to each their own. And that's why I pulled Yuno and not Augusta. Yeah. At the end of the day, your account is yours to do with what you want. Yeah, I know for you, but I was kind of remembering you reminding you that Mawika has a human side and is very bright. Yeah, but for me, it's kind of like the same argument between Sparda and Shadow Master with Yuno. But for me, about Mawika, it's not enough. I wanted to see more of that. I needed way more than what was given to us. Even though, yeah, you did remind me of things that I was not thinking about, but the overall impression that I had left, even though I don't remember the specifics, the overall impression of what Mawika gave me in terms of story was not enough. I wanted more. You greedy? Yes, I am a greedy bastard, and I I will happily agree to that. I don't mind being greedy. When I like a character, I want to see them. I want to see the real them, to really get to know them. And I really like Mawika. I really love her as a character. Hence why I wanted more of her. As I always forgot about Void Archives. Wait, what? Why are you talking about Void Archives now? Yeah, brother, I do not have that amount of time, and I'm not drinking hard liquor with him personally in a room. I'm not winning that battle through text alone. Yeah, that's why, for me, when we're sharing opinions, it's not about trying to change the other person's opinion, it's just about discussing things. It's just a conversation for me. I'm rather skilled in reading people, so I've seen through that sandpaper a lot earlier. Reading fictional characters is easier because they're not that complicated as real people. True, I mean, you could see very easily that, Yuno is a tsundere. She gave off tsundere vibes as soon as we met her. that was rather easy indeed. But, personally, I can't get past the sandpaper part, even though I do like... just like you, Shadow Master, I do like the real Yuno that she shows us in her story, but the sandpaper is too much. For me, like I said before, for me, a tsundere is just a person that hides their shyness and their inability to effectively communicate their emotions behind a shitty personality or a shitty behavior. That's how I define tsunderes, because I don't like it. I know that plenty of people like them, hence why they're so popular in anime media, but I am not one of them, and that's fine too. I knew that too, but she was rough, great sandpaper enough that it hit sore spots I really don't vibe with. Yeah, but like, I agree with you, Sparda, on that one. It's too much sandpaper as well for me, but we have different limits. You know, Shadow Master and you and me have different limits. You and me, Sparda, we probably have the same limit in terms of tsundere-ness, I suppose. But Shadow Master is a bit more tolerant than we are. Void Archives is kind of Vilvi's son, so it makes sense. His adoptive father? What? I don't know what that is about, because I don't know the relationship between Vilvi and Void Archives. But that wasn't really shyness, but real problems that she felt that nobody else could understand. I would hug her. Yeah, but that's not... Just because you have problems doesn't mean you have to be irritating to others. And you don't have to be rude in the way you speak to others. We all have problems. To me, that's just a poor excuse for poor behavior. I understand having problems, and a lot of people do what she does. Don't get me wrong, I understand that perfectly. Which is why she is a well-written character. But I don't like it personally. For me, you can have all the problems in the world, it doesn't justify you being an asshole to other people. That's just it. We all have problems, and not everyone reacts the way she does, thankfully, because I would not be happy about that. Well, there are problems and problems. She had the second ones. Yeah, but a lot of characters in Wuthering Waves have the second type of problems, because the stakes are always high, because they are fictional characters. So yes, I'm not talking about the fact that she has, I don't know, problem filling her IRS form or something like that. Sure, she has different kinds of problems, but a lot of other characters have same level, I guess, of problems, and they don't act that way. You don't have to. She didn't have to. She chose to, because that was her own defense mechanism. That was the way she worked. I don't like it. You like it. That's fine.
Comfy Kiwi says, Yo Owl, what do you call a guy with no shins? Tony. Kappa.
Aha! For once, Kiwi. I have heard of that one before. Ha ha ha. But hello, Kiwi. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, have you gotten your Bibi, your beanie, your Bina, your Columbina? Have you gotten her? Because I wanted to be on your stream, but I wasn't able to, unfortunately. And I wanted to ask because I know how much you've been waiting for her. So did you get your Columbina? Where was I at? Oh, and by the way, did I say hello? Hello and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. But as always, oh god, Void Archives when I count my lost son, daughters in other gachas. I still don't remember the connection with Void Archives there. That I read, we diverge. You can't tolerate... no, we don't. You can't tolerate Sandrone. Well, no, we have the same limit for Yuno. We don't have the same limit for Sandrone. Yes, that is true. I do not tolerate the... what do you call that? The Sandrone either. I don't like tsunderes at all. There are very few exceptions where I've liked tsunderes, and it's very few indeed. Columbina. I had never seen that one before there. I had some bad luck, but my 300 wishes saved up still got me C1 plus weapon. Yay. Oh, congratulations. I mean, beyond... I guess that's one 5-star item per 100 wishes. That's not great. I definitely agree. That's not great. I've seen worse. I've seen worse. I've been through worse as well. So we'll count that as a win, I suppose. I lost to C4 now Kaching and got Ineffa's weapon without having her. Ah, I've seen a lot of people have that happen. Hence why I did not pull for the weapons. I personally went for C0, R0, Columbina, and C0, R0 Ineffa. I just wanted the characters, and I managed to get both, which is nice. But they ate up 161 wishes in total, I guess. Well, I get. Wait, no, it depends, because we have to count the fact that we had 50 pity. So technically speaking, it cost me 210 pulls in total for 2 characters. So yeah, I'm also at about 1 character per 100 wish. Yay. Yeah. We're in the same boat, Kiwi. Columbina's E changes subtly with constellations, which is really neat. Yeah, I saw something like that. I don't know the full details. I haven't seen the actual details about that, but I've seen that it is indeed the case. And are you planning on C6ing your Columbina eventually? Just a question. Over time, I would assume. She would probably screech, let me go, but eventually she'd come around. Oh, also Sandrone is so huggable, like how she's designed and looks. I want to squish her. She does seem huggable indeed, if it weren't for her personality, I would say. And is also a commercial company for sweets. Wait, what are you talking about, Deidara? I'm confused. Deidara, the more messages you send, the more I'm confused, not gonna lie. Why are you talking about a commercial company of sweets now? And hello, Vedansh Gupta. I probably butchered your name, I apologize, but hello to you and welcome to the stream. I got Columbina C1 with her weapon and Ineffa with her weapon in just 180 pulls. You came here just to flex on us, is that it? Because you got lucky, and congratulations to you. How do you like the story? I'm a bit further than you are right now, but not much. I freaking love it. Same. I'm really happy that they're doing the same... basically, they are giving the same treatment to Dottore as they did with Rerir. In the sense, they are both... what do you call that? They are both villains, but we dive deeper into who they are, how they think, and... what's going on in their mind. Like, we are getting to actually know the villains, and I'm really loving that aspect, because for me, a good story is only as good as its villain. Because, I mean, writing a good protagonist is important, of course. But if the protagonist is well written but doesn't have a good villain to face off against, it doesn't feel the same way. So having such well-written characters, such well-written villains is really just awesome. Like, I'm really loving Nod-Krai so far. Bonkable like Columbina shown? Wait, who do you mean is bonkable? Sandrone is bonkable? You probably don't want to bonk Sandrone. She's going to bonk you back, but not with her own hands. She's going to use Polonia to do that. And I have a feeling you don't want to be hit by a probably like 3 meters tall robot, 4 meters tall. I don't know how tall Polonia is exactly, but I'm guessing you don't want to be bonked by that. You bonk Sandrone, Polonia bonks you back. Yep, that's not a deal I'm taking. That's not a deal I'm willing to take. Confusion 100, yes. Deidra is completely confusing me right now. Because he's talking about Void Archives, Sons and Daughters, and then a commercial company of sweets. I just really don't know. And then Lord Liger's supremacy. What are you talking about, Deidra? I genuinely do not know what you're talking about. Yeah, Sandrone is bonkable like Columbina shown during the celebration. That's what you meant. That is, yeah, but it is, that's because Sandrone was being bonked by her girlfriend. It's Columbina. She's allowed. We are not. 3 meters and probably like 40 centimeters thick arm. Yeah. I would assume so, yeah. The arms are also really big, and I'm assuming Polonia is extremely powerful, so you don't want to get bonked by metallic arms, you know? Do not bonk the drone. The drone, I suppose. But I kind of want to read it as drone, because that's how you wrote it, but... Well, I'm afraid I have bad news, Sparta, because Columbina did it, without your consent. Slow down. In my country, Colombia, there is a sweet company called Colombia, but with an O instead of the M. But for you, it is Colombia with a U. Oh, Columbina! Wait, what? I am retracing your steps. I still don't... Oh, wait, no. In your country, Colombia, there is a company called Columbina with an O, but in the game, it's Columbina with a U. Ah, finally. See, it takes time. But this is why I keep asking you guys questions, so that I eventually understand what you guys are talking about. It takes time, but I finally managed to understand. And hello, Mac Venti here? MC Venti here, maybe? Probably. But hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. So sometimes kids go to the store and they ask, give me a Columbina. Well, that is basically what we all did yesterday when we pulled for her, right? We went to HoYoVerse and we were like, please, please give me a Columbina. And for some people, HoYoVerse gave them the Columbina, for others, not so much. I got lucky, so I'm happy, but I've seen things. And now I will not think about the sweets. I will think of something maybe the same as sweets. Yeah, that is also what I was thinking even before I was reading, or as I was reading your sentence, is the fact that Columbina, the character, is just as sweet as the sweets that you probably have in your country, because I had never heard of that company, so I don't think they sell in France, probably, maybe. I just found out something. I'm completely fucking flabbergasted that Hoyo even has to do shit, this shit in a fucking contract. Are you talking about the fact that the voice actor of Ororon cannot host fan arts anymore or something like that? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else entirely? Yes, that one. Yeah, I have heard of that. for those of you who don't know, basically there has been a whole mess, but the gist of it is the voice actor for Auroron has been told by HoYoVerse that he's no longer allowed to post any or to repost or share any kind of fan art or stuff like that. Now he can only repost or share officially licensed artwork from HoYoVerse themselves. And people speculate that this happened because there were two specific events where voice actors were harassed by stupid fucking people. I am mad at these people. These people are fucking assholes. But to explain the thing, two voice actors were harassed. The one was, I think it might have, was it Skirk's VA or was it someone else? I don't remember. But basically, there were two VAs in Genshin. Both of them are, what do you call that? Are partners in real life, but they voice characters who are completely different. They have nothing to do with each other. But people shipped them together, or rather, someone drew an artwork of the two characters together, Rurir and Skirk. There you go. Because it's cute, you know, the two characters, they don't really know each other or have met or whatnot. We don't care. It's about the VAs that are together, right? And the VA, Skirk's VA, shared that artwork that was... she reposted it because it was cute. And she got harassed by fucking morons because they didn't like the fact that someone was shipping Rurir with Skirk. After that, there was a mess with... Whose VA was it? Shit, I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, I think it might have been Columbina's VA, I think. And basically she shared a screenshot of some kind of artwork that came from a piece of work, a piece of artwork, which was basically a ship between Sandrone and Columbina or something like that. And people didn't like it, so she got harassed as well. And then I believe that, what do you call that? The voice actor for Auroron tried to be supportive of these voice actors, and he got flagged for it as well. And now he's no longer allowed to share fan art from anything other than actual HoYoVerse, which is fucking dumb. It blows my mind how dumb it is. And if you want to keep going with the controversies with voice actors, we also have Hayden, whose last name I always blank on, but they are the voice actor of Tribi in what do you call that? In Honkai Star Rail. They voice Tribi, Trian, Trinon, Tribios, and the voice of the fountain thing, I guess. They voice that too. And I learned of Hayden because they are Alejandro Saab's partner. They are Sayu partner, Sayu being the voice actor for Jing Yuan, Anton, Sino, etc. They both have wonderful careers. But the fact is that Hayden is non-binary, and apparently they voice a character in Arknight's Enfield, and people went and harassed them because they thought that they were trying to push their non-binary agenda, and you know all the controversies that people try to stir up about LGBTQ members or people who don't identify with the, I guess, standard gender that we are assigned to, and all of that. Like, sorry, it genuinely makes me angry. Shit, I missed a lot of messages, I'm sorry. But it was a long-ass explanation. But yeah, it genuinely makes me angry that people can be that fucking dumb. See, Zhong X Kirk and Zhong X Mav fan arts. Were people angry about that too? I don't see Zhongli with Skirk or with Mawika either, but I've always said I don't give a shit if people want to ship other characters together, you know, who cares? But yeah, It is what it is, I suppose. Wait. Speaking of sweets, have you ever tried a Lion Bar? Oh, it is a UK chocolate bar that always was my favorite. Recently was able to find it in the US too. Do you have it in France? I don't know. I know Lion as a cereal brand, so I'm guessing maybe they make cereal bars as well? Probably? Chocolate bars, maybe? I don't know. I've never tried it, that's for sure. So, yeah, I don't think I have. For a voice actor, you should not even have a fucking social media presence, you fucking dimwit. No, I highly disagree with you there, Sparta. I understand what you're saying in the sense that, like, the voice actor should know that such reactions can be, can happen online, but that's not the way to solve the problem. Erasing yourself from society because some fucking assholes exist is not a good way. You're just letting them have their way, and that is not acceptable. They should fucking know better. No, that is no. They probably know, but that's not the point. We should not brim our own freedom because some motherfuckers are not able to understand that you are allowed to ship whatever the fuck you want. No, I'm sorry, but I highly disagree with you on that. That is not how you do things. You can't just let the others have whatever they want. No. You don't just say, oh, they should have known better. No. It's... I'm sorry, but it is kind of making me angry. I don't want to be mad at you, man, but yeah, I can't just agree with that. And hello, Noti Karan. I don't have a command for OnlyFans. I'm sorry, I don't have one. But hello to you and welcome to the stream, I suppose. Where was I at? Really beautiful? I'll try to find some Charo Master. Maybe. We'll see. You'd have to exterminate... hear me out. People could be less assholes. You would have to exterminate... Yeah, but no, that's the thing. I understand that society isn't perfect, but at the same time, you can't just live in the shadows of assholes. You have to live your own life. It's kind of like saying, oh no, I don't want to cross the street because I know that some asshole out there can't drive a fucking car. You know? No, you're not living like that, are you? So the same reason applies. Just because some asshole can't drive a car, you will still go outside and do your thing. Well, it's the same thing on social media. Yes, there are many assholes, but just because there are assholes, that doesn't mean you aren't allowed to participate in the social media discourse. That just doesn't make sense. Where was I at? Oh my god, I missed so many messages. I'm trying to get through all of them, I promise. Maybe we don't say shouldn't have social media presence and instead say people maybe don't harass others over your silly shipping ideas. I agree with you on that, Kiwi. You can't police lunatics like who yell at people for ships. You can't police them. Whether you can police them or not, that's not the point. The point is you should not have to take away your own freedom because some asshole is going to react poorly to it. I'm not a fan of people shoving LGBTQ in my face, but like, if you're a fucking normal human being, I could give less of a fuck. You do realize that LGBTQ people are normal people, right? Artists are free? Exactly, Deidram. Let them win. Yes, artists should be free to do whatever they want with artwork. It's just art. It's... Yes, if I recall correctly, the cereal came after the bar. It is very good. Ah, I'll take your word for it because I genuinely had no idea they made chocolate bars. Oh, and by the way, Naughty Karan, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up to to chat. It's taking a bit of time, but thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the stream. Welcome to the community as well. Tell it, I acknowledge, good, moving on, but don't use it as a shield. Use what as a shield? I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Okay, gonna lurk for wifey time. Happy wifey time to you. Say hello to NG on my behalf. and I hope you will enjoy your the rest of your day. I don't know exactly what day it will be, but what time it is exactly for you. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for being here. I know 1000% you can and should be mad at me if you feel it is justified. I do feel it is justified. What I am more mad at is that they willingly went into a minefield. Yeah, except it shouldn't be a minefield. That's the wrong way of framing the problem, in my opinion. There's more people, and then there is absolutely fucking... I mean, what you're saying about ruining the reputation of the entire group, that's true for any group. It's true for every single group on the face of the earth. It's not just about genders or sexuality orientation or whatnot. It's about every single fucking group. There is always one motherfucker to ruin it all. If me as an artist know these things, I will just overflow skirk X rear until it is the only thing that spawns in the media pages. You know what? If that is the way you wish to fight, honestly, I don't see that as a problem, Deidra. If your what do you call that? Your ship is skirk X rear, you flood, you do artwork of that. That's it. That's a good point. But if it is, but you don't go harassing the VAs. That is dumb as fuck. It's way too long for me to explain in text. Ah, well, that's fine. But I will say I highly disagree with you because just like Kiwi mentioned, for me what you're doing is victim blaming, and that is really bad, in my opinion. I'm not going to torch the chat right now. I mean, it's okay. You can yap as you want. It's just that, like, I very, very highly disagree with you. And, like, it's the thing that I have disagreed with you the most. Like, you know, we've had our debates over feigns and stuff like that. Feigns is just fine. But that, yeah, victim blaming is for me is really, really bad. We have bigger issue, and this is a hot button topic. We do have bigger issues, but it is still an issue, and it is important to educate people about it, in my opinion. Are you Desi? I've never really understood what the Desi meant. If you're asking if I'm Indian, I'm not. I am of Sri Lankan origins, but my parents emigrated to France, so technically I'm French, and I've lived my entire life in France. I was born in France. They emigrated before I was even born. Artists can be dangerous without telling a word. They don't need to tell a word. They, what do you call that? They just need to draw a picture. As they say, a picture paints a thousand words, I think the saying is. And Shadow Master, you sent me the image. Oh, it is very pretty. The image you sent me. Oh, I mean, I still don't see the shape. I just see very beautiful artwork. You know what I mean? By the way, there are gays and lesbians, and there are these LGBTQ that they shove their ideals into your throat. Yeah, but once again, I think you're just thinking of a minority within the minority that are the LGBTQ people. And that's not the thing is, oftentimes the more annoying ones are the more vocal ones, and that's the one you think of. But the truth is, the immense majority of people are not the annoying ones. And we don't talk about them. And I've said it before, it's kind of like what I said about Conrians. We talk about the sinners, we talk about their king, but we never talk about the regular dude who went to buy a baguette every morning, you know? And even though they are the majority, even though they are the more important people, unfortunately, they're not that much of a minority, and even proper gays and lesbians get pissed at them. Yeah, but they are a minority. I kind of disagree with you on that. They are a minority, and yes, they are members of the LGBTQ community that are getting pissed off at those guys because they are ruining their reputation and whatnot, but they are not the majority. The majority is always the silent crowd. It's always the ones you don't know about. Hence why you tend to hyper-focus on the ones that are annoying, because they are the ones that you hear and see. But the vast majority of people you don't hear or you don't see, you don't even know they exist. Like the guy that was attacked for drawing a My Day art, and then he created a whole animation with paid VAs of Finon and My Day arm wrestling. I think I've heard about that, and in my opinion, that is a good way of doing it. That is a good way of responding to such assholes. I like Fide. My own ship is Firene, but I like Fide as well. Desi means local guy in South Asia languages. Ah, well, I don't think there is such a word in Sinhalese, as far as I can tell. I don't speak the language, I understand it, but I don't actually speak the official language of Sri Lanka. So I guess I never really used that word. I've seen the word being thrown around, it's just that I've never really cared to try and find a definition for it. But I thank you for the explanation.
I doubt it will be easy.
I know you're a Lightkeeper, and it's your duty to protect others in times of crisis. But I have a feeling that you'll be walking into grave danger. However bad things have gotten in the past, Nod-Krai has never faced a mass evacuation before. But from the sounds of it, you don't intend to come with us.
There are a lot of them, unfortunately. My best friend is gay, and one of my friends is a lesbian, and even they say that there are too many of people like that. Yeah, but once again, it's just because they are loud. It's not that there are too many of them, it's just that they are way too loud. Basically, it's the same argument that people had about Muslims when 9/11 happened. People all turned their eyes towards Muslims saying, oh my god, they're all terrorists, and they were basically grouping all of them up. But there are a billion Muslims, and the immense majority of them have nothing to do with that. But they were all scooped up in the same problem, even though the vast majority is completely different. It's the same thing here. The immense majority is just regular folks, but there are some annoying ones among them, just as with any single type of group. Poor Eluga is going to get numb at his own... that's his own problem. My own immediate reaction to people like that is that I want to break their jaws. Like, come here if you want to talk shit. What people? I'm not entirely sure who you're talking about there.
I don't mean to pry, and it's probably none of my business. But whatever it is you're intending, you don't have to go through with it, you know.
I've been afflicted with some sort of curse, and I'm told it may well trigger if I set foot outside of Nod-Krai.
Oh wow, I kind of forgot.
As such, I cannot leave. I have to act, if for no other reason than to fight this curse.
The ones Shadow Master described? I mean, it kind of depends what exactly you're talking about in terms of talking shit, but like I said, there are annoying people everywhere. Just like, you know, the people who harass the VAs that we talked about just before, right? There are plenty of people who talk about shipping. We talk about shipping on my stream as well, right? There are plenty of people who talk about shipping, and in my opinion, the vast majority of people who talk about shipping are just normal people, right? But, would you call that? The minority that is annoying, the minority that harasses the VA are the loudest. They are the ones who create the biggest problems, so they are the ones we notice the most. But in truth, the vast majority of people are probably just like you and me. We talk about ships, we can disagree about ships, but we're okay with that. And we just want to share our passions for the characters we love, and that's it. But the majority of us are just regular folks. And that's the same thing for every type of group. The majority of people are just normal people you never hear about, and you don't notice them. My son brother is also gay. I would beat the ever-living break of people who would talk in his name as a gay person. Yeah, but that's the thing. It depends on the person, and again, like I said, it is what you call that? The fact that the majority are not like that. Oh, I can't read that on stream. Did you hear? Because, yeah. Sorry for nothing. Yeah, no, I get your point. I understand, but like I said, we see them more, we notice them more, but the truth is, the majority of people are just normal people, like your friends that you guys both are mentioning. It's just that the louder, the more annoying ones are always the louder. I can cite another example, a football club, what do you call that? Fans, football fans. When you see them in stadiums, some of them will incite violence and stuff like that. But the vast majority of that stadium is just filled with people who are just passionate about their sport and are not going to be violent at all. But the ones you notice, the ones you talk about, are the ones that create the biggest problem. And you don't ever talk about or even see the ones that are just normal. It's the same thing for every group. Well, most, I suppose there are probably exceptions I can't think of off the top of my head. But generally speaking, that is how it works. There are huge demonstrations, marches with people like that. Well, I mean, the demonstrations and marches can make sense when they had to fight for their own rights. You do realize that it was the same thing when women wanted to vote and wanted to be able to have a credit card without having their husband sign on it. There were marches for women as well because they had to fight for their rights to just exist. Same thing here. LGBTQ people had to fight for the right to get married, for the right to have a family, for the right to just exist. Like, our group can disagree. A lot of people, me and Shadow Master, think of as kinds of people we would do violence against, but are rational enough not to get ourselves thrown in prison. What? Group can disagree. A lot of people Shadow Master think of. Like those kinds of people we would do violence against, but not sure I understand what you mean by that. Sparta, your last message, I didn't fully understand it. But yeah, the only thing I can respond to is Shadow Master's comment about marches, and the marches made sense. They are just trying to get something that they want, but they don't try to fight for their rights, just push their agenda, which is totally dumb. I disagree with you. It depends. It depends. I can't talk about every single march that there ever was because I haven't seen all of them, and quite frankly, I don't care to. I don't think there is a point. But a lot of the marches I've seen was just people trying to fight for their rights. That is what I have seen personally. And I am guessing that it is probably the majority of them. This is a guess on my part. But yeah, for me, you're just focusing more on, what do you call that? On the vocal minority than you are on the actual majority that is more silent. Even if even probably gays and lesbians say it. But they 1,000... Oh, wait, I missed a message from Sparta first. Yeah, but just because some people, like, okay, we would have to do stats on that, and off of my own gut feeling, and I can only go off of my own gut feeling because I don't have proper stats to back up my words right now. The only thing I can say is that for me, you're just talking about the loud majority because they are, not majority, sorry, large, no, vocal minority. Now I'm getting my words mixed up because it's past midnight and I should finish this fucking quest, but the point is, you're just, and these people that you're talking about, your friends, are also mostly talking about the vocal minority, because that is what people tend to see. In general, that is what we tend to notice, that is what we talk about in the media, that is how our world is built. We talk about the vocal minorities, we don't talk about the silent majority. That is always the case. Yeah, good luck getting that 0.00% of people down to science only to only target them and not get any bystanders. I'm not saying it's easy. I never said it was easy. That's the whole point of our world. Our world is fucked up and it's very difficult. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying you're going to be able to get through to everyone. But at the very least, you can try and get through to some. Me and him wouldn't beat who are the agenda pushers because we would be thrown in prison. I mean, I don't wish for either you or Shadow Master to end up in prison. That's for sure. And I don't think violence is a good solution either, because it won't change a damn thing. On the contrary, if you start beating up on people who are already hard to reason with, you're just going to make them even harder to reason with. It is not going to solve the problem whatsoever. You're just going to take out your anger and frustration on them, sure, but it won't change the problem whatsoever.
What? No. Why? Why would anyone want to curse you?
Because the Tori is kind of an asshole. like, seriously.
There are plenty of people out there willing to trample over others in pursuit of their own goals.
Frankly, Sir Flint, I am furious. You're making light of what is an incredibly serious situation.
Isn't he kind of always doing that, though? Yeah, see, Shadow Master, what you wrote to Sparta, I don't think that's good either. You're just becoming as bad as them in my eyes. That's the way I see it. If you're just baiting people into attacking you so that you have an excuse to beat up someone, it's just as bad. Yeah. Morally speaking, for me, what you're saying is just bad. It's just, you're wrong. We're aware, and that's why we're not doing it. Yeah, but even the fact that you, well, in the specific case, it's Shadow Master, so I won't say that Shadow Master is speaking for you. But the fact that that's the way you think, the way you want to use violence to try and make your point across, makes no sense to me. Because violence has never solved anything. It's always creating more problems later down the line. It might be a temporary solution to flush your frustrations away, but it's not an actual solution to your problem. See, I don't even have had long conversations with you, and we're literally thinking of the same motherfucking... Oh, you're talking about Shadow Masters, huh? You need to know, so it makes you know the law and how to use it. No, that's not how to use it, that's how to exploit it, given what you're saying there. And that's not the same thing, and while it may be illegal, technically speaking, that doesn't mean it is morally correct. This is more of a cultural thing. You can use culture as an excuse, but to me it's a poor excuse. Culture does not mean that you have to go with violence as a solution. That means to me that there is something wrong with the culture and something should change. Because if violence is your solution, or even the solution you think of, even though you might not act on, it's still a huge fucking problem for me. Like, no, violence should not be the first thing you think of when you have when you're facing a specific problem.
Indeed I am. And?
And what? I told you, I'm furious about this.
Nothing I can do about it, I'm afraid. Things happen, and we just have to deal with them. If you find yourself feeling angry, perhaps start by drinking a big glass of water.
Like with me and Shadow Master, we grew up in the environment like that. My own fucking father beat me, etc. Taught me lessons other punishments wouldn't, because the other punishments didn't stick. Yeah, no, I have had a similar childhood as well. Doesn't mean I want to reproduce it. On the contrary, I've seen what bad parents can do, which means I don't want to do that myself. That's the lesson I took from it, is if I see someone using violence to teach a lesson, I don't want to use violence myself to teach a lesson, because I know how bad it is. I've seen it, I've lived through it. So I don't want that to happen to someone else. So when you guys are talking to me and saying that you want to do violence against some people because you disagree with the way they behave, to me you're just becoming as bad as the people who may have done it to you in the past. You're just reproducing the exact same cycle. At some point you have to break that cycle, otherwise it's just going to repeat itself. That's the reality of it. And I see that very same thing in these people. They never got a beating, so they know there is fucking a line you do not cross. Yeah, but that's not a reason to give them a beating. That's the thing. It's I can only just very, very highly disagree with you on those things. He has a temperament. Do you mean Iluga, Deidara? I can understand. I can understand where Iluga is coming from, because Flames is quite detached with everything, which is it's kind of hard to have proper discussions with someone like Flames, I would say, because you can't really share your feelings because he's always going to be detached from it and, you know, take things lightly, even though they are serious. And that is fine. I completely and utterly a-okay with us heavily disagreeing. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. That's the thing. You can't imagine idiots like that with words. You can't change idiots like that with words. Yeah, and you think that your fists are going to change something? Because I can bet your ass that it won't. It won't change a damn thing. So, if you can't reason with them, the best way to deal with them is just to ignore them. If you can't teach someone, and you find them annoying, and you want to teach them how to not be annoying, and they don't want to change, then just ignore them. Because beating them up won't change anything. It would at least make them change tactics. I highly doubt it. I'm gonna be honest, I highly doubt it would change anything. In my opinion, it will just make things worse for both groups, basically. It will just make it worse, because once they get beaten, they will probably dig their heels in even more, and you will find them even worse than they were before. So you're just aggravating the problem instead of trying to find a solution, or just ignoring the problem entirely. Yeah, I'm aware it's not a fix. And yet, you're willing to use that? So, for me, there is a problem with logic there. So if you know it's not a fix, then why do it? Or why think about doing it, I suppose?
Hey, you mean you're completely unmoved by my anger? I'm devastated. Then allow me to express my sincerest regret. Come by the lighthouse sometime. We'll catch ourselves a few fish, have a little barbecue, play some cards, and bask in the sun.
Imagine you had children and these fuckers tried to push their agendas on them. Would you try to defend your kids? First of all, saying your agendas, you keep talking about agendas and it is very vague, so that's kind of hard for me to properly process because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But number one, yes, I would probably want to defend my hypothetical kids that I will never have. But not in a violent way. I do not see the point in violence. Violence has never solved issues. It has always created more. This is kinda not a logic issue, but both our bloodlines are very passionate. This topic would be better in DMs. It's not about being passionate. Passion should not lead to violence. I'm sorry, but that's a leap that I'm not willing to make. That is where I draw the line. Passion is fine. But passion leading to violence? No. For me, that's a hard line. Hardcore LGBTQ+ stuff, that is not for children at all. I mean, yeah, but you're saying it's not for children, but since I don't know exactly what you're talking about, it's like, because maybe you are going to say that some things are not for children and I will disagree, maybe I will agree, I don't know. But this is all vague and Sparta is kind of right. Some things are better left to DMs, I suppose. That's kind of the problem with both of our bloodlines. We go to extremes very quickly. Yeah, and I don't think that's a good thing. I'll be honest with you. Going to extremes, periods, whether it is quick or not, is never a good thing in my opinion. Extremes are called extremes for a reason. Extreme is not good. Extreme is just like too much. And too much is not good. Too much wine kills you. Too much water kills you as well. Too much is too much. This ain't a reason thing, it's genetics. No, it is what you said earlier. It's not about genetics, it's mostly about culture and the way we are taught as kids how things work in the world and how you're supposed to solve your problems. And that can be changed. but for that, people have to want to change, and that takes time. And overall, if you take a look at the way our society has evolved over the past 2,000 years, it has evolved a lot. So things can definitely change. It's just that it takes a shit ton of time. But at the end of the day, I fall back on what you said earlier. It is a cultural problem, but for me, in my opinion, it is a problem. You should not go to extremes all the time, or very quickly, or ever, basically. Having opinions is one thing, but what do you call that? Going to extremes for me is never good. No offense, but French in general don't understand Polish. We are warriors at heart and have our principles that we will never let anyone touch. I get the idea, but that's not about French not understanding Polish. It's just difference of opinion. Yeah, I would say the same thing as Sparta. The French get it, but don't agree. Yeah, that's it. And I can't speak for all of France, because I'm not all of France. I can only speak for myself personally. But I understand what you're saying, Charomaster. I just still disagree with it. Being a warrior at heart and having your principles does not mean that you have to go to immediately think of violence. I mean, I guess that's the warrior part, but it's not a good part, in my opinion. That's the thing. We should not be warriors, we should just be people. As a Hungarian, somebody who is just as bad as a Pole. I mean, just as bad in a good way. Well, for me, it's not a good way, but once again, we just disagree on that matter.
Maybe I need to spell this out. Lean in a little, Flint.
Oh my. This doesn't bode well.
Word is that you were caught up in a real horror show recently. People were amazed that you returned safe and sound. They've been debating whether you're even human.
Ah. Well, to be fair, they're right about that debate.
I've returned safe and sound from plenty of crises. When you say people, do you mean other people? Or do you just mean you?
It is not right ahead. We will warn someone, but if they don't stop, fist will fly. Pretty much. Yeah, but if all they're doing is using words, I don't see why you would have to break out into fists. I've been angry at people. Doesn't mean I had to punch them. I can just ignore them and move away. And just take a step back from the situation instead of just making the situation worse. Once again, I understand the idea, I understand the principle, and that is what we've been, what do you call that? It gets to a point where you physically cannot take it anymore. But that is about self-control. That is about you controlling yourself. That's kind of a you problem in that case. And like I said, hence why you should take a step away from the situation. Move away from the discussion. If you see that you're reaching a standstill with a person, fine. Accept that you will never agree with them. Move away. Move away. You don't have to resort to violence. You don't have to think about violence. It's just... You have to control yourself. You cannot control the other. That's the thing. You cannot control the other person. The only thing you can control is what you do. And in my opinion, choosing violence is not what you should do.
Fine. I'll be frank. You're not human, are you?
Oh, my bad.
Heavens. Now that's a horrifying thought.
Similar situation, maybe a bit extreme, but still, are the no-go zones in France. The no-go zones in France. What are you talking about exactly? I'm not aware of what you're talking there.
You know what? Forget it. We'll revisit this once it's all over.
Oh, he's not going to get his big reveal.
A sound plan. Albeit a little ominous sounding.
Just promise me you'll come back in one piece. All right?
For you, Master Ilua. How could I refuse? Also, please pass my regards on to our colleagues. Tell them, thank you all for your assistance. Please put safety first as you proceed with the operation.
Aha. We finally got to the end and we're moving on to a different party, but to a different part, sorry.
I have to keep searching for a path toward reality.
Ah, Muslim zones in France where even police isn't going? It's not about Muslim zones in France where police isn't even going. It's mostly about other stuff. That's a whole other thing, and I don't even want to start about that because it is midnight, and I am going to end the stream now, since we finally reached the end of that previous dialogue. Let's just agree to disagree. I will say that. Let's just agree to disagree because we're not going to change each other's mind. I am certainly not going to change my mind on anything I've said this far. It's Columbina, step on me. Well, you can live out your dreams, Ultima. You can live out your dreams, I suppose. And have fun with Columbina. She needs a bit of fun in her life, so maybe she'll agree. Good night, Owl. I know you're going to end. Yeah. I am going to end things here. And I am going to eat because I do need the what do you call that? The rest as well, and the food, more importantly. Nice fate. Hello, Cock in Thailand. Well, that's a name of all times. But hello to you and welcome to the stream, although I will say I am going to end the stream, so you arrived right at the ending. I shall be streaming again tomorrow at 6 PM Central European Standard Time, as usual. Yeah, tomorrow is Friday, right? I lose track of time. You know what? Good. We're gonna do that. There we go. Friday, yes. Thank you, okay. So yeah, it will be at... what do you call that? 6 PM. Wow, my brain died. 6 PM Central European Standard Time. There you go. As usual, just like we started today, we will continue the story. At the rate at which we're going, I highly doubt we'll be able to finish it tomorrow. So it will probably take us yet another stream, probably the entirety of Saturday, I would assume. But yeah. The fact is that, yeah, it will probably take us the entire week, which means that Wuwa will be pushed back to next week, and Reverse 1999 would be pushed back a couple of streams as well next week, I would assume. Fuck, well, next time then. Yes, next time. As I said, I do stream tomorrow as well, so maybe we will see each other then. I don't know if I'm supposed to call you Cock. I don't really want to call you Cock, so I don't know what to call you. But maybe next time indeed. And for the love, try to get something. I am trying, Sparta. That's the thing. I am trying. It's just my brain refuses to allow me that. I mean that with your ignoring, you let that happen, and there will never be something like that in Poland because we won't let that happen even if we have to use violence. If you want to be in Poland, stick to the rules unless you want to get a beating. More or less our way of doing things. Yeah, and I don't like that way. That's just it. And I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to from what you talked about earlier, but still, I still don't like the way you do things. You do you at the end of the day. But yeah, I still think it's a bad way of doing things, and we will disagree on that forever, probably. Like I said before, you and I are not going to change each other's mind on this topic. But yeah, that's all I'll say. You and I are not going to agree on that. We'll pick this up tomorrow. It's way too heavy of a topic for this sleep-deprived man. It is indeed quite late, but more importantly, it is taking too much of our time. I suppose we can talk about it during the Just Yapping session, why not? But it has taken too much of our time today, and it's my own damn fault because I kept replying to you instead of shutting down the subject. I don't like shutting down subjects because want to have proper discussions with people, so that's why I keep replying and stuff like that, but it is also taking quite a long time. Long story short, our violence solves problems even before they fully form. Yeah, and I still don't think it's a good way of... I understood the idea, but I still don't think it's a good way of doing it. It's still not a good way. I'm not saying that there is a perfect solution to it, but I don't think that solution is a good one either. There is roughly an hour and a half of story left. Depends on how fast you go through it. The Ultima, D2 Ultima, or Ultima, I suppose I should call you. You're new here, so I will tell you, I do not go fast. So it's probably going to take us way longer than an hour and a half of story. We yap a lot on this stream, sometimes on topics that have nothing to do with the stream itself, as we have today, for instance. And most of the time we talk about lore and debate over things like that and all of that. Owl is not Sonic. Yeah, no, I'm pretty much the opposite of Sonic, as Shadow Master pointed out. I'm pretty much the opposite of Sonic when it comes to going through stories and stuff like that. We take our sweet times. We take our sweet times to the point where we basically are diabetic. And that's the thing. Be happy, guys, and enjoy your have dreams of your beloved. Yes! I wish you all a great rest of your day. I don't know why Deidara bonked me at the end. What did I ever do to you? But I wish you all a great rest of your day. I will end stream a bit abruptly because it is way past midnight and I need to turn back into a pumpkin. So, like I said, tomorrow's stream will continue the story. I thank you all for watching. I thank you for the follows as well. That is very lovely. I welcome all new people as well. And I shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Here in the dark, I'll guide you.
Keep drifting
With wild abandon,
tenderness lifting.
Here on the shore, you're never alone. The fall from your past, your heart guides you home.